very special morning. Good morning to everybody around the world. We got a very special show for you. Well, you know what? I try to make every show special, but I tell you what, if you're watching this in the future and you're looking at a thumbnail that I'm about to provide on this right now, you see a picture of, obviously, self-explanatory. You got a Ritter, and then you got Robert Whittaker headlining UFC Abu Dhabi. And then you got Sean Strickland in the picture throwing a punch at an undercover, well, I'm sorry, not undercover, off-duty officer fighting at a tough enough event. If you guys remember anything about that, obviously you've seen that Sean Strickland had suffered a suspension out of that. Jumping out of the corner only to beat up the opposition fighter of which his fighter was fighting against. Okay, and then in the other picture, obviously you see Hulk Hogan and tragically passing away during this time. Now, what was Hulk Hogan's impact on the world of sports entertainment as well as MMA? Because whether you like it or not, mixed martial arts, for as real as that sport is, it has always been heavily influenced by the world of professional wrestling. Shout out to Marty Miller, my man. Salutes to you. Good morning. Good morning. Hope everything is well with you out in Ohio right now. We got a very special show for us. Of course, I try to make the show as special as much as I can. Let me give you guys a little bit of some synopsis of where I get a lot of my inspiration from to do these live streams, right? Do you guys know what's his name? Do you guys know Luke Thomas? Is anybody familiar with Luke Thomas? Luke Thomas is probably one of the most iconic MMA journalists in the game right now. Okay, you guys ever watched any of his live streams during Thursdays? It is absolutely epic. He will go from political topics. He's very articulate. He's very articulate in the way that he expresses his language, right? Similar to yours truly, not trying to brag about that. It's just an obvious observation. So he goes into depth, into details about political topics, as do I, and also mixes it with mixed martial arts and has a vast knowledge of mixed martial arts. So I try to emulate that in that type of way. Draco Hates You says hi. How you doing, Draco Hates You? Is Draco Hates You, is that are in reference to the AK-47, or is that in reference to Draco, the Ruler, the LA rapper that has also passed? Speaking of past, obviously we're going to talk about Hulk Hogan. So before we get into the UFC Abu Dhabi stuff, let's get to the fun stuff first, right? Nice new WWE belt behind you. Well, I tell you what, man, this is not a new belt. Obviously, I've had this belt since I've been streaming, and one day I just made a conscious decision to somehow put it in the background. And, well, it's a great conversation starter, isn't it? I always get comments about the WWE belt in the background. And guess what? Now that we are delving into this WWE topic, it's more than appropriate now to have that back there, which I always have. And right in between it, I have my medals from Taekwondo and things of that nature. And then obviously I have my Muay Thai title right here. So kind of a combination of the fake fighting versus the real fighting type of thing, and how much they influence each other, which, by the way, goes into this particular topic that I have with Hulk Hogan. Now, if you've remembered anything about Hulk Hogan in the 1990s, in the 1980s, he was the most iconic figure there was. Hulk Hogan literally made you feel good to be an American, okay? Do I fight MMA? Yes, I have fought MMA. I've also fought in Muay Thai. I've also fought in Taekwondo, and I train in all various art forms, including boxing, wrestling, MMA, you name it. Obviously, that is why I'm so enthusiastic about it, because I have an MMA channel, and I like wrestling as well. So this kind of delves into this particular topic. So Hulk Hogan Chavez says hello. Hello, Chavez. Let me know what part of the world you are from, and shout out to you. Braden Stanley says WrestleMania 3 match, Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant, was a classic. Not only was that a classic, it was a cultural shifting in the world of professional wrestling, because obviously they had WrestleMania 1 with Mr. T taking on Roddy Piper and Paul Orndorff, Mr. Wonderful. And then on top of that, then WrestleMania 2, you don't really remember much about it, but WrestleMania 3 had this storyline where Andre the Giant was just beating the snot out of everybody, right? Big giant of a man, and all of a sudden passes away. I'm sorry, all of a sudden, I'm going ahead of myself here. All of a sudden decides to ask Hulk Hogan for a title shot, which meant that he was going to have to make a heel turn. Okay, so Anes Soil Khan says, Assalamu alaikum from India, my brother. Shout out to you, my man. We got about 26 people in here right now. Shout outs to the 26 people in the world right now that are tapped in with me. So Andre the Giant had a very rough life due to how tall he was. Yeah, that is very true, Braden. He was a very huge person in terms of having a hard time finding the right travel arrangements. He had a very difficult time, just overeating, or just, not being able to fit in cars, not being able to fit in buses. I mean, it was a very, very difficult life for such of Andre the Giant. Armin versus Ilya. Who do you got? Anas Sahel Khan says, are they really fighting though? I'm going to go with Ilya Tapora, but are they really fighting? Let me know in the comment section below if they really are fighting, or if that is a talk that is just, what do you call it? Hearsay, right? Because obviously, I think what they want to do right now is they want Ilya to rest up so that they can fight, Islam somewhere down the line. That is, if Islam wins. Why is Sean Strickland suspended? Because when he was cornering one of his fighters at a Tough Enough amateur event in Nevada, an off-duty cop who was fighting an event opposite of his fighter was taunting Sean Strickland after the fight, and then Sean Strickland came in the cage, did something about it, and punched him in the process. So now he is suspended by the Nevada State Athletic Commissions. Jack Burdine says that's in the talks. I don't think Ilya has a fight scheduled. He just fought. Okay, so that's true. Oh yeah, he's an idiot for that one. Yes, Sean Strickland is a very impulsive person, and as a result of that, this is why he constantly gets himself into trouble. So to no one's surprise, Anisol Khan says, Khamzat versus DDP, who wins? Well, before I tell you who wins between Khamzat and DDP, I want you to hit the like button, and I want you to hit the subscribe button, because I will talk about that and I will give you details. But for now, what I will say is Khamzat, and I'm going to give you details. But if you want me to give you details, just hit the like and subscribe button, and we'll get right to it. So Hulk Hogan's death. Okay, let's talk about Hulk Hogan's death first and foremost, right? Because we're going to jump around some topics here. We're not going to stick to one particular topic or anything like that. But yes, Hulk Hogan dies at 71 years old. Hollywood era, Hulk Hogan's Hollywood era, from cult classic to TV fame reality. So, okay, so Hulk Hogan carved out a tremendous career for himself, okay, in Hollywood after making a name for himself in the world of professional wrestling. Obviously, you guys remember one of the most prominent movies that he had made was in Rocky III, where he had fought Sylvester Stallone in between Sylvester Stallone's character Rocky having these boxing matches. And obviously in attendance was his tag team partner in WrestleMania 1, which was Mr. T. And Mr. T was the opponent of Rocky, playing the role of Clubber Lang. Jack Burdine says his lifestyle caught up with him. That's very true. And that is in reference, Is that in reference to Sean Strickland, or is that in reference to Hollywood Hogan? Let me know on the comment section below. So the WWE star Hulk Hogan dies Thursday at 71 years old. Okay, starred in a mix of action films, family comedies, and by the way, how about this? Not to be forgotten, TV reality shows. Okay, which was very big in the mid 2000s. Nowadays, we don't care much for them because the real thing today is that of YouTube. You have YouTube today, that is reality television. What I do with you guys on my live stream is absolutely reality television. This is as real as it gets. And back in the days, that was as real as it gets when it came to TV reality show. So he added his family into the whole TV reality show, which in my opinion, I think really gave his family a very negative dim in terms of darkness that came upon them. Now, what do I mean by that? Look, it's one thing for Hulk Hogan to be a big star, to put himself out there and to be Hulk Hogan, right? Now it's another thing. You add your family into the mix. Now Brooke Hogan has a record deal, so now she has to be out there. Now Nick Hogan has this obsession with car racing, right? And eventually he ended up killing a United States Marine, right? And then here's another thing that you got to understand about Hulk Hogan, right? He has a very complicated history and a very complex history at that, meaning that he did a lot of good. He made you feel proud to be an American, right? That was the big thing about Hulk Hogan, right? It was like, you know, how does this song go? It goes something like, I'm a real American, fight for the rights of every man. You know, so when you look at that lyrics to his entrance song, it's talking about fighting for the weaker man, fighting for somebody that can't defend themselves, which, by the way, we would like to think that that is the ultimate motto and the ultimate ethos of American foreign policies. And then we later grew up and found out that America was just this country that loves to butt in everybody's business. And we saw the nefarious side of those things. Very similar to when he came from Hollywood Hulk Hogan all the way to the NWO, which made him a bad guy. And in reality, it made Hulk Hogan a combination of the best bad guy to ever was in professional wrestling to the best bad guy there, to the best good guy there ever was in that. So Fresh Melon Juice says, I'm the best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be. Ooh, yeah. The madness continues. The cream always rises to the top. I'm the tower of the power, too sweet to be sour. So, all right. So that's awesome, man. So, all right, that right there gets removed. There will be no negative comments in here, and I'm not going to go back and forth with you about one thing to another. So, Muhammad, if you would like to come back and write something, you know, that is much more positive, something that is of worthy of being a Muslim, then yeah, please come back and write, you know, a lot more positive things. Other than that, you can go piss off. But on any regard, so obviously Hulk Hogan was rushed to the hospital after the medics responded to a call from, out of all places, Clearwater, Florida. Okay. Young T says, who's more of a legend, Ozzy, Clint, or Hogan? That's a good question. You know what? Hulk Hogan is probably bigger than all of them, because even though Ozzy is a star within a niche community of rockers, emo people, goth people, things of that nature, right? Yes, he does kind of step outside of that as well. There's a lot of hip hop people that like Ozzy Osbourne. He's collaborated with a lot of rappers. But I think Hulk Hogan encompassed more of a wide range audience. So I'm going to say Hulk Hogan. I know Clint Eastwood has a longevity, right? He has that going on. He's got a lot of films under his belt. So, yeah, man, it's a toss-up between Hogan and Clint. But I think on the bottom of that, I'd have to put Ozzy, right? So Fresh Melon Juice says, to be the man, you got to be the man. Styling, profiling, limousine riding, jet flying, wheeling and dealing, son of a gun. Woo! Fresh Melon Juice says Ric Flair. Yes, that is a Ric Flair thing. Young T, shout out to Young T, says, I agree. So now here's a look back at the iconic roles that Hulk Hogan has played over the years, right? What you gonna do, brother, when Hulkamania runs wild on you, brother? Oh, man, we're really going at it with some, Hulk Hogan references here today, right? So Rocky III, as I mentioned earlier, right? Hulk Hogan made his acting debut in 1982 alongside Sylvester Stallone. Okay, he portrayed a wrestling champion of the world, Thunder Lips, baby. The ultimate male versus the ultimate meatball. Hogan took part in a major exhibition match between opposite of Stallone. Now, you look at all the exhibition matches that Mike Tyson has, Floyd Mayweather has, Manny Pacquiao, even before the Mario Barrios fight. Look at what Hulk Hogan was doing back then, right? Or at least depicted in that movie. So it was depicted in that movie as an exhibition. Now, Stallone recalled filming the movie in a tribute to Hulk Hogan. And he says this in quotes, right? I had a pleasure of meeting this brilliant personality and showman when he was 26 years old, Stallone wrote on Instagram. He was absolutely wonderful, and his amazing skill made Rocky III incredibly special. My heart breaks. I think he's gone. This is a quote from Sylvester Stallone. No Holds Bar. You guys remember No Holds Bar. How about, what's his name? Zeus or Debo, right? Now, here's an interesting thing about Debo, right? A tiny Zeus who played Debo and who played Zeus in this film. Right. In 1989, Hulk Hogan landed his first lead role in No Holds Bar, starred as Rip Thomas in an action-packed drama directed by Thomas J. Wright. Okay. Thomas J. Wright. No wonder his name is Thomas in the thing, because it's directed by a guy named Thomas J. Wright. So if you remember, obviously, they made an entire storyline behind that into the real world of professional wrestling. And yeah, it was crazy how they made a storyline out of that. And they brought out Tiny Zeus as a result of that. Now, some roles that he's done that I would like to forget, Mr. Nanny, right? I wasn't really too fond of that particular role. But then after a while, right, Hulk Hogan later took on a new persona in family comedy, very similar to John Cena, right? John Cena is sort of, in that same, category. Fresh Melon Juice says, what you gonna do when Hulkamania runs wild on you, brother? So Hulk Hogan as himself, okay, lands an acting role, appeared as himself in a handful of, films, right? Gremlin 2, if you remember. Hogan made a cameo appearance himself when he breaks the fourth wall to get the movie back on track, right? So Hulk Hogan also appeared as himself in the Muppets of Space. Wasn't really one of my favorite ones. Little Hercules, Hulk Hogan plays a lead role in Hercules. And then how about Hogan Knows Best? Okay, now this is where I think Hulk Hogan created a new fan base in a new generation, especially in the mid-2000s, where the biggest thing in the mid-2000s at the time was reality TV. Okay, it was reality TV back in the days, right? So Hulk Hogan got to see a different side of pro wrestlers when his movie career blossomed into reality shows, okay? It aired from 2005 all the way to 2007, which, by the way, was an absolutely remarkable era for reality TV. So at the time, Hulk Hogan and Linda Hogan were married. A couple, had 2 kids. Obviously, it's Brooke and Nick. Okay, so Hogan Knows Best documented Hogan's relationship with his family, along with his journey to return to the ring for SummerSlam 2006. Okay, he wanted fans to see the softer side of the wrestling hero that they had burned in their memory. Okay, so about that reality show, right? I think it was both good and bad, and I'm going to explain why. So for the product of Hulk Hogan, it kept it alive. It kept his persona alive. It gave his persona new wrinkles, okay? But I think it also damaged his family along the way. Look, you guys know how I feel about fighters, entertainers, and public figures showing their family to the world, right? I don't think that it's a good idea. I think that it's a security risk. Well, not only is it a security risk, it is also a serious risk in terms of violating your privacy. You see, I don't mind that you guys come up to me. Let's say if you saw me in the streets of Sacramento or in the streets of New York or any random American city or any part of the world that I would be in, right, that you would run across from me. I do not mind that you come up to me and you talk to me like I am your friend, because as far as this relationship goes with me as a YouTube content creator and you as an audience, I look at you guys as my friends that I would talk to about fighting anyway, or guys that I would have water cooler conversations with about celebrity gossip and things of that nature, right? Or sports gossip or whatever it is that you guys like to delve into. That's how I look at you guys, right? I look at you as friends that I could talk to about absolutely anything. But it doesn't go far beyond that. Like, I'm not going to expose anything that deals with my personal life or what it is that I got going on or what I'm doing, this, that, and the other. That's not something that I'm going to share with you, because I'm, quite frankly, not a very disclosive person, because I think that's just how it should be. Now, Hulk Hogan, on the other hand, grew into the role of being a star since his successful days of a WWE champion, and then going into the movies and this and that. All that he ever knew was being in the public eye, and unfortunately, he decided to add his family into that. And with that, I think it really damaged the core of his family, the trust, and it highlighted a lot of the things that he should have been fixing behind the scenes. So obviously, yeah, Hogan knows best documented his relationship with his family along with his journey to return to the ring. So people are locked into this one-dimensional view of Hulk Hogan as just a wrestler with a bald head that screams and body slams people, right? Well, Hogan said in the early episodes that they don't realize that I go to soccer games, I play Frisbee, I watch Lion King with the kids. And that's basically what he's saying, is that he's a normal person. He wants to show people that he's a normal guy. But here's the thing, right? Is that really what you want to do when you are Hulk Hogan, when you are The Undertaker, when you are these people, right? I don't know if that's really what you want to do, but on any regard, yeah, that's Hulk Hogan's life. And afterwards, obviously, let's get to the juicy part. Obviously, he said some racist statements during that time, which got him canceled. And then eventually, this year, okay, I mean, in his final year, he got booed out of the arena in Los Angeles. I believe it was a Netflix Monday Night Raw show, and he got booed out of the arena. So I got a life lesson that I want to speak on in that particular topic, right? I want you to imagine this. You're an icon that of the magnitude of Hulk Hogan, all right? You are Hulk Hogan, and everybody loves you. And for years, everybody has loved you. Now, all of a sudden, you're in the last year of your life. You have no realization that this is the last year of your life. And all of a sudden, you're getting booed in an arena because of some transgressions that you did. You know what this reminds me of? Do you honestly want me to tell you what this reminds me of? Because I'll tell you right now, all right? This reminds me of many parents that were parents in the 1990s who no longer talk to their kids. I want you to think about that, okay? Hulk Hogan getting booed out of that arena reminded me of these parents who were parents in the 90s and their kids grew up who are now in their 30s or middle age and no longer talk to them. You want to know why? I'll tell you why in a second. Fresh Melon Juice says, you know what they say, always speak, you know what they say, always speak ill of the dead. Oh, no, this is not that at all, okay? This is me just being real about everything that needs to be real. Josh says, how do you feel about Jon Jones now? Well, it's too early to say. Obviously, he's retired. What I can say with that is good riddance. All right, at least we can have the heavyweight division move on. But at the same time, I think I don't think it's the last time we'll see Jon Jones. I think he's an opportunist. I think that he will fight fighters that are less of him, right, and that are favorable competition to him. Nothing like what's his name, Tom Aspinall or anything like that. Vincent asks your thoughts on Ilya versus Islam. I think Islam is going to win that. I think that Ilya is great for who he is and the opponents that he has had in front of him, but I think Islam is just on another level. Fresh Melon Juice says, GOAT at Ja. Yes. Ja says good riddance. Ja says John's anabolic plug ran out, so we gotta wait till he re-ups. Okay, well, that could be the case. That could be the case. Obviously, there's a strategy to taking, steroids, right? There's a strategy to it. You have to do it in a way where, Nouveau B says, talk about Drickus, comes on in Drickus. So hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'm going to finish off this Hulk Hogan thing right now, or at least go back to it. And then I'm going to talk about Kamzat and Drickus, and then the fights that are going on in Abu Dhabi this weekend as well. So, all right. This is a common this is a common trend that I've noticed, okay? I've told you guys that many parents who were parents in the 90s, okay, a lot of their kids nowadays don't talk to them for one reason or another. Well, why? Let me explain something. During the 1980s and 90s, right, I know a lot of people say, oh, it was the hardest era ever, F this soft era or this, that, and the other, right? Well, I can tell you, for as soft as this era is, they are also very cognizant of other people's feelings. They are also anti-bullying. They are also anti things that are detrimental to your mental health, right? So this is the reason why you see this huge generational gap between the Gen Xers, the millennials, versus the boomers, right? The cost of living is so high right now in comparison to back in the days that many of the boomers have this arrogant idea that, well, you know what, I worked hard to have this or this, that, and the other. Well, but you millennials are so lazy or this and that, without even taking into consideration the fact that housing prices have exponentially gotten higher and don't take any consideration to that effect, right? So, yes, that's just one of the many problems and reasons why there's a gap between boomers and people of that age group. What I saw with Hulk Hogan getting booed out of there reminded me of that. And it reminded me that many of you are going to end your lives lonely, and not only lonely, but probably in a state where nobody really cares about you, no matter if you're as big or as famous as Hulk Hogan. And let me explain what I mean by that. Many of you right now, you're saddened by the fact that Hulk Hogan is no longer around. It is not Terry Bollea that you care about, which is the real Hulk Hogan, the person that Hulk Hogan, the person that is playing the Hulk Hogan role on TV. What you miss is the product of Hulk Hogan, the brother this, the ripping of the shirt or this, that, and the other. That is what you miss. That is what you miss. What you miss is that guy, not the actual guy of Terry Bollea. Because for everything that everybody knows about Terry Bollea, All right. It is no good. It is not anything positive. But then there's a lot of positive sides as well. But that's neither here or there. But yeah, so try and understand that. Many of you have limited time on this earth, and it could end very badly. And unfortunately, death ends very badly for a lot of people in terms of dying in loneliness. So with that in mind, Josh says, I like Dricus, but when he talks about killing people in front of their families, I cringe. Well, you know what? I'm not the biggest Dricus fan, Job, but why would that be a problem, him saying that, right? I mean, considering it is cage fighting by the end of the day. Nouveau B says, I got to go, but let me leave you with this. Julie Wet Me What Ones What I don't know what that means, but yeah, let me know what you mean by that, Nouveau. But on any regard, okay. So, because he was a superstar, LOL, he's not a killer. He's a sports star, not a killer. Okay. The average cost of a house in the U.S. is like $500K. Yeah, it is, man. It is. And even more so here in California. But, you know, I'm not complaining in any kind of way. This is what it is, right? You just got to improvise one way or the other, right? You got to play your cards right. Sometimes it's not always a good idea to, you know, buy a property. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's better to just rent, or sometimes it's not. But it really depends, right? How many people has Dricus murdered? Well, officially speaking, none, obviously. But behind closed doors, we don't know. Fresh Melon Juice says, if Dricus makes Khamzat cry, he passes Connor in trash talk department. Huh? How do you figure that? Let me know how you figure that, Fresh Melon Juice. If Dricus makes Khamzat cry, he surpasses Connor in the trash talk department. I doubt that's going to happen. Now, look, I know that Dricus has this reputation for being a headstrong individual where he is able to trash talk people into a different dimension to the point where they end up crying, this, that, and the other. So this goes back to the Sean Strickland story right now, right? We're going to talk about Sean Strickland. It's a good segue to the next story. He made Sean and Izzy cry pre-fight. He did. So, but for different reasons. So now let's get to the Sean Strickland and the suspension that he had recently gotten right now, okay? So Sean Strickland is now suspended. Let's find out for how long Sean Strickland was suspended. Sean Strickland suspension. So, all right. So it will be a little bit longer before Sean learns his fate, right? This is according to SureDog, the website that I'm reading this right now. Yeah, that line to Sean about him beating him worse than his father was cold-blooded. It was. And you know what? It's true. Look, here's the thing, right? I'm very surprised that that made Sean cry, right? Because if anything, like, I thought that he would have been over that by now, to the point where he understands, like, all right, you know what? Yeah, this is what happened to me, but I'm just going to move on from it, right? But obviously not. So was Sean suspended for walking like an old man? Oh, and he walked in there like an angry old man that you walked into his lawn. Now he wants to confront you for it, right? Josh says, Sean brought that ish to himself. He did. He should have guarded that information if it affects him like that. This is the thing about these fighters, man. You know, especially Western fighters, they try so hard to be over-disclosive, and then they wonder why people use it against them. Dustin Poirier puts his family out there, his wife, his daughter, this, that, and the other, and next thing you know, you wonder why Conor McGregor, you know, says the things that he says about her and the family and all this, that, and the other, right? Sean tries to be woke and edgy. He tries to be woke and edgy at the same time. I see what you're saying. So the Nevada Athletic Commission on Wednesday voted to extend Sean's suspension after the former UFC middleweight champion entered the cage to attack a fighter at a Tough Enough event at June 29th. Okay, so Strickland initially received a temporary suspension on July 3rd, and now he won't learn of any official sanctions, including a fine and a longer suspension until August at the earliest. That's not really that long. He wasn't really planning on fighting anyway. Fresh Melon Juice says Sean and Izzy was fair game, and so is Kamzat, who DM'd Haas's girlfriend. Yeah, I don't know about the truth to that story about the Kamzat DM situation, right? Drizzy Goat says, I like Strickland more than that zesty bum Israel. Well, to each of your choice, right? I certainly don't like the zesty side of Israel Adesanya, but I certainly don't like the overemphasis of hyper masculinity from the part of Sean Strickland. So there has to be a little bit of a balance there, right? The Punisher, shout out to the Punisher from the UAE, says, Assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah barakatuh to you, brother. So, yeah, the earliest would be August, right? Which is okay because it's not like he has a fight coming up anyway. If he did have a fight coming up right before he did that, then yeah, it would have affected the suspension at that point, right? That will limit the UFC's ability to book Sean Strickland. By the way, a popular call-out target who hasn't competed since dropping a unanimous decision loss to Dricus in their fight back in UFC 312, which was back in February the 8th. Let's go back to that footage right now. Josh says, you mean you guys don't enjoy frosty French tips, lipstick? Yeah, okay. So let's watch this right here. So that's the cop. Okay, that's the cop that that Sean Strickland got into. That's Sean Strickland and Chris Curtis's fighter, the Ginger, right there. Hulk Hogan and Osborne turned to Christ before they died. Okay. All right, so there's the cop right there. Luis Hernandez is his name, by the way.
Gunslinger coming in hot. Don't blink, guys. This could be ending quick. Southpaw versus Orthodox. Both guys throwing big strikes right away. This is an incredible fight thus far. Both guys showing a lot of heart. Both guys showing a lot of power. What a wild base. Just so much action. And Miles gets a takedown. Let's see her doing some damage from the back. Throwing some knees.
All right, so.
Oh, boy, what a action-packed first round, Justin. How about it? That was an incredible round. Guys, man. More rounds if necessary. At this pace, I just don't see this going 2 more rounds, but if it does, it does. Work. These guys are going. There you go with those uppercuts, elbows, a little bit of everything on the brakes. Nice shot, but Hernandez got that. Oh, going for a guillotine here. That's tight. Oh, these guys cranked.
And then that's it right there. And then he goes out.
He doesn't play around like that. I think that's funny. That is the end.
Okay, so now we're going to see what we needed to see right here, right here. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Storms in there. Hey, get off my lawn. Get off my lawn. Get off my lawn. Get off my lawn. Yeah. Get off my lawn. See that?
You want to talk about what happened in here tonight? Sean Strickland couldn't drop me. That's what I think. I'm a 170, baby. Guess what, UFC? I want my chance, please. Miami in the house. How we represent.
How about that, guys? Listen, that right there, okay? That is the best promo that you ever want if you're a fighter. Listen to me. I'm going to tell you right now. I know a lot of people say, listen, don't get into conflict. Don't get into beef, this, that, and the other. Look, man, I don't know who told you that, but beef, conflict with other people spells more views. That's just really what it comes down to. And I'm going to be honest with you. I would not even know who Luis Hernandez is, okay, if it wasn't for this fight, if it wasn't for Sean Strickland storming in there. You want that. You want high-profile people to basically be angry with you so that you can get attention. That's what you need to do in the world of MMA. Look, people think that, in MMA, it's just about, winning fights, this, that, and the other. Bro, listen, I know guys in the gyms right now and in the regional scenes that have 10-fight winning streaks, and you have no idea who they are. You got no idea who they are. You want to know why? Because they just, I don't know, man. They just don't find a way to get people behind them. It's not the NFL. It's not the NBA where, all right, you can go through this funnel system where you can go through high school sports, college sports, and then get drafted, right? It's not how MMA works, right? How it works is an economic attention. Okay, when it comes to how much views you can garner, how much attention you can have, and how much people are willing to basically invest in you. So let me read these comments right here. So Josh says, to be fair, and I quote, I don't mind Strickland standing on business after this guy got mouthy with him. So here's the thing, right? I don't think that it's the worst thing in the world for him to do that. Look, the guy won the fight. He's allowed to celebrate in any kind of way that he wished. Now, look, I'll tell you this, right? I had a training partner of mine, Melvin, the Darkness Washington, right? I remember he came and cornered me to a fight out in Nevada, right? So he got into it with my opponent. By the way, on the same day, I got into it with the opponent of Anthony Hernandez. Okay, I believe his name was Blake Smee, the guy that he had fought for like 5 rounds that night in in Nevada. So people in corners get into it all the time, right? And I think Sean's job was to be the cornerman. He was there to be the coach. He was there to support his fighter. He's not there to fight. And I mean, look, you can stand on business, you can do what you want, but by the end of the day, unfortunately, the state athletic commissions are going to place sanctions on you, suspensions, and this is literally what happened. Josh says, I respect that Sean makes people find out after they effed around. You F around and find out, right? That's what you got to do sometimes, right? Fresh Melon Juice says, is that Moicano or Sean? Who are you referring to? Marty Miller says, terrible guillotine defense. Didn't put up his hands or his hips or anything. Well, Marty Miller, here's the thing, right? Terrible guillotine defense, right? Who do you blame that on? The coaches, maybe? Who was coaching that guy? Chris Curtis, Sean Strickland, Randy Couture? I don't know. Get off my lawn. Marty Miller says, yeah, that's what he looked like. He looked like one of these angry white dudes, angry old white dudes that, you somehow walked in their lawn. You're like, oh, get off my lawn, son. This, that, and the other. Like he definitely had that walk about him, right? Which is kind of weird because Sean Strickland doesn't walk like that. Josh says, I know a guy who has 500 street fights. Yeah, we know many guys like that, right? Oh, I've had 500 street fights, F around and find out. When I see red, oh, everybody's gone or this, that, and the other. All right, so he could be in UFC right now. Ask him. Yeah, like many other guys, right? Marty Miller says, I bet he sees red when he's mad, Jai. Yeah. Fresh Melon Juice says, I blame Ariel Helwani. Now, explain to me why you would blame Ariel Helwani for that one. What exactly did Ariel Helwani do in that, other than, of course, interview the people right afterwards, right? 500 street fights, 500 street fights, 6 million dead? Yeah, sure. 6 million dead. Is that in reference... Are you referring that to the Austrian painter of World War II by any chance? Are you are you giving reference to that in any kind of way? Let me know in the comment section below, Fresh. All right, so speaking of the guy who was attacked, okay, let's listen to what he has to say. Luis Hernandez, okay? By the way, this guy is Miami PD, but he also fights MMA as well, right? Which I'm surprised he didn't press charges on Sean Strickland in that regard. All right, let's hear what he has to say. Luis Hernandez here. Fresh Melon Juice says, Ariel's an instigator. Where I'm from, we slap instigators, Nick Diaz quote. Yeah. You know what? That's a weird comment for Nick Diaz to say that, right? Where I'm from, we slap instigators. Man, if you guys know anything about the street politics of Stockton, it is nothing but a bunch of kids and teenagers who are instigators to the max, right? It was like that when I was staying there, and it's no different now than as the future arises. So, all right, here's Luis Hernandez with his comments about Sean Strickland.
I hope the commission does not take this out on them at all. Because, hey, this is it. At the end of the day, we're all professionals and this is entertainment. Everybody got to see, you know, the outcome. I will tell you this. I do hope that nothing happens to Sean.
You know what? This is crazy that he's saying this, right? Marty Miller says, Ariel is a good journalist, but he's kind of a snake. Well, that's what it is. I mean, look, Ariel Helwani, you guys know, Ariel Helwani is Arab, right? He's Arab, but he's a Jew. You understand? He's Arab, but he's a Jew. So I let you tell me what side of his is a snake. Okay? I'll put it like that. Yeah, you know, if for those of you that don't know, Ariel Helwani is Egyptian, which surprised me when I heard that. I was like, wow, okay, so he is ethnically Egyptian, but he's Jewish. So he's a good journalist. Everything that you said right there, Marty Miller, that stands clear, okay? You said he's a good journalist. Yes, he's a good journalist because he's Arab, okay? But he's also a snake. Yeah, because he's a Jew. But anyways, Fresh Melon Juice says Nick slapped all of them. That's his training, slapping little instigators. Yeah. You know what? The Stockton slap is sort of a good technique, right? It's sort of like a mix of a hook and, you know, and like a straight jab, you know, coming at you in a way, right? So Fresh Melon Juice says, two white people, that's the same. Yeah. I know what you mean, right? You know, to them, everything is the same because, yeah, I know what you mean. Josh says, Ariel talks about 10 aiding fighters because society lets him be safe doing that. Well, I tell you what, there's a difference between verbal combat and physical combat, right? There's a lot of people that I've gotten into it with online, and I would classify that as verbal combat. In reality and in person, would any of these people actually say any of these things to me? And the reality is no, because they know what would happen. You know, so that's really all there is to it. Marty Miller says, I love when Ariel went off on Schaub. Remind me again, what was that particular subject that Ariel went off Schaub about? I know they got into it with a lot of different subjects, but let me know the specifics of the subject that you are talking about. Josh says, I know plenty of awesome Jewish people and plenty of awesome Muslim people. All right, that's right. Josh says, Ariel is a snake because he's Ariel. Fresh Melon Juice says mermaid. Okay, Marty Miller says, yeah, and for some reason, most of the fighters like him. I'm not sure if most of the fighters like him. I think that Ariel Helwani has been a long-time journalist in the world of MMA, and as a result of that, he has a certain reputation. He has a certain clout behind him, and this is the reason why Turki Al-Sheikh has invited him in the past. Obviously, him and Turki Al-Sheikh are sort of beefing right now, and I got to warn Ariel Helwani, listen, you guys know this for a fact. The Saudis are not the people you want to mess with when you're a journalist, okay? That is why if for people that, you know, ever said online that have called me a shill for Saudi Arabia or this, that, and the other, it's not about shilling for Saudi Arabia. First of all, they're doing great for the world of boxing. They're doing great for the world of MMA. So if you're an MMA content creator, if you're a fighter, or if you're somebody that's in this industry in some kind of way, those guys are helping you get paid, you know, whether it's through views or whether it's through the content that they make with their fights that you can react to and that you can make money off of. That's just really all there is to it, right? So I understand what type of power they yield. Look, here's another thing you got to understand about the Saudis too, right? You guys remember Khashoggi, right? And I hate bringing this up, but unfortunately, this is a reality of the world. Khashoggi was not only a Saudi citizen, he was also an American citizen. And let me tell you what happened to him, okay? He went to an embassy, a Saudi embassy in Turkey. He never came out alive. You want to know why? Because when he was working in Washington, in the Washington Post, by the way, mind you, this is an American citizen, okay, who got bone sawed by the Saudis, and then America did absolutely nothing. In most cases, if you get kidnapped anywhere in the world, the U.S. Department, the Pentagon, the U.S. government is going to go out of their way and try and help you, but not if the Saudis want something to do with you. Like, so put it like this, right? I'm going to just say this. There are some countries in the world that if they want you dead inside the United States, they can make it happen and nothing will happen to them. Just like the United States, right? If they want you dead, okay, they can send any CIA agents, any special operation groups around the world to deploy on your ass and basically murder you without any impunity done against them in any kind of way. And that's just the reality of the world, right? So people need to understand that. So yeah, please, if you're a combat sports journalist and you are working in the world of boxing, because you know who runs boxing right now, please be very careful about what you say, because these are not the people that you'd want to mess with in any kind of way. And for me personally, why would I want to mess with people that do great stuff for the world of combat sports? Here's something you need to understand about combat sports too, right? They're not the only quote unquote vicious people that are involved in it. Daniel Kinahan from the Irish mob family, okay, was running boxing before the Saudis had came in there, before the FBI and Interpol went after Daniel Kinahan and his gang, right? They were running boxing before that. How about Bob Arum? For those of you that don't know what Bob Arum used to do, obviously, like most Jews, he was a lawyer. And not only was he a lawyer, he was a prosecutor. Who was Bob Arum prosecuting at the time? Guess what? He was prosecuting the Italian mob who was running boxing at the time. And like the snake that he is, he goes and locks up these Italian mobster guys. And then all of a sudden, after he locks them up, he goes into the world of professional boxing and becomes the best and top promoter in the world. And next thing you know, Bob Arum is now managing and promoting guys like Muhammad Ali, Floyd Mayweather, De La Hoya. He even had Manny Pacquiao on his squad at one time, Shakur Stevenson. The list goes on. And then obviously Tyson Fury, right? So he had a staple of names. Okay, so let's get to these comments right now. Real Tins World says, hi, shout out to Real Tins World. First time I see you in the chat. Write on the comment section below. Let me know what part of the world you are from. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Josh says they don't like him. They use him for promotion. None of them are getting beers and going to Ariel's wedding. That's true. That's what it is, right? He's a big name, right? He helps introduce people in the MMA world. For example, one of the first major interviews that Conor McGregor ever did was with Ariel Helwani. If you guys remember that interview where Conor McGregor was eating blueberries in his room while basically doing an interview with Ariel Helwani. So Fresh Melon Juice says, Ariel helped promote Conor when Dana didn't know who he was. That's very true. Yes, that is very true. Fresh Melon Juice says, Ariel Helwani and Farah Hanoun are the best MMA journalists by far. I would agree with that. Yes, I would say it's Ariel Helwani, Farah Hanoun, and Luke Thomas. You know what all of them have in common, right? I just want you guys to know, you know, the common denominator between Ariel Helwani, Farah Hanoun, and Luke Thomas. They're all of Arab descent in some kind of way. So I let you figure that one out, right? Barney Miller says, Schaub said no one that has worked with Ariel has ever had anything good to say. That ESPN didn't want to work with him anymore and brought up him leaking the Brock Lesnar info again. So, okay, I want to bring that up. I'm going to pin your comment right here, Miller, right here, okay, about the Brock Lesnar announcement, right? So I want you guys to put this in perspective, right? If you got a friend or a buddy that tells you a secret and he tells you, hey, listen, do not in any kind of way say this because I need this to be a secret, this, that, and the other, right? Are you going to honor that or not, right? Ariel Helwani didn't honor that. Look, they wanted to surprise the world that Brock Lesnar was going to come into UFC 200 because in that very same summer, he was also going to compete in SummerSlam. So they wanted to surprise the world. They wanted to give this big woo-ha of a surprise. And, hey, you know, Brock Lesnar is fighting. Oh, my God, you didn't know that this was happening. Meanwhile, here's Ariel Helwani being a snake, wanting to be the top journalist in MMA, which is not a bad thing, right? The thing is that you got to do it within the parameters of your relationship with the company and the information that they give towards you. I'll tell you this, right? You guys know, I know people in Khabib's camp, right? When the Conor McGregor and Khabib fight back in 2018 was going to happen, I knew about maybe months ahead of everybody that this fight was happening. Everybody in Khabib's camp was given a gag order to say, listen, don't say anything to anybody about this fight because the UFC wants to promote it. They want to do a world tour and, well, not a world tour, but a press release, this, that, and the other. So everybody's camp, Khabib's camp, Conor McGregor's camp, they all kept their mouths shut because that's just what you do. Ariel Helwani didn't keep his mouth shut. See, unfortunately, Ariel Helwani has he has traits of a feminine male, and unfortunately, you know, yeah, that's what feminism will get you is, you know, too much disclosing of information, and that's literally Ariel Helwani in a nutshell. So there you have it, right? Fresh Melon Juice says nobody likes intelligent people. That's very true. The reason why a lot of people don't like intelligent people is because they're a problem, right? They are a problem. Hey, look, I'll put it like this, right? I'll bet you guys in the chat right now, a lot of you are probably real problems in real life, in your workplaces, and whatever it is that you do on a daily basis because you're intelligent people. Because guess what? If you're tapped into this channel, you definitely are intelligent because I'm not here to talk about some stupid TMZ bullshit. And I'm not here to talk about, absolutely nothing for the sake of nothing, right? I talk about things in depth, in details, but also in nuances. Because what do I mean by nuances? Well, look, you got to look at two sides of every coin, right? Different variations of the gray lines. That's not how people operate in the world. They operate in a way where they only see black and white, and that's it, right? Okay. A boss in the industry wants people to be dumber and easier to control. That's also correct. Ariel doesn't know how to take it easy on his bosses. So what you're saying is that the overall intelligence of Ariel Helwani can be a problem for, let's say, his overseers in some kind of way, right? Okay, that's true. But at the same time, I think it's a little bit more than that with Ariel Helwani. It's the fact that he sort of likes to, how do I say this, break an honor, right? When somebody is telling him to not say anything. Look, you know how much of a privilege it is to have the UFC's office cater to you as a journalist? You know how great that is. You know how important that is for your brand. And you know how easy of an access it is for you to obtain fighters' information so that you can make interviews with them. Me, of all the fighters that I've interviewed in this channel and all the things that I've done with fighters, right, it was predicated on the fact that I knew them, that I've trained with them. Whereas with Ariel Helwani, he doesn't train in any gyms or anything like that. He's not a fighter. He's not a member of any particular fight gym or fight club or anything like that. He has to go through the channels of their managers or UFC staff to get these people to come to his shows. So, okay, so Fresh Metal and Juice says Shab is a known liar. Miller says the biggest liar, Fresh. Kyrie just asked why he had beef with Ariel. Okay, yes, that answers that question. Juice says, yeah, Shab and Rogan both covered for Dana's BS. And surprisingly, even Shab himself has gone at it with Dana White. Drew says Ariel didn't burn his sources. UFC just didn't know his sources. He did nothing wrong as a journalist. You know what? Josh says he does train apparently. Okay, so shout outs to him for actually training. But yeah, I think you do need to train. You don't need to be a former fighter to do MMA journalism, right? But I think you absolutely need to train to know exactly what you are talking about, especially if you want to explain positions. Now, look, here's something that Ariel Helwani doesn't normally do, or something that I normally don't see him do, is talk about positions during fights. Like, for example, does he talk about the difference between a half guard, a full guard, a side control? What can you do when, let's say, you are trying to escape from a Kimura lock? Or how do you move your hips from a certain position if you are in a peculiar place in grappling exchanges or scrambles? I don't really normally see him talk about that. He talks more about the storylines and what is going on in fighting, rather than the actual fighting itself. So, all right, let's get to Luis Hernandez on this one right here.
Or Chris. I like those guys. I really do, and I hope nothing happens to them. On my end, if they ask me, I don't want anything to happen to those guys.
Okay. I want to explain something very significant here, okay? This guy that Sean Strickland punched after the fact, okay, he's a police officer. And I want you to put this in context, okay? This man is a police officer, and he's saying he does not want Sean Strickland or Chris Curtis to be punished in any kind of way. Most cops, if you punch them in the streets, man, I'm telling you, you might end up like George Floyd, okay? That is the reality of the situation. Listen, you just don't go out there and punch a cop, okay? But in this case, he was a police officer competing in MMA. He's in a circle of MMA fighters, so he's on code. Look, here's the thing. I don't like when MMA fighters call cops after they're being assaulted. I don't like it because, listen, cops are for people that don't know how to protect themselves. That's really all there is to it. If you're an MMA fighter, if you train, or if you're a trained killer, this, that, and the other, man, you should not be calling cops for help at all. They are not, somebody that you need to be calling for help. You need to go help yourself, because you know what? What is the point of being a so-called conservative if you don't believe in small government? Well, small government means that you don't need government intervention in your problems, right? So shout out to this guy for standing on business. Listen to what he has to say one more time. Let me read these comments again. What did he say here? Ariel didn't burn his sources. UFC just didn't know his sources. He did nothing wrong as a journalist. Okay, and that is in reference to the Brock Lesnar fight. He apparently does train, but he ain't a fighter. Ariel's content isn't fight-based. It's drama-based. Fresh Melon Juice says, Nina, drama. Fresh Melon Juice asks, based. Miller says, Chael is the biggest drama-based journalist. I don't know about that. I think Chael just knows how to sensationalize things, right? But I don't know if he's drama-orientated. I mean, he's certainly professional wrestling influence, I think is the best way to put it. Melon says, Ariel creates stories that sells fights. UFC should pay him. Most fights he recommends to happen most often happen. Well, that's probably because he talks to the matchmakers behind the scenes. All right, so listen to this guy, Luis Hernandez, okay? What he says about this. I like what he said about this right here, and I think many of you fighters out there who are a bunch of snitches need to follow suit, out of all people, from a cop. So here it goes.
I hope the commission does not take this out on them at all, because, hey, this is, at the end of the day, we're all professionals, and this is entertainment.
There it is. He says, we're all professionals and this is entertainment by the end of the day. So what Sean Strickland did was actually make the Tough Enough fight promotion, give them some free promotion. If anything, the only people that should have been punishing Sean is the UFC, because why is it that you're giving this other company, this other fight company, promotion when you fight for us? If anything, that's what they should do.
Everybody got to see, the outcome. I will tell you this. I do hope that nothing happens to Sean or Chris. I like those guys. I really do, and I hope nothing happens to them. On my end, if they ask me, I don't want anything to happen to those guys. Now, if the opportunity comes to fight Sean Strickland or Chris for money, sanctioned in the UFC, I will take that fight.
There it is. There it is. That's a real man right there, okay? That is a good response. So he said that I don't want anything to happen to them. No criminal charges, nothing like that. But if I get an opportunity to fight them on a sanctioned paper in the UFC, let's do it. So that's what I'm talking about. My man right here is calling his shots, picking out his future opponents. By the way, high-profile opponents at that, and setting his mark down the future. All right, let's hear some of these stories right here. Chael's freestyle random up about story. Oh, come on, Chael loves drama. Miller says, what do you guys think about Garbrandt O'Malley fight? Is that really happening? Is that fight signed in any kind of way? Let me know in the comment section below if that fight has been signed. Josh says, I mean, bro, Strickland hooked this guy up to look good. He did, right? And that's why he's not mad. That's why he's not out trying to press charges. And this guy is a cop. Okay, he's a cop, and he's not trying to press charges because even though he's a cop, he's a fighter by the end of the day. And look, here's the thing you guys got to understand, right? Fighters live amongst an honor culture system, right? In other words, man, if you insult me in any kind of way, I'm punching you dead in your face without any hesitation whatsoever. That's how it goes, right? It's vicious. It's ugly for the rest of the world that's not about that life, but it is what it is, right? You know, we are a punch in your face if you say something wrong type of crowd. That's just really what it is. You know, if you don't like that, go watch soccer, go watch basketball with all these other, weakling freaks. But anyways.
All right, everybody, at this point, you have seen this man's face everywhere. He picked up another stoppage win on Sunday.
Oh, wait. So here's another comment here. Marc, they're talking about it. Nothing side. Cody is trying to get it. Oh, okay. So you know what? I do like that fight. I think that is a fight where Cody is going to come out as the best version of himself. You may see a Dominic Cruz, Cody Garbrandt type of situation in that fight against Sean O'Malley. Josh says he's not pressing charges because he doesn't want to be a heel, bro. You know what? If he was to press charges, he would be the baby face of it, right? Because think about it. He's fighting a lower weight class, being attacked by this guy that fights at a weight class above him. So I don't know. Fiji Water says, what's up, Makhachev? Okay, so is that in reference to you saying that I look like Islam Makhachev? That's kind of a compliment, to be quite honest with you, right? I mean, a lot of people do mistaken me for a Dagestani all the time. That is until they start hearing me talk, and then they're like, nah, you can't be Dagestani. Your English is too perfect, right? But again, this is why people say that I am, the English-speaking voice for the Dagestani and the Muslim fighters. So, yeah, Fresh Melon Juice says, Cody should fight a wrestler, not a dude who can KO his sensitive face again. Ooh, you know what? That's what makes this fight very compelling with him and Cody Garbrandt, right? Because obviously Sean is, he can crack, right? He's a striker who can crack, and Cody Garbrandt can crack too. It's just that, yeah, he does get cracked a lot, unfortunately. Fiji Water says, yeah, you got the Dagestani beard. Who gives him? Who gives him? I don't know what you mean by that question. Please elaborate more on that. Fresh Melon Juice says, a lot of people mistake me for the Great White Hope. Which one is that? Which one is that specifically, Fresh? Let me know who that specific Great White Hope is that you are referring to.
And Tough It Up 145 in Las Vegas against Miles Hunziker. And then all hell breaks loose. So let's hear why that all happened. Being joined by the Stash himself.
Oh, okay. It's an Islam meme. Oh, okay. I haven't seen that meme. Oh, the big Donald. So you're saying that people mistaken you for Donald Trump. So how old are you, Fresh? Obviously, I don't see profile pictures out of you guys. I can't tell you from a can of paint. But are you saying that you look like an 80-year-old man? Is that what you're saying? Like, Fiji Water says when he was talking about who give him black belt. Oh, okay. Yes. See, that's the thing, right? Black belts in BJJ are overrated, I guess is what he's trying to say. Okay, and who gave Dustin Poirier a black belt is what he means. Okay. So Josh says Sean versus Cody would be a good White House fight. Yes, that's right. So here's the thing about the UFC fighting in the White House, right? It's a little bit too premature right now to make those matchups happen, right? Because they're literally a year away. Within a span of 365 days, the landscape of the UFC changes a lot, right? New champions, new contenders, new pay-per-view matchups that are coming up every month and every week, right? That sort of change the landscape of the UFC and its rankings. It never stays still. So they're going to have to start making this fight somewhere in the springtime, right? I think somewhere in the springtime of 2026 is when you start really seeing the motion of the White House fights coming together. All right, we're going to have this fight going on. Tom Aspinall is still champion after defending against Cyril Gane in Abu Dhabi. All right, let's bring him in, maybe against Derek Lewis, maybe against Jon Jones. So that's how they're sort of going to make way for this White House fight. So, okay, Fresh Melon Juice says, I'm 14 years old. Okay, well, that explains a lot about your maturity level. So, but yeah, I mean, you have your mature moments, but you have your immature moments as well, to be quite fair. So Josh says, Shafkat versus Della would be a good White House fight. You're assuming that Jack Della Maddalena passes Islam Makhachev, and unfortunately, I don't see that happening. If anything, I think Islam Makhachev is probably going to make it to the White House fight. I think if there's anybody that's going to fight at the White House, it will probably be Islam Makhachev. How about this? Ilia Topuria versus Islam Makhachev at the White House. The only problem with that is none of them are American, right? And I'm sure they want to create some kind of theme for America where it's featuring American fighters, but I guess it's okay to put foreign fighters in there as well, because it is the UFC, it is an international sport, and yeah. So I don't know what kind of theme, but I will say Tom Aspinall versus Jon Jones is a great theme, right? You have great legendary American champion in Jon Jones, and you have a British champion in Tom Aspinall, dominant British champion in Tom Aspinall. There's a USA versus UK type of thing going on. And who did America fight for its independence? Obviously, Great Britain. So there's a great storyline that sort of fits in there, right? So in all honesty, the only perfect matchup that can be made for UFC White House is Jon Jones and Tom Aspinall. Everything else is, just a filler, right? They're just trying to filler it. So Fiji Water says, Dana doesn't trust Jon Jones with the White House card. I wonder who he's going to put on there. You know what? He says that. He says that because of the past reputation that Jon Jones has committed. Now, obviously, Jon Jones has, how do I say this? Canceled an entire event because he tested positive for picograms of a certain substance in his body, right? Nevada was not going to approve it. California was going to approve it. They moved the Gustafsson fight from Las Vegas all the way down to, I believe, the Honda Center of Anaheim, right? So the UFC 300 was supposed to be Jon Jones and Daniel Cormier. It never happened, right? Which kind of messed up the card in of itself, but they improvised in some kind of way. So Fiji Water says, any predictions? Yes. So I'm going to be doing the Abu Dhabi predictions after this one right here. But I will be doing other predictions for other fights as well. Fresh Melon Juice says, Cody needs a win, man. Don't want that. Don't want that to him, man. Give him a weak wrestler. Yeah, that's not how the UFC goes, is it? You know, they're going to give you the hardest possible matchups. It's not boxing where you can have easy matchups to build up your record or to, you know, come up in some kind of way. Nah, this is, you know, this is as real as it gets, and they want to give you real competition right off the bat. Bring Colby versus Jorge back for an undercard fight too. Well, they already fought each other, right? And even after the fight, okay, there's a grudge match because Jorge Masvidal did punch him in his face, you know, at a steakhouse after the fight, right? By the way, well deserved for him to do that, right? And then, you know, obviously Colby, like the little snitch that he is, went and you know, and pressed charges to the Miami police department on that regard. But on any regard, Josh says, oh, that's true, Della versus Islam. Mari Miller says, no way Fresh is 14. Well, he shows it. He shows it in his, you know, in his immaturity sometimes. So Topuria versus Gaethje at the White House. You know, Topuria versus Gaethje is a good T-Mobile Arena pay-per-view fight. I don't know if that's worthy of the White House. Josh says he's going to put like Amanda Nunes versus Kayla Harrison as a headline. There you go. All right, that's a good headline. No, that's not a good headline. That's not a good headline. I don't want a women's fight to be a headline for the White House card. Look, there's a reason why America does not elect a female president, okay? So if we're not going to elect a female president, what is the point of putting on a female main event for the UFC card? Look, all female fights go where they belong, either in the depths of the undercard or as a co-supporter of a co-main event if they're a championship fight. Now, Kayla Harrison would be a great addition to the card, but not as a headline. Kayla Harrison was a judoka Olympic champion representing America in the Olympics, so that's great. Amanda Nunes, Brazilian, not American, but okay, still a legendary fighter, still worthy of a White House event. So a co-main event it is, but have either Jon Jones or Conor McGregor or somebody that's within that status to headline the UFC White House card. So Fiji Water says supposedly it was from gas station pills. Exact what? Okay, what? Oh, okay. You're talking about the picograms that Jon Jones got caught in. Do you believe that? I do believe that because what those gas station pills do is they block out estrogen, right? And they block out certain elements that sort of show that you're taking these PEDs. So, yeah, I do believe that. I do believe that it had the gas station pills, but those gas station pills were used for nefarious reasons to mask whatever was in his system. So, Josh says, brah, that's an awful headline. I agree. Yeah, Kayla Harrison and Amanda Nunes is an awful headline for the White House. I mean, it's a great fight on any time of the year, right? It's a great fight for Vegas, great fight for New York, great fight for LA, for London, but not for a White House card, and certainly not as a headliner to any degree. Fresh Melon Juice says, Trump on Hamas refusing ceasefire deal. I think they want to die. Has Trump not debriefed on these people? Why is he surprised? Okay, so you're asking why Hamas is refusing the ceasefire deal after Trump is negotiating with them, or why? So what are you asking? Are you asking why is Trump surprised that they didn't take the deal? Please elaborate more on that question if you can, so that I can properly answer you on that one. They will not make deals or surrender. Okay. Elaborate more on that question, please, so that I can give you the fairest possible answer for that conclusion. Josh says aromatase inhibitors do. You don't get litzeroids at gas stations. Okay, maybe. But I'm not doubting he took substances to make him, better, right? Look, here's the thing about steroids that a lot of people don't understand, right? It's really just predicated on recovery. Everything that you need in mixed martial arts training, okay, the one aspect that you need the most is recovery. You want to know why? In order to be good, in order to get good, you got to train at least 2 to 3 times a day. Well, how do you do that? You need to have proper recovery. It's not about anabolic steroids that give you this, Hulk-like strength, or this thing that makes your physique look like Arnold Schwarzenegger in his prime. It's none of that. It's all performance-based, right? So if you can recover, you can train longer. And if you can train longer, the better you'll get. That's really all there is to it in that particular matter, right? There's also the aspect of overtraining, right? If you overtrain, then you're not going to be able to recover. Well, what do steroids do for you ultimately? They help you recover, right? So, yeah, that's the thing, right? People have this weird thing about like steroids are supposed to make you look gigantic or make you look this, that, and the other. Look, Anderson Silva took steroids, right? But you look at his body, he's lean, he's, normal looking. He's not like, like what I said, right? Like he doesn't look like Arnold when he was playing in the Predator, right? Or when Arnold was playing, Conan the Barbarian. It's not what steroids do. So, so shout out to Ja. He's in medical school, man. Shout out to you, my man. How long do you have to go? Let me know in the comment section below. When you are using steroids, you get supraphysiologic amounts of testosterone that is readily converted to estrogen. Okay. It's normal. It's normal, Anderson, quoting Anderson Silva. All right, so let's get to Luis Hernandez on this one. Keep the comments going, guys. Thank you for the engagement, by the way. And by the way, shout outs to, let's see how many people have been in here so far. Let's see here. Shout outs to, how many people did we have in here so far? Let me look at the analytics here. 2 more years. All right, my man. Shout outs to Ja. He has 2 more years in medical school. And by the way, shout outs to the 300 people around the world that have tapped in to this live stream right now. So shout outs to all the 300 people around the world that we have from the UAE, that we have from the UK, from Ireland. I even have some supporters down in South Africa as well. Shout outs to you guys. And yeah, please don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and also be kind and also throw some super chats along the way as well, if you will, please.
Luis Hernandez, who is still in Las Vegas. How are you, sir?
Good, you, sir. Healthy and happy and ready to fight again soon, hopefully.
So keep in mind, guys, this interview was taking place 3 weeks ago, to kind of put in perspective, okay?
They thought peanut butter whiskey was crazy. To them, we say, screw it. Nuts.
All right, very haram commercial here with liquor.
Whiskey, unexpectedly delicious.
New Talenti Bakery Collection chocolate chip cookie batter. 5 layers.
Oh
of
my
bakery
God, more
indulgence
commercials.
in every spoonful with creamy gelato, crunchy cookies, and real cookie batter. No 2 bites are the same. Talenti, raise the jar.
A lot of craziness in Las Vegas right now, but as you have found out, things can get pretty wild in this MMA space. This clip of the finish and the aftermath has been, like I said, absolutely everywhere for the past 18 or so hours as we record. And we'll get into specifics in a moment, but have you ever seen yourself so much on social media in your life?
Yes, I actually had a viral head kick knockout. It went viral. It was a 3-second head kick. They were saying it was a...
Wow, so he has a 3-second head kick, man. Yeah, the UFC needs to sign this boy straight away, right? They definitely do. And, a good representative of Miami PD on top of that. I know Trevin Giles of Houston Police Department also fights in the UFC. But, I'm starting to think that, his busy schedule that he has going on is now taking a toll on his MMA career as well. Josh says, but my point is that Derek, more plates, more dates, said it perfectly. If you have letrozole in your system, there is no way you are not on steroids. You would only take letrozole to stop the side effects like Gane Oct. Okay. All right, man. See, this is why I like having an intelligent group of audience members, right? This is awesome, man. Man, thank you guys so much, man. I'm very privileged to have a very intelligent fan base. I mean, look, that's what you get, right? If you are an intelligent YouTuber, an intelligent content creator, naturally your followers are going to be intelligent as well. You look at MMA Guru, the majority of his audience are a bunch of white trash, English drinking, football hooligans, right? I mean, nothing wrong with that. I got, football hooligans from the UK and Ireland that support this channel too. But, let's just be honest. They're not exactly the most intelligent bunch, but you guys are. So thank you for all the intelligence that you guys are sharing on this chat. Don't forget to hit the like button, the subscribe button. Let's continue with this.
The fastest knockout ever. And I got so much viral, like online. And it was awesome. They talk. Everybody wants to hate because it's a record. And I think this is actually going more viral than the head kick itself. And
of course it is. He's saying that the 3-second knockout he had is going less viral than Sean Strickland coming in there. Look, man, Sean Strickland attracts a lot of white trash, audience. Let's just be honest about it, right? Sean is the quintessential white trash. He just happens to be very athletic, very good fighter of a white trash, but the majority of his fans vicariously live through him in their white trash ways. But yeah, we give letrozole for stuff like breast cancer. So like he's getting that at a gas station. LOL. Okay, very interesting there. Fresh Melon Juice says Izzy didn't know about letrozole. Izzy, no, he's not talking about Izzy. He's talking about Jon Jones in that regard with the gas station pills that he's talking about. Oh, okay. So Josh says, guess not. Huh? Okay, yeah. Because Gane Oct Izzy. Correct. Okay, I understand a reference now. Got it.
And it's crazy. I knew this was going to be a big weekend because, I always go for the finish. I want to entertain people. That's my thing. I want to be an entertainer. I fight. I'm a cop, and I want to entertain. When I'm inside the cage, I'm able to, go out there and
he says, I fight, I'm a cop, and I want to be able to entertain people. You know what? He does have the look about him, right? If you look at him, he has that Joseph Estrada look about him, right? The Hispanic American police officer with a mustache going on, right? And man, we're not into mustaches, you know what I mean, when it comes to, Muslims, or at least Muslims that have beards, right? You shouldn't have a mustache. But yeah, on any regard, he has the mustache game going on and this, that, and the other. He has a look going on. And you know what? He has beef with Sean Strickland. And I'll tell you right now, beef with Sean Strickland helps you a lot in your career. So,
make sure the crowd enjoys the fight. They're going to pay to see, a finish and be entertained.
Yeah, I think you were a part of delivering that, no doubt about it. And so let's just talk about the big moment because it's the second round. You got the guillotine choke on. Your back is against the cage. And you look at Miles's corner and you stick your tongue out. And the broadcast said, oh, it looks like he's sticking out his tongue at Sean Strickland. So let's kind of start there. How did this all start, this back and forth with you and Sean? Who said the first thing? Who fired the first verbal shot, if you will?
So when I saw them walking out from their corner, I don't want to go too crazy on like details, but I noticed they looked at me and they laughed. They said something. I think he said something to one of the other cornermen, or I know it was the three of them. They said something and they started laughing at me, and I was like, man, I'm not a joke. I believe I am the real deal. I got 11 fights, 6 pro fight finishes now, and 5 finishes an amateur. So they probably think, oh yeah, this guy's a cop, and they looked at me and I saw them laughing, and I was like, oh okay, you're gonna laugh at me? I'm gonna get the last laugh. And some things were said. Both when the fight was going on, I heard some things being said. I try to remember everything now, but it was just I was having a great time. I just wanted to have fun.
So wait.
Yeah, you know what? As well as he should. Obviously, he should be having fun, right? He's fighting a camp that consists of Chris Curtis and Sean Strickland as the the cornerman, right? So, yeah, he should be having a lot of fun. And on top of that, yeah, really use that opportunity, right? Man, all the fighters out there, right? If you're fighting a camp with well-known guys, man, you need to take that opportunity to use that to catapult you, right? Do something, create some kind of commotion to get your name out there. And, you know, this guy is doing it right.
By this program.
And, you know, when the whole moment happened itself, you see me laughing. I was just like, hey, I'm you know, I want to show that, you know, there's two sides. You know, I have my career, and then inside the cage, I'm able to, you know, have fun. This is literally fun for me. I enjoy it. This is my passion. You know, at work, I'm a professional, you know, being a...
All right. So if you want to see the rest of that video, check out MMA Fighting on SBN 3 weeks ago. Fighter attacked by Sean Strickland. It's right here. But right now, what I'm going to get to right now is I'm going to get to the whole entire Abu Dhabi card, and we're going to get to the predictions of that right now. I'm going to put this on the timestamp right now. So we will now talk about UFC Abu Dhabi full card prediction from top to bottom. I'm going to give you my prediction. I'm going to give you my takes on all the fights that are going to happen tomorrow. And by the way, it's an Abu Dhabi card. So that means if you are in the West Coast like I am, you're going to be watching this fight as early as 9 a.m. in the morning for the prelims. And if you are in the East Coast, you will be watching this sometime at 12 p.m., I believe. Let me check and make sure and confirm the time and date for this particular fight. So 9 a.m. in the morning in the West Coast. So that's going to be 12 p.m. Yeah. That's going to be 12 p.m. in the East Coast. Okay, so that's what it is right there. All right, so let me put this on the timestamp right here. All right, at the 1 hour and 30-minute mark of this live stream. All right, so here we go. What do we have here? Yeah, the Abu Dhabi card is stacked. It is. Drew says, why don't they have weigh-in shows on all big cards? Kyrie, can you talk to Dana and DC about this? Well, I don't know if I could get to Dana. I could probably get to DC, Daniel Cormier, but I don't know about Dana. I mean, Dana is a hard man to get to. Josh says it's a main event type card, not a fight night. It is. But you know what? The reason why is because look, if you notice, all the cards that are taking place in Abu Dhabi, in Saudi Arabia, they are all stacked. And there's a good reason why that is. The reason why all those fights are stacked is because that is literally what the Emiratis and the Saudis paid for. They said, we don't want any mediocre, Apex fight night cards. We want the big names to show up, and that's that, right? If you wanted, way better than 318. Yeah, 318 is more of a boxing card, top-heavy boxing card with Khamzat and Dricus at the top, and the only prominent names involved in it. Braden Stanley says, if you wanted to fight a UFC fighter, if yes, who would you fight? Sean Strickland. That would be, I think Sean Strickland would be a good fight, but yeah. All right. So Josh says CM Punk. Yeah, a little bit of an easier route, but sure. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. Full card prediction for this one. All right. So the first fight of the evening that we got for tomorrow, right? We got a heavyweight fight in Here we go. Heavyweight fight. We're going to start off with Martin Buday versus Marcus Buchecha. What is this? 5'3" at heavyweight? Is that accurate? I don't know if that's accurate. 5'3" at heavyweight. That must be an error of some sort. All right, but in either event, we're going to analyze this fight right here and see where these guys are at. Okay, so first let's look at Martin Buday, right? 6'5" from Slovakia. Doesn't have a Wikipedia page, but we can go to his Tapology page. 15-2. Martin Buday. Okay, has 6 wins in the UFC. Coming off of a loss against Shamil Gaziev. No shame in that. Shamil Gaziev is probably one of the top heavyweights right now that's on the rise. But prior to that, has a Kimura over Josh Parisian. Has a decision over Jake Collier. Jake Collier is very difficult to finish. Lucas Bredsky has a split decision over him. Decision, technical unanimous decision on that one. Leorone had a win back in April, right? He was supposed to fight Kennedy. That got canceled. Okay, so he's got a lot of decision wins for a heavyweight. Now, early in his career, obviously, he was finishing guys off. Maybe early in his career, the fights were a little bit easier, right? But then as he got to the world levels of the UFC, it got a little bit harder, right? Got a split decision win over Andrei Arlovsky. Not Pantoja. He would destroy anybody in the world, including Aspinall. Joss has a 5'3" gigantic midget versus a 6'5" with a 15-2 record. Actually awesome, right? Kind of gives you a bit of a, you know, a UFC 1 type of, you know, feeling, right? Okay, so let's get to Marcus Buchecha, okay? Apparently, 255 pounds, 6'3". I'm sorry, that was a typo. He's not 5'3", he's 6'3". Obviously, I knew that was an error because there is no heavyweight out there that is 5'3". I mean, can you imagine? I mean, that's just obesity in a nutshell. So, okay. This is going to go to I think Buchecha is going to get a submission win on this one somewhere in the 3rd round. Okay. Now, this is a jiu-jitsu world champion. Okay. Has a lot of great submissions. Has had nothing but submissions all throughout his career, honestly, right? He's got 1 TKO win, has 1 loss against Umar Kane in 1 FC. Yeah, so I'm gonna go with this guy by 3rd round submission. So the first fight of the evening, I'm going to give this to Buchecha. 3rd round submission. That's my official prediction for that one. All right, next fight coming up in the card. What do we got next coming up in the card right here? Movsar was supposed to fight in this card, but obviously that got scrapped. Okay, so Muhammad Yahya taking on Stephen Nguyen. Okay, so Stephen Nguyen. Stephen the Ninja Nguyen. Let's take a look at where he's at right now. Stephen Nguyen, 9-2 in his professional record right now. Fighting out of Dallas, Texas. Let's see. Let's take a look at his 5-2 record right now. So Jarno Arenas was his last fight. He lost that by decision. Can't really take too much from a decision loss. AJ Cunningham knocks him out. Has a win in the Contender Series. Lost his UFC debut. Okay, but this one fight of the night. Okay, so he's going to be in some. He's in some exciting fights. Muhammad Yahya. Let's take a look at where Muhammad Yahya has been. The UAE Warrior obviously has fought in the UAE. Represents the UAE. So he's one of the locals in this card. He lost to Trevor Peake by unanimous decision. Got ground and pounded by Kio Fernandez in his last fight. I'm going to go. Yeah, this is Muhammad Yahya right here. I'm going to go with Muhammad Yahya on this one by unanimous decision on this one. I don't think this fight goes to a finish between him and Steve Nguyen, But I think, yeah, this is going to go to a decision. This fight is going to go to a decision, hands down, right here. So, all right. That's my official prediction for the second fight. The second fight, I got Muhammad Yaya for decision. And let's see. After Muhammad Yaya, we got Ibu Aslan taking on Billy Elekana. Okay, so Ibu Aslan, man, serious knockout power on this guy, right? Serious knockout power on the Turkish guy. How tall is Yorgan De Castro? He asks. Yorgan De Castro, I believe, is 5'11", if not 5'10" at heavyweight. Fresh Melon Juice says UFC Abu Dhabi ceremonial weigh-ins right now. Okay, so that's good to know. I'll be keeping that on while I am going through this entire card. I'm going to go with Ibu Aslan on this one by knockout. I think that he has great knockout power. I think that he could knock out Billy Elekana. Let's take a look at some fights that Billy Elekana has had recently. Okay, and this is going to be in the light heavyweight division. So let's get to his Tapology page here. Okay, so Billy Elekana. Okay, has been choked out by Bogdan in his last fight. Okay, split decision against Compton. Has never really been knocked out. So there it is. There's a tough enough event right there and the amateur events, as we were talking about tough enough earlier. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, this is going to be a tough fight for Ibu Aslan. Now, Ibu Aslan, where's he been in his recent career right now, right? Let's take a look at where Ibu Aslan has been. So has a loss. So there's not going to be any grappling or submission going on here with this one. If you bet the Muslim fighters on this card, you probably make good cash. Yeah. Well, you know what? It doesn't necessarily mean they're all going to win, but if it goes to a decision, you know where the judges lie in that one, and it's in Abu Dhabi. So yeah, figure that one out, right? Yeah, this one's going to go to a decision, I think. I don't think Ibu is going to knock this guy out. You know what? I think that he will knock this guy out. I think Ibu's going to have some serious knockout in this one. I'm going with Ibu on knockout. Somewhere in the second round knockout. He has the capability of knocking people out. I think that he has a chance to knock out Billy Elekana on that. It's kind of like a UFC White House setup, though. Well, what do you mean by that? Explain what you mean by that, Ja, if you don't mind elaborating for me. All right, so next up we got Tabitha Ricci versus Amanda Ribas. I'm going to go with Tabitha Ricci on this one. I think Amanda Ribas has her limits when it comes to certain people. I don't think she's going to beat Tabitha Ricci on this one. I'm going to go with Tabitha Ricci on unanimous decision. How about this? Damon Blackshear versus Davey Grant. I'm going to go with Damon Blackshear on this one. Let's take a look at where Damon Blackshear has been in his career as of late. Okay, so Damon the Monster, 17-7-1 record. Okay, has a 3-fight winning streak right now. Fought Cody Stamen, then fought Cody Gibson, the 2 Codys in a row, and then Alatan gets a decision. I think he's going to win this one by decision. Let's take a look at where Davey Grant has been. Davey Grant is very difficult to finish, right? I don't see these guys finishing each other, at least not in this fight. Ramon Tavares has a decision, split decision against Marcos. Rafael Assunção, triangle choked Rafael Assunção. Ground and pounded Luis Smoka. Has a loss against Adrian Yanez and Marlon Vera. So you see, he's very difficult to finish, this guy, right? Very difficult to finish. Obviously, he's been rear naked choked by Chris Holdsworth. Shout out to Chris Holdsworth. I know him personally. All right. So, yeah, I'm going with Damon Blackshear on this one. All right, next fight. They are trying to please the hometown crowd with these matchups. For sure, I can see that. Obviously, this one is a UK versus US fight, though, with Shear and Davey Grant. So, all right, moving on to the card. Yeah, I'm going with Damon Blackshear by decision on that one. Muslim Salikov versus Carlos Leal. I think Muslim Salikov is going to get first round knockout on this one. Okay, well, let's take a look at Carlos Leal's career so far to understand why that is, right? Carlos the Lion Leal, 22-6. Okay, has knocked out Alex Morono, unanimous decision loss against Renat, split decision loss against Sadubai in the PFL, mind you. Okay, fought him twice to a decision. Okay, never really been finished. So, you know what? I don't think Muslim Salikov might finish this guy. I think he's going to have a bit of a harder time. I think what's going to happen in this fight is that Muslim Salikov is going to circle around him. He's going to fight very methodical, very technical. You'll probably see a few spinning back kicks involved in this fight. Carlos Leal is going to feel a few of those shots. It's going to debilitate him during this fight, but he's a very tough man to finish. I think they're going to go and see the scorecards on this one, and the scorecards sort of leaning towards Muslim Salikov. Bryce Mitchell versus Saeed Nurmagomedov. Now, I'm going with Saeed Nurmagomedov on this one. Okay, I don't think they're going to finish each other at all. This is Bryce Mitchell's bantamweight debut, by the way. Okay, which, by the way, is interesting, right? Bryce Mitchell's name is really big right now, right? And obviously, he was canceled during that whole entire spiel about how he said he would be honored to somehow go fishing with the Austrian painter from the 1940s, right? Of a name that I should not mention on YouTube. But on any regard, it would be very difficult to book him in any American city. But the Emiratis were like, oh, what? You don't like Jews? All right, perfect. Come on in and, fight in this card. But this time you're going to fight a Dagestani who's related to Khabib. And I think it's going to be a hard fight. Look at this. Very even matchup, right? 17-4 record for Bryce Mitchell. 18-4 record for Saeed Nurmagomedov. Let's take a look at where their careers have been so far. So Saeed is coming off of a loss against Vicinius Oliveira, right? 3-round decision. Has lost to Jonathan Martinez. Has won a submission guillotine by Nguyen Garakov. Now, I know that Bryce Mitchell was submitted in his last fight, okay, against Jean Silva. Will that happen again? Maybe not. Could he get knocked down in this fight? I tell you what, I'm going with Saeed by unanimous decision, or maybe even a split decision. They're going to have a very tough fight, right? But I think he will rock Bryce Mitchell a few times here. Bryce Mitchell tends to make a lot of mistakes. He tends to put his hands down when he shouldn't have, indicative of that in the Josh Emmett fight. So, yeah, I'm going with Saeed on this one, either by decision or by a finish, right? But more than likely a decision. Now, on to the main card. We got the main card going on. Movsar and Aaron Pico were supposed to fight here. That didn't happen. Nikita Krylov taking on Bogdan Guskov. Man, I'm going to go with Nikita Krylov on this one by unanimous decision. Let's take a look at where Bogdan has been. Now, actually, you know what? I might go with Bogdan on this one. Okay, he's been on a hot streak lately, 3-fight winning streak. The last fight he lost was against Volkan Ozdemir by rear naked choke. Prior to that, he was beating everybody. He has one loss in Russia, one of his first knockout losses. And then prior to that, a submission loss. So, okay. Bryce is cooked, Josh says. RDR, not RDA. Okay. Bryce is speaking Arabic now, so maybe he wins. Yeah, that's crazy, right? A Russian journalist was speaking to him. He thought that he was speaking Arabic to him. And yeah, you know what? I'm going to pull up that clip real quick. Let me see if I can pull up that clip of him speaking Arabic. Okay, Bryce Mitchell speaks Arabic. Okay, here we go. Right here.
И есть ли у тебя понимание, как ей противостоять?
Shukran, Habibi. No, alhamdulillah. Salam alaikum, Abu Dhabi.
He spoke Russian, by the way.
Al-Fawz, inshallah. Al-Fawz, inshallah. Al-Fawz, inshallah. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you. I'm from Russia.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were speaking Arabic.
No, the question was, Said.
И есть ли у тебя понимание, как ей противостоять?
Shukran, Habibi.
Yeah, you know what? Listen, Russian and Arabic, they're very harsh languages. And look, they're both very harsh people, you know, in that light, right? You know, there's nobody rougher than Russians and Arabs. So, yeah, I mean, I can understand why he would, you know, mistaken that, you know, and that is if he's not that experienced in that part of the world. Bryce is Tony Ferguson in his career art that he's done and CTEing. Yeah. Bryce is only 30. He's fine for now. Yeah, I don't really see any signs of CTE on Bryce Mitchell, right? Obviously, other than just like, you know, strange behavior, this, that, and the other. But I don't know what MMA fighter doesn't have a strange behavior to one degree to another, right? I mean, you'd have to be a little bit strange to do this sport. But okay, going back to Bogdan Kusov, let's take a look at Nikita Krylov. Let's see where he's at in his career right now. So Nikita Krylov right now is yeah, he just lost to Dominic Reyes by punch. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go with Bogdan on this one by decision. So okay, let's continue on with the card. Okay, so Asu Ablamerov taking on Jose Ochoa. I'm going to go with Asu by decision on this one. Yeah, I think that his experience is going to play a factor here. Yeah, this one's going to go into the cards. Sharaputin Nurmagomedov versus Arnold. I'm going to go with Sharaputin by decision. I think that he's going to outstrike him the whole entire fight. A few times you may see some scrambles on the part of Andre and this, that, and the other. All right, sorry about that. Had to deal with a little bit of some technical issues there. Okay, so let's see. What did he say here? CT is dramatic, but I mean, without a doubt, if we break down CTE, actually is chronic, long-term traumatic exposure to trauma. Okay. He says encephalogy, pathology related to brain issues. Fresh Melon Juice says, why does he have his car seat in the, it's not a car seat for crying out loud, it's a gaming chair. Josh says all these fighters going to have a mild form of it over time. It actually a full-blown pathology is another thing. Fresh Melon Juice says not Jon Jones. He's normal and a nice guy. Yeah, I don't know about all that. But yeah, so going back to Sharaputin, Andre Berlot, I think that there's going to be some good scrambles here because obviously Sharaputin doesn't use his wrestling as much as he should. But yeah, the scramble is going to come and play in this fight. And but I think that the striking overall is what is going to help him win in this fight. Now, Petr Yan versus Marcus Mcghee. I'm going with Petr Yan on this one. I think that Marcus Mcghee is way over his head on this one. I don't think that he's fought at this type of level so far. I'm going to go with Petr Yan by a decision on this one. Now, on to the main event. Robert Whittaker versus Rainier de Ridder. I got to be honest with you, man. This is a very tough pick. Okay, very tough pick. But I'm going to go with de Ridder on this one. He's bigger. Not only that, he has more championship experience, even though it's not in the UFC. And I think indicative of his performance against Bo Nickel, I could see him doing this to Robert Whittaker sometime in the third, fourth round, maybe by a stoppage of some sort. And also, let's not forget, he can also submit you. So don't be surprised if de Ridder gets a submission on this one. I think RDR takes him. People didn't see him in ONE FC. That's what I'm saying, right? So I think the fact that many people have not seen him fight in ONE FC, I think that is going to really surprise a lot of people when he beats somebody like Robert Whittaker, who is a champion, who was a former champion, but he's a former champion who is susceptible in losing to top-level guys. He's lost to Dricus because Dricus is a top-level guy. He's lost to Khamzat because Khamzat is a top-level guy. And de Ridder, I think it is de Ridder, Dricus, and Khamzat that are the top three right now. These guys he destroyed in ONE FC were legit, like Ong La In Song. Yeah, that guy is legit. That Myanmar fighter that you are mentioning, he's legit. He trains with Kamaru Usman as well. So he's very much legit in that regard. So yeah, I'm going with de Ridder on this one by late stoppage of some sort, right? So with that in mind, guys, I want to give a little housekeeping notes before I head out, right? This has been a good live stream, but I want to give you guys a little bit of some housekeeping notes. I have a video out right now regarding Money Moicano refusing to take money, some settlements, right? It's right here. Well, it's right here. I'm going to show you right here, right? Go check out this video right now that I have. Okay, this video needs a little bit of some help right now. So, yeah, please go give that video some help. Give it a view. Give it a like. Subscribe. And, yeah, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button as well. Also, tell a friend to tell a friend. We are on the road to 1,000 subscribers, currently at 957 subscribers, on the way to 1K. Let's get to it. Ong La was a multi-division world champion, and I think RDR was too. And that kind of tells you the type of competition that these guys come from, right? ONE FC is so underrated. On top of that, you have to understand these guys take steroids over there, so that makes the competition even better. No Juma today, take us with you. You want me to take you with me to Juma today? All right, we'll see if we can make that arrangements. But, you know, obviously every week I have a different, thing going on. You know, sometimes I do go to Juma every Friday, but I don't know if I'm able to take you with me, but let's see. My MMA organization name is 2FC. 2FC. Okay, well, I tell you what, ONE FC should be called 2 or 3 FCs, right? Because they are a fighting championship that consists of kickboxing, Muay Thai, and MMA, and then you got grappling on top of it. So if anything, they should be called Quadruple FC to that extent, right? But in any regard, please, guys, hit the like button. Go watch the Money Moicano refused to take $200,000 settlement. Okay, does this involve right-wing identity politics? You bet it does, and I'm going to explain and elaborate on that reason why. Also, check out my video that I have for Daniel Dubois. Did he quit, or was it out of self-preservation? Is Usyk the greatest of all time when it comes to heavyweight boxing? Better than ONE FC? Okay, I'm 7FC. Okay, well, you might as well be the heavy metal band 7 Avenge Unfold in that regard, right? So yeah, please check out my videos. I do really good on the live stream numbers. I really need help on the video numbers for one reason or another. So yeah, please go check that out. Go watch all of it. And please don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. And inshallah, I will see you guys in the next one. Inshallah, I'm gonna end it by giving you guys a little bit of some snippets of this live stream, and then of this video, and then we'll go from there. All right. So here we go.
You sure as hell don't replace him for another coach that's been in the business for 47 years at every level and never won a fucking game.
Now, the reason why I needed to show you that is show you two things, right? This is literally the exact mindset that Moicano has going on now. I'm sure Jorge Masvidal is gladly willing to take the $200,000 settlement. On top of that, even Donald Cerrone, who, by the way, fought for $200,000 against Conor McGregor in a main event, is gladly taking it. And he's been a company man and has done anything and everything that the UFC has asked of him. So why is it that Moicano doesn't want to do that? Well, look at what Jorge Masvidal said in that clip that I just showed you. What did he say? You don't fire the coach just because you don't like something or this, that, and the other. He's talking about loyalty. And what Moicano is doing and expressing when he is not accepting the UFC settlement, $200,000, mind you, in a world where it is very difficult for people to have $200,000, let alone have something like that in their bank. Now, look, I think there is a little bit of a false confidence that Moicano has going on. He did have the Islam Makhachev fight. The UFC did pay him handsomely because he did them a favor, this, that, and the other. But understand that this is an extremely ruthless business and that, unfortunately, nobody really cares about you in this. So you really have to go squeeze them for as much as you can. Okay, so before I play the final snippets of this video, I'm going to read the last comments and then I'll go from here, okay? Fresh Melon Juice says, Marty Miller, are you asleep? No, he's not asleep. He's probably working while he's listening to the show. So shout out to Marty Miller and everybody around the world that is watching me while they are at work. Fresh Melon Juice says, what is this? A scam live again? No, it's not a live scam. I'm showing you the video that I have. Money Moicano refused to take money. So I need you guys to go watch that. As a matter of fact, yeah, go watch that right now. So here it goes. That's what everybody in boxing is doing with Turkey El Sheikh, paying everybody out and things of that nature. Whereas the UFC, well, they are stuck in this particular contract and they're sort of okay with it because of a certain ethos that they abide by and that they were taught. This is just one of those things. It's identity politics by the end of the day. Because in Moicano's Fresh Melon Juice asks, why didn't he take the $200K and give it to the UFC PI staff? Well, you're going to have to go watch my my video on this one, right? This is the title of the video. Go check it out right now. Money Moicano refused to take $200 settlement. Right-wing identity politics versus communism. Now that is a title right there. Mine. He does not want to create a sense of handouts or just a sense of communistic ideals where I'm just going to receive money just for not working for it. So if you want to see the rest of that video, please check out Money Moicano refused to take money, $200,000 settlement, right-wing identity politics versus communism. So Marty Miller says another live scam. Yeah, it's not a live scam. It's called playing my own content that I have the right to play because it's my own channel. Moicano said he would take it if he would take it. He would take the money if it was 10 million. Oh man, yeah. Who would refuse 10 million in that regard, right? I mean, yeah, that's not something that just anybody would refuse. So zero principles really. Yeah, you know what? Principles change when the dividends change, right? So in that regard, please check out my new video out right now. Money Moicano refused to take $200,000 settlement, right-wing identity politics versus communism. Would you take 10 million? Oh, man, that's a tough question. No, I wouldn't. No way. Not whatsoever. Not whatsoever, man. But that's a very good question, a hypothetical question that really none of us will really be faced with in any kind of degree. But yeah, that's principles right there. There it is. there it is. That is principles. That is standing on business and standing on principles on any regard. And with that in mind, guys, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I will see you in the next one. And by the way, checkmate, I'm going to play you the rest of this video right here. And then once that video is done, maybe we'll do a bonus stream. Maybe I'll just cut it off from here. But on any regard, yeah. Shout out to you, my man. To you. Now, I think that he is well-intentioned. At the same time, I also think that he's very misguided. And you have to understand the difference between those two. Number one, he's misguided. What do I mean by that? He was given the wrong information. I'll tell you off the bat, I had a Vietnamese homie whose grandfather, or at least I think one of his uncles, by the very least, had these extremely anti-communist sentiments. Because if you remember, the Vietnam War was predicated on free market versus capitalism, free market versus communism. So how does this relate to Money Moicano? Well, take a look at his nickname, Money Moicano. He came a long way. Remember the time when he had that situation with MMA Guru.
It's gonna be a third world country, and I don't want that say I would get slapped by the drill double almost 1 year without fighting, and I schooled this.
So a couple of things to take from that post-fight interview where Moicano had beaten Drew Dober. He calls out MMA Guru. He says, hey, you're an effing pig, yada, yada. You didn't believe in me. And then next thing you know, MMA Guru's channel blows up even more than it already is blowing up at that current moment of time, right? So as a result of that, Money Moicano started seeing, you know what, there is an opportunity of business partnership, collaborating with this guy. And as a result of that collaboration, this is where Money Moicano started picking up a lot of MMA Guru's, how do I say this, ideological understandings of the world. Let me show you what I mean.
Like, first fight was 2K and 2K, and everyone's talking about fighter pay. Dude, people are going to do shit for money. Like, that's just how it works. You know what I mean? Like, why are people complaining about that? Like, there's no obligation to pay them a lot of money. If they're dumb enough to do it for that much, then that's what they're going to do for that much. People need to keep this same energy with minimum wage for the entire fucking world.
Well, there you have it. Among other things, I've also heard MMA gurus say that it's better to keep the fighters at a low pay, because if you do, then you're going to keep them hungry. And as such, you constantly build up all these compelling matchups that you are getting. All right, so if you're still tapped in, I got a bonus. I got a little bonus content for you right now. I'm going to do what I would call an outro monologue. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do an outro monologue right now, right, to talk about some things. So let's see here. I'm going to put this on the timestamp right now. Shout out to everybody around the world that's still tapped in to this right now, because I'm going to talk about all the things that we just talked about right now, and then do a little bit of a life lesson monologue and what have you. So, all right, we are at 2 hours, 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to call this the outro monologue, life lessons post live stream. Okay, so obviously post of this live stream, we're going to talk about it in less than 1 minute. So I would say about 70 seconds from now, we're going to talk about UFC Abu Dhabi. Well, not so much UFC Abu Dhabi, because we already talked about that, but I'm going to talk about Hulk Hogan passing away. I'm also going to talk about Sean Strickland. Just a little bit of a recap, okay? So let's see. The recap is Sean Strickland was suspended by the Nevada State Athletic Commissions, okay? Remember the Tough Enough MMA event where Sean Strickland and Chris Curtis were cornering one of their Extreme Couture fighters? Well, remember when Sean punched that off-duty officer that was competing in that event? Yeah, that got him suspended. We talked about it in this live stream. We talked about the Abu Dhabi card as well. Full card predictions that I had, breakdowns of that entire fight. But more importantly, the main event of this particular live stream, because it's taking place during all this time while Sean Strickland is being suspended and while UFC Abu Dhabi is going on this weekend, is Hulk Hogan passing away. And I have some very interesting takes on Hulk Hogan passing away, right? Oftentimes we hear and see our heroes as kids, and we often think that these people are invincible. Not only do we think they're invincible, we think that they understand the world in a way that we don't, or they somehow communicate with the world in ways that we don't, or somehow interact with the universe in ways that we don't. We often have this mentality where people who are bigger than life characters are somehow better than us, or somehow going to lead a life that is of heroic main character like scenarios. And unfortunately, that's not how the world works, right? In this world, your heroes can become villains, very similar to how he came from Hulk Hogan, the American hero, red and yellow, to the black and white Hulk Hogan, biker gang leader of the NWO, right? That right there is a quintessential reality of some people's actual real life sequences. Hulk Hogan, the one thing that he taught us was that you need to say your prayers, take your vitamins, and whatever else that he says to do, right? All these things are noble, right? But somewhere deep in that lies a character full of deceit, people that thought that he was, trying to undercut them in any kind of way, trying to do whatever it was that he needed in order to somehow gain the type of traction that he did in the business, right? Okay, so what I'm trying to say with that is sometimes you don't want to meet your heroes because maybe they are some of the worst people in the world. Was Hulk Hogan the worst person in the world? Not entirely. But when you see situations where, let's say, he was on the phone with his son, Nick, during a prison visit, he says to his son, hey, listen, I don't know about this guy. I think all these things happen for a reason. This Marine that you killed or paralyzed during that car accident, yeah, he was a very bad guy. Maybe he had it coming to him. Now, I understand what Hulk Hogan meant by this, but can you imagine how many people were disgusted by Hulk Hogan making comments about a U.S. Marine who his son, by the way, injured and paralyzed in a car accident, all right? And then Hulk Hogan saying something to the extent that maybe he deserved it because he was a rough individual. He was very rude to people, this, that, or the other, basically trying to justify his son's accident into some sort of a divine intervention. And that was really going to bother a lot of people. And it did. It bothered a lot of people. So what I'm trying to say is that in the end, no matter how rich, no matter how powerful, no matter how famous you are, sometimes your death and your end can end in ways that is a whole lot worse than what people would have expected, right? Like, for example, look at Epstein. Did he ever expect to have ended his life in that kind of way, living this life of extravagance? No, of course not. How about Hulk Hogan? Did he know or suspect that this was his ending to a certain degree? No, he probably thought that he was going to grow up to see his grandchildren or Brooke and Nick have, kids or this, that, and the other. And that's not how it ended, right? But by the end of it all, after his divorce, obviously he found someone new. He gained a new chapter in his life, and then he thought that he was just going to start all over again. But little did he know, while he was starting over, he was cutting himself right at the end of his life. So unexpectedly, So, yeah, man. Daniel Hamid says, keep up the content stuff, man. Thank you so much, Daniel Hamid. Shout out to Daniel Hamid from the UK, shouting me out on that one. So it's interesting. Daniel Hamid came in here while I'm talking about this, right? Because if you guys follow him on any of his social media, one of the biggest things that he always talks about is legacy, leaving behind legacy, right? And I want to talk about that a little bit, because what's important for you guys to understand is that nobody really cares about your legacy when you die. I'm telling you the truth. I know that many of us think that we are, you know, the biggest thing in the world, or the cat's meow, or we have some egos because we are content creators, fighters, and things of that nature. By the end of it all, I promise you, 100 years from now, nobody will care about what you did. And I know that sounds grim, that sounds harsh, but that is the reality of the situation. Okay, nobody is going to care for you by the end. It is you who comes into this world alone and naked, and it is you who leaves this world alone and naked when you pass away. So that's really what it is. Marty Miller says, I was actually thinking the other day, because of Hulk passing away, that's really the truth. Kamzat, the fake Kamzat says Pereira or Adesanya. In terms of what? I think they're both dead even right now. So they are both dead even. So yeah. Daniel Hamid says, best to build stuff on your name, then people might remember you. Well, okay. So I'm going to pin that comment by Daniel Hamid. So Daniel, you're right. It is best to build stuff on your name, then people might remember you. But even with that, people won't remember you, right? There's a lot of historical figures that have done great things all throughout centuries, and you don't hear of them anymore. And there's a good reason why. By the way, guys, all of you that are tapped in, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Humble Man 420 says, you seem like a good guy. Man, hope you're having a blessed morning, brother. You as well, man. I'm having a very blessed morning. We had, let's see, how many people that tapped in with us today? Like 500 people already tapped in with us. So yeah, it's been a very good day, to say the least. So Marty Miller says, yeah, but look at everything Hulk has done in a couple of days, and no one will talk about him again. That's very true. People still remember Muhammad Ali. Very true. You know what, Daniel Hamid, that is very true. People still do remember Muhammad Ali, but you also have to remember there's a big portion of society that does not know who Muhammad Ali is. I think Muhammad Ali is well known, for as well known as he is, but then there's also other people that don't know who he is. And it actually depends on the legacy that you leave behind. That's true. That's true. But I think Muhammad Ali was a very exceptional person. And that's another thing, too, that we have to understand, right? Because Hulk Hogan honestly believed that he was a lot more special than anybody else in wrestling. And quite frankly, it is the reason why he's had so many backstage incidents with many people, is because of the fact that he thought he was way bigger than the program, right? And at one point he was bigger than the WWE, sort of like Conor McGregor at one point being bigger than the UFC. But to a certain extent, all of that candle flames out at some point, and that's something you have to understand. Daniel Hamid says, look at Tupac. His legacy is still at the top today, and he died when he was 25. I'm going to pin that comment right there. That is true. Listen, I often say that if you go to most MMA or boxing gyms, the one common music you will hear is Tupac. If you go to an MMA fight or a boxing fight, the most common music entrances, have Tupac. At least one fighter in every event has a Tupac song. In all the fights that I've been in the regionals or in Muay Thai or in MMA, right, there wasn't one fighter that didn't walk out to a Tupac song. Daniel has fought before, right? He's fought in white-collar boxing shows. You tell him, Daniel, how many times have you heard Tupac songs play during these fight events? And how many fights have you seen all throughout the world where there was nothing but, you know, Tupac songs from one fighter walking out to the next fighter walking out, this, that, and the other, right? So, yeah, man, it is a very important figure in the world of music, and you know, his legacy does still live on till this day. Kamzat says, do you agree that Nurmagomedov is the best striker right now? I think he's the best Dagestani striker. I think that's the most fair assessment that I can make about him, right? Yeah, I would say that he's probably the best, striker in terms of the Dagestanis. So, yeah, I would say so. Yeah, any questions that you guys have, you know, let it rip right now as we end to the, what is this? As we end to the live stream, as we are on the verge at the end of the live stream. So yeah, just ask any questions you want in some comments. Daniel Hamid says, yeah, pound for pound, have his music was played. That's what I'm saying, man. Any MMA boxing event at any level, pro, amateur, white collar, you know, semi-pro, exhibition, you name it, they are playing Tupac songs. Humble Man says, I love DDP. I hope DDP beats Kamzat. Okay, I'm a sub, bro. Shout out to you, my man. Shout out to Humble Man 420 on that one. It's going to be a good fight. It's going to be a good fight. But I tell you what, I think Kamzat Chimaev is going to be way too much for DDP. But we shall see. DDP is no joke as well, right? He is no joke. And this is going to be an interesting fight, to say the very least. So everybody around the world, do not forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. And we just got 960 now. So, okay, so now we're up to 960. Shout out to everybody around the world that has tapped in on this one. Daniel Hamid asks, have you heard of Ali Tazim, a great fighter? Yeah, I've heard of Ali Tazim. What about him, Hamid? Let me know what you want me to know about him, or what you were going to say on that regard. So, bro, Topuria or Makhachev, Kamzat says, I'm going to go with Makhachev on that one. Humble Man 420 says, I think you can't train for DDP. He'll be the best middleweight, at least I hope. So I'll tell you what's interesting about DDP, right? He trains at high elevation in South Africa. He trains in high heat as well. This is very good for your stamina. The reason why I train and do shadow boxing sessions in the hot sauna is because once I'm in there and I'm hitting, you know, my techniques doing it, the minute that I hit the mat or I hit the ring in an air-conditioned room, man, I feel like I can fly, okay, because of being used to that type of heat in front of me. And then obviously training in high elevation helps as well on that regard. Daniel Hamid says his legacy is still strong, and inshallah, his legacy will exist for centuries to come. Now, do you mean Ali Tazim, or do you mean what's his name? Tupac. Let me know who you meant by that, Azim. Fresh Melon Juice, stay on until you have 1,000 subscribers. Let's grind. Everyone, have your friends subscribe. M1 rate and stream incoming. What is that? M1 stream incoming. What is that? Getting all the strange looks in the sauna. Yeah, do it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I can stay that long, but yeah, I will definitely stay as long as you can. Ali Tazim. Okay, let's look up Ali Tazim. Let's see here. Just so I can give you guys a little bit of some context. So Ali Tazim, WBC to pay tribute to Ali Tazim. Let's this is from the WBC right here. So for those of you that don't know, Ali Tazim was a boxer that had passed away too soon, right? This is him right here with Amir Khan. He's out of the UK. So WBC pays tribute to Ali Tazim. I'm going to read to you guys this article right here, Marathon Stream. Only 40 subs away. That's right. That's crazy, isn't it? Let's see. I appreciate that fact, dude. DDP has great cardio, and the heat does help probably more than he realizes. I love when our environments help form us without even realizing it. So I'm glad that you mentioned that, right? So Daniel Hamid, the guy that's on the stream right now, you know, he did white collar boxing in the UK, right? Obviously, the UK is big into boxing, right? So he's in a great environment to help cultivate whatever it is that he's trying to do in boxing, right? Whether it's trying to get a white collar championship or trying to get an amateur championship or trying to get a pro championship, whether it's regional, domestic, or international or world level, right? So he's in the right environment to do that. Living in Sacramento, I'm in the right environment for MMA. That's the reason why I have an MMA channel. That's the reason why I got into MMA, is because of that reason. Does our bruv Zane Musa boxing dosage train? Yeah, he trains. He's trained with Hamza Shiraz before. So, you know, he definitely has some good, boxing people to train with. I'm curious to see how Bright looks at 35. Man, time flies so quickly. He's already 35, huh? What do you expect from Bryce tomorrow? What do I expect for him tomorrow is same thing what Mr. T said to Rocky pre-fight. Pain. A lot of pain. So speaking of legacy and how time flies, this is Ali Tazim right here. The World Boxing Council has paid posthumous tribute to the young British boxer Ali Tazim, who tragically died at the age of 18 in a car accident in April 2022 near the city of Birmingham. Tazim, originally from Wolverhampton, was considered one of the most promising British boxers with a brilliant amateur career in which he won 15 gold medals in 51 fights. He had signed his first professional contract weeks before his death. Okay, so he signed a professional contract weeks before his death, which kind of goes into this subject that we're talking about with life lessons, right? You never know when you're going to go. His explosive style and discipline had led him to be compared to Amir Khan. By the way, that's the reason why you see Amir Khan in this picture, pictured with him, you know, to that degree. So, okay, so this young man lost his life after the car in which he was traveling, a passenger, crashed into a wall. The driver, also 18, was seriously injured and died days later. In recognition of his legacy, the WBC presented his family with a special championship belt in gesture laden with symbolism and respect for the boxer whose career was short but deeply inspiring. The WBC, chaired by Mauricio Suleiman, highlighted the spirit and values that Ali represented both inside and outside the ring. Now, since his death, boxing figures such as Amir Khan, promoter Sam Jones have publicly remembered Tazim as a humble, talented, charismatic young man whose story touched many within the sport. With this tribute, WBC reaffirms its commitment to human values of boxing and keeps alive the memory of young fighters who, despite his short career, left an incredible mark on those that know him. Since his death, boxing figures such as Amir Khan, promoter Sam Jones, have publicly remembered Tazim as a humble, talented, charismatic young man whose story has touched many people within the sport. With this tribute, the WBC reaffirms its commitment to human values of boxing, keeps alive the memories of young fighters who, despite his short career, left an incredible mark of those that know him. So let me show you up.
Also, Roger, USA, WBC. WBC bag. Wow. Zoom into that, bro. Adding to Z. WBC. Let's get it open. Unbelievable. Wow.
That's a beautiful belt.
This is a new WBC belt. For people who don't know, it used to be 1, 2, and 3. Now it's got the Saudi flag on there as well. Wow. Sulaiman, Floyd Mayweather, now champion, Ali Tazim. Then we got Muhammad Ali, Manny Pacquiao, Francisco Rodriguez. Unbelievable. So a massive shout out to WBC, Mauricio Sulaiman, Sean Gibbons, Francisco Rodriguez, Manny Pacquiao, for making this happen, man. You stuck to your word, Sean, and I respect you, brother for life.
All right, so there it is, man. Yeah, shout outs to that tribute right there. Fresh Melon Juice says it's impressive Bryce is in the UFC running his farm at the same time. Fresh Melon Juice says Dagestanis take naps several times a day. I doubt Bryce can do that. Well, taking naps several times a day does help with your athletic performance. And if you want to see a fighter that worked on his farm while also being in the UFC, Brock Lesnar has done that as well while being UFC champion. And so did Matt Hughes. He did that as well while he was world champion. So, yeah, man, with that in mind, I think that is all that we have for this one right now. Everybody around the world, please do not forget to like and subscribe. You have already, obviously, we are down to 960 subscribers right now. We got about 40 left 40 left. So, yeah, man, we're just going to keep it going from here. So, inshallah, we'll get to, hopefully, we'll get to 1,000 before the Khamzat Chimaev fight. That is the plan, right? Have a good day, brother. Thanks. Hey, and thank you to you, Marty Miller. I want to give a shout outs to Marty Miller, Fresh Melon Juice, Humble Man 420, the new subscribee. Daniel Hamid, thank you so much for tapping in all the way from Peterborough, UK. Khamzat, shout outs to Khamzat, the fake Khamzat, I'm assuming. Obviously, I would, yeah, that's probably the fake Khamzat. But Ja, shout outs to Ja. Shout outs to, let's see, who else was here? Braden Stanley, shout outs to Braden Stanley. Shout outs to Fiji Water. Shout outs to Ja again. Shout outs to Marty Miller again. Shout outs to, who else was here? Drizzy Goat, the Punisher from the UAE. Shout outs to you guys. Shout outs to Nevo B. Shout outs to Young T. Shout outs to Young T. Shout outs to Jack Burdine. Shout outs to Anes Khan. Shout outs to Chavez. Shout outs to Jenny Chavez. Who else? Draco. Shout out to Draco and everybody around the world. Thank you for tapping in and thank you for yeah. Jon Jones did the opposite of naps and still crushed it. And there you have it, right? Oh, did you see the Rockhold Till press conference or any of the interviews? You know what? Yeah, it was great. You know what? I tell you what, man. Let's react to that. F it. Let's keep going for a little bit. You know what I mean? Every time I think I'm about to leave, you know, here comes, you know, something new to talk about right here. So, all right, let's do that then. Let's talk. Okay, let me add this to the video then, to the description. Yeah, let's go. He says, pull me back in. Yeah, every time I want to leave, they want to pull me back in. So that's right, man. And I don't mind it. So, all right, let's do that. Let's react to Till and Luke Rockhold. Now, look, I'm going to be honest with you, right? I don't like this fight in boxing. Yeah, I don't like this fight in boxing. I'm going to tell you why I don't like this fight in boxing. I'm going to give about 1 minute, and I'm going to explain why I don't like this fight being held in boxing. Is Till the favorite? He is. Rockhold never disappoints. No, he doesn't. He never disappoints, man. Shout out to Luke Rockhold, my fellow Northern California brother. You know how that goes. But I might have to go with Till on this one. When it comes to boxing, look, okay, I'll explain in 1 minute. I'm going to let 1 minute pass, and then, yeah, we'll do it like that. So, versus Rockhold.
Why don't you own apartment buildings? Seriously, why don't you own these big apartment buildings?
Okay, shout out to Fight Hub.
One that you're very familiar of as a mixed martial artist. Did you watch his foray into boxing? Were you impressed with his hands?
I paid attention to the kid. He's done all right. He's always got his mouth open and his chin in the air.
Look, I'll tell you what. I'm going to tell you why I don't like this fight, right? These are two prominent mixed martial arts fighters. They should be fighting in MMA. They both got good kicks. Luke Rockhold has great submissions. This should not be in a boxing ring. This should be in an MMA cage, but it is what it is. They are here nonetheless.
But you haven't. You haven't.
Yeah, Rockhold never disappoints. Till is the favorite. Nobody says Rockhold was better than Costa. Hawkhold. Marty Miller's laughing. Hawkhold, always such a wordsmith. Yeah, he is.
Shut your fucking ass up and wait your turn, mate. Patty, little boom Patty. Hey, Darren stepped away. He ran away from the game. And he got fat. I know you've come to my game, my show. You fought a couple small. You fought a couple bums, and you got a little confidence. But I'm gonna bring you back down to earth, mate. No, you need to come back down to the earth. The biggest ego in the room. Like, what are you on about, mate? We just had this out upstairs. Hey, you can't chat to me because Petty's a bull, and you backed out like to fuck with him.
And you know what? Tony Ferguson is also in this card, by the way. Right, Tony Ferguson is also in this card against the Filipino social media star. What's his name? Salt Poppy.
How are you even shouting to me right now? And you're talking fat this time. You're just a vain. You just about the muscles, mate. Look, you know that. It's prideful. I can fight psychologically destroy you. You're already doubting yourself with me. You're already doubting. I know you don't. You are. You're studying every fucking move I make. Well, obviously, before everything I do. You could be studying everything. You've been asking everyone questions. What are you messing? I know who you are. I can see who you are. You don't really even need to see at the same time. Are you all right, mate? You gotta push to the limit. Your parents do it. Push to the limit. Mate, have you seen that and shoot the boulder at? You fucking go on and keep up with that with your chin, mate. Your chinny. Three things that are going to lose this fight. I'm saying your ego, your pride, and your chin. 70 pounders. What? Petty was a 155er and Perry didn't do that. And bear in mind, Petty's a bull. Petty's just a crab. We're talking about Barry. Like Petty. Boxing bear, what's the difference, mate? It's a big difference. You should try it. What difference? You've been offered many times. When we put it on you, you've been offered many times. When we put it on you, you shit yourself. You backed out, and you've got a knack of doing that. You backed out to fights. And I'll tell you what I know. You're pride, and how much you love yourself. If you were a bar of chocolate, you'd eat yourself, mate. You're joking. Hey, you're like Aspinall, you're in California, you're up to like, I've got nothing else to do with public saying, and you're about you seem to believe I'm not working for this, man. No, I know you're working for this. Putting the work in. Luke, and you will understand. You're 45, like, you're working, but your body's shutting down. I'm 82. You're 32 going on like 6. How? What? Because I've got a bit of belly on me. You should what the fuck? Lifestyle. Absolutely lifestyle. It's your lifestyle. You're worried about how you look and your pride, and it's going to get you hit. And it has got you hit. I'm ready to fight, man. I know you might be ready to fight, but you're over here like giving me all kinds of shit that I can't fight. Look, listen to what I'm saying. I'm going to obliterate you on the theatre, and you know it. Upstairs, I've seen it, but yeah, you were confident when I walked in, and when I walked out, you were calling people from my home like, fuck, I need to take it. I'm calling people. Yeah. I'm calling you. You're calling everybody, trying to figure out everything you can to build your confidence up. I want to break. Watch what you do. I want to put you down. You don't live this lifestyle. You skateboard in California. You're bothered about how you look. You're bothered about the ladies. You better get with the ladies. You're not even that good, are you? Look, you don't deserve to leave out. Like, she's off me fucking... Do you know what I mean?
He's bringing up Demi Lovato, which is crazy, right? That they're bringing this up. But this is the reason why Luke Rockhold is in here, because, look, man, the man is he's a social media guy, right? Not only that, he's a model on top of that, dating all these high-profile females. So,
Come on, Luke. Luke, hey, what? Hey, you run. What? You pick your ladies, man. You pick your ladies, man. Look what you're out. Hey, how's your lady in Brazil? My lady's fantastic, mate. Say hello. There she is.
Vintage Darren Till press conference. Nobody else is needed. Darren Till will run the whole show. I remember we've done these press conferences before. Darren will.
This is my press conference. Hey, KSI was my daddy for the Tommy press conference. Where are you, KSI? I'm not fucking daddy. 3 main events. Yeah, look at KSI, because we're in partnership. Me and KSI, man. What's up, dude? Let's get this fucking soft cunt Luke over. Come on. What, we'll give him 150 grand. That's fair, man. You know, we need the dollars back home, and he'll be happy with it. Hey. That's it. That's all I'll be happy with putting your face down and taking that. What's next? No,
Did you choose this fight? Did you ask for this fight, or was this an offer?
This fight. I want to box. Boxing is what I want to do, and obviously they offered me this bare knuckle boxing.
now what I like about what Luke Rockhold said here is that he said out of all the martial arts, boxing is one of the things that he really needed to work on, right? And this is a reason why he wanted to, you know, have this matchup, is because he wanted to basically work on his boxing. And I got to tell you, man, Darren Till is a much better boxer than that of, you know, Luke Rockhold. But it will be interesting to see. This is why I say this is a much better matchup in MMA than it is in boxing, just because these two guys need to fight in MMA, because they're both MMA guys and they both have the skills to pay the bills in MMA. So
National's not what I wanted to do, not what I was interested in, but it was a nice paycheck, and it was a learning process. And you know, this is what I want to do. I realized it was a dumb thing, but boxing is something I've done. Boxing is I've trained. I'm comfortable with. I've been in there a million times with some of the best guys in the world. And Darren's about to find out.
And he has. He's trained with Big Baby Miller, right? He's boxed with Big Baby Miller in sparring before. So, you know, he knows what it's like to be in there.
I don't know. You're a goat, Strikeforce. I was a young boy watching it, sick. UFC, sick. Like, you're over here giving me all kinds of shit that I can't fight. I'm one of the best strikers in the world. I'm not. Look who I fought in the UFC. Like, you're a great striker, but look who I fought. Like, look at the strikers. I've had a few. Even though he tapped me out, he's a bum on the feet. He's a bum.
That's crazy. He's saying, even Drickus tapped me out. He's a bum on the feet. He's a bloody bum on the feet, yeah?
Just like Perry, you're over here disrespected, but I respect you as a fighter. I was a fan in Strikeforce, and I was a fan of UFC, but you're coming in with this cocky confidence that I'm some kind of book. What, because I've got Perry on me? Mate, what? I can fucking fight, and that's all.
Yeah, that's true, man. I think a lot of people hold a lot of weight into people that, let's say, are, you know, that, I don't know, that don't look aesthetically pleasing, right? You know, that don't look like the Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know, Mr. Universe type, right? But this is fighting by the end of the day, and that's not indicative of everything, and Darren Till is right about that.
All there is to it. There you go, get silence. Thank you, said my piece.
Right, I'm coming back to the main event. We're not done with the main event. I want to go back to the co-main, though. I want to talk to Tony Ferguson again and ask you about your training. How are you preparing for this? What are you going to be doing differently to this? And how are you changing your MMA game for the big gloves?
Like I said, I always wanted to box, so anytime I would go inside the gym, I'm always wrapping my hands, and the first thing I do is hit to the speed bag and jump rope. So my warm-up is one of a kind. I'm linking back up with my coaches. And I knocked everybody out in the Ultimate Fighter. My coach, Coach Haas, he's over there training Tabitha Ricci and Caleb, my other fighters, right over there with them too. They're over in Abu Dhabi, Dubai, doing some stuff over there. About to go win this fight this weekend for the UFC.
So there it is, right? I mentioned that fight earlier. I have Tabitha Ricci winning that fight. So
then I got a couple of my other guys. I have Rashad Holloway, who's one of Freddie Roach's guys, one of Manny Pacquiao's old sparring partners, who's been my coach for a long time. And he was working with me wrong time. You guys know that Edson Barbosa fight? You guys remember how that went, right? Absolutely. So what I do is I surrounded myself around people that when pandemic hit, everything broke. What I did was I went back and I put myself in a position where we started making amends and started making shit happen.
So
now to keep in mind, the pandemic was probably the downfall of Tony Ferguson's career, right? Because after that, he lost to Justin Gaethje. and then it just went downhill from there as time went on.
Be prepared for someone that's not boxed before. Like, I'm sure you're going to watch his MMA fights, and I'm sure you're going to look for some technical abilities.
Here's Salt Poppy right here.
It's going to be a challenge for you.
Yeah, I know. Tom is going to be tricky. It's going to be challenging. You probably have more fighting experience than me, better fighting IQ, but I'm going to be prepared for the best only.
Stop overcomplicating your investment journey.
Okay, so Nerko 101, shout out to you. He asked, what are your thoughts on Sharaputin and Marc? Rewind back, I did do a full card. I did do a full card prediction on that one. So check out my full card prediction on that one, because I do give details on that one. And if you want to know if it goes over 10 minutes, rewind back to that portion of the live stream. Or you can wait till this live stream is done and rewind back, or you can rewind back right now and watch it and then just watch this all together.
The stage getting you excited for the fight?
Definitely, I'm built for
stage getting.
I'm going to be prepared for the best only.
Numero, is this energy on the stage getting you excited for the fight?
Definitely, I'm built for this, and I love drama, and I'll do anything I can to promote this fight. I'm feeling excited.
Yeah, shout out to you, Necro 101. Thanks to you as well. Don't forget to like and subscribe as well, my man.
Dive into the English audience, and I'm feeling welcomed by everyone here. Yeah.
Joey, what's the pressure going to be like on August 30th when you're walking out? First time walking out into an arena with the gloves laced up?
Oh, I can't wait.
Can you picture it?
Yeah, of course, man. I can't wait. It's a big lights to be on. Just me to walk up to the ring and just round one. It's just going to be game one.
To be honest, I don't know who these guys are, but they are part of the Misfits card nonetheless.
I mean, he's calling on like it's a war, but it's like, I would like to say it's going to be an easy night for him, because he's obviously had a fight before, but he's useless. But I hope you are training hard, and I hope you are, because I would, if I do knock you down, please get back up. Because I saw a video of you sparring corner, man. I thought you were trying to look better on purpose. But then after a few more videos, I saw that it was real. You caught that, mate. Yeah, I'm gonna laugh. Yeah. Obviously, mate, Conor Benn is a professional. Yeah, but you were raising your leg up like a little bitch, bro. All right, cool. That's no way to spar, right? At least face your opponent. He was playing with you. It was just playing with you. You were like this. Of course, bro. He's my very good friend. Yeah, I know. Good to you. What are you trying to say then? No, I was trying to say that you're not prepared for this. When I look at you, when I look at you, all I think of is just like a baked bean. You're just a proper bean head, bro. You're just like one big baked bean. Look at you. Bro, you're sitting out here saying that you always wanted to fight. You're fucking 35, mate. You never wanted to fight, but he looks like a bean. Bro, you never wanted to fight. Well, they will agree. You just had tax problems last year, and now you're trying to get a payday. That's it.
Charles Bivoire says, Khabib love. Yeah, shout out to you. Are you calling me Khabib? Let me know if let me know if that's what you were referring to. I get called Islam Makhachev, Khabib, or Khamzat all the time. So yeah, let me know, brother.
Paid very well. I'll be honest with everyone. I'm trying to go my own stuff. Like I said, boy, trust me, you watch. Yeah, you see how your eyes look.
Joey, you're in shape already. You're in shape already.
I am, yeah.
What have you been doing to prepare for this already?
Just training, just discipline, just getting up. Whatever Tony tells me to do, I do. I have to get up. Just like a couple of steroids too. Train at 10, train at 12, whatever I have to do, I'm there. That's it. Really, just train hard. And I just believe boy, he ain't training hard, man. He ain't training hard. You ain't training hard. I've got to get my being, bro. Yeah, I'm on vacation now.
Darren, you liking the fact there's some other beef on the stage?
Yeah, I like it. I like that there is some beef going on here other than just Darren and Luke Rockhold here. Lucky Bag says, bro, he says, hi, how are you, man? Hey, guys, hit the like and subscribe button for me, if you will, please.
Luke's not saying shit. I might have to start on beef with other people.
You were calling people out. Like, you were on social media, you were asking for people, naming them. No one was taking it, right? When did Luke become an option?
Well, Nate, the house that fucking plum over there decided to ask me to fight us, and I beat that cross-eyed on me out. And I just come back home. I was like, yeah, and then he just said he doesn't want to fight because he's an absolute stuffing head. And then obviously Luke took the fight. But now Luke's questioning himself if he should have took it. Because I want to smoke with you, mate. I know whatever you want. You can go back to Ibiza. Don't forget we said upstairs because I've got something.
He said, don't forget to go back to Ibiza. For those of you that don't know, Darren Till stole a taxi or an Uber in Ibiza and got arrested in spent time in a Spanish prison.
With you, Father, we need that involved. Okay, it's like, please.
Any time you want.
You know, but you said to me before, I don't take any more, and I've never took any. What is it? You said to me upstairs, I don't take it anymore. Then you said, I've never took it. Tell me what you're on.
I think
okay, so
all right, so what Darren Till is referring to here is that he said that back in the days, Luke Rockhold said something to him behind the scenes where he admitted to have taken certain substances. Now, what he's also saying is that Luke Rockhold is going back on his word, saying something to the effect of, well, it's not exactly what I took with steroids. I was using stuff that is allowed to be used, according to Luke Rockhold.
We got a few fucking liars in the room. Get the father test them now. Medicare say he's on.
Have you taken BBC 157?
No, I haven't.
I think everybody in this fucking room is taking.
Well, I'm the only super fat ones, obviously, who's not taking it. So maybe I should. Lee, get me some fucking juice steroids.
It's not juice, you dumb fuck.
I know, because I don't know what it is, but you're on it. Let's get my father today.
I lived this way my whole fucking life, mate.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
How then you fucking look fucking dirty? Are you joking?
I'm living life like you.
I've just walked in the room and seen you with your top up, and I said to them, I might pull out this fight. He's looking that good.
Yeah, well,
you know what I'm saying? You're on something at 46, you're on stuff.
Yo, that's crazy. He said that when he walked in the room and took off his shirt, he looked like he was on stuff I might pull out of this fight. That is crazy for Darren Till to say. I know it's just banter, this, that, and the other, but it's crazy that he said it like that.
I'm not coming here to fight and just to show up to paycheck. I'm coming here to put a stamp on what I'm doing and adding to what I'm doing. I'm excited to box. There's been holes in my game in boxing. Now it's time to close those holes. It's time to put you down and try to put you back in line and teach you a lesson.
This sounds like a line from
You're
not putting me down if it comes chin to chin. You can't stop me. I can stop you, not your chin. Hey, are you ready to put you down? Are you most?
Give me an assessment of his first boxing match.
I mean, he has not changed. He's good if you give him space, no doubt. His chin's always up. He comes up high every chance. Luke, you have no idea how. No one's seen me box. Well, you've never seen me box. You can only judge me from what you've seen.
Well, I can judge you not box. I can judge you from MMA, and you haven't been working on the logistics of boxing.
You think I'm not working on the logistics?
You've been fanning around.
I'm doing right now,
and obviously that, and you know,
I'm obviously not doing nothing.
Well, you need
to boxing. Every day. You're gonna see it.
So the guys in the gym didn't text me on Insta say you're missing the track. You're only doing 3 laps.
Why are you doing so much homework?
So
fighting the former strike force, UFC world champion. I'm too studying about you. I'd be a fucking idiot. Everyone here.
Yeah, that's true. You would be an idiot to not study your opponent. I agree with Darren Till on that. Lucky Bag says, what time is it there? It is 8:30 a.m. in the West Coast right now.
You don't have to study it. I need to know everything about you.
Yeah. So what are you expecting from it? As a fighter, what are you expecting from it? Give me a technical breakdown.
MMA side of things. There's a time where I was in my prime, Luke was a fucking strike force world champion, UFC champion. But this is boxing, and Luke hasn't really been doing boxing. He's just been fanning around in the gym. I know he has, because I've been studying him. Because he's still the
balls, mate.
Have you got slides in your head?
I've never bought looking like that, though. We need to make it bad,
Have you got
You're coming off zesty,
Hey, shout out to India. Don't forget to hit the like button and the subscribe button, will you, Lucky? Please. Thank you.
Have you got a slide in your camp then, Luke?
Zesty talk right now, not into that.
Who's reporting on you in your camp, Luke? Who's letting him know what's going on?
He's working every angle he can, but I haven't been training with the boys in a while. I'm in a boxing gym. I'm in Churchill Boxing. I'm with Connor Ben's coach, and I'm working every day diligently on my mechanics of boxing, and I'm boxing some of the best professional boxers around.
Oh, I know
big boys.
I know you are.
And I'm putting them on. And I'm putting them down.
I know you do, man. Because I've been studying you. Have you just get so? If I was
I don't release what I do right now.
No, Dave, you don't have to. You're going to be releasing everything to me, and you've been missing track days.
I have.
All right, let's get some questions from the media.
Take your shirt off. You've been missing every day.
I don't know that, mate. I'm on pies of fucking sparring, and I want to fucking kill you. That's what's happening. You're not letting me kill you. I'm chilly.
All right, guys. Let's get into the questions from the media.
Keep being lazy about.
All right, he's only had one fight where he was chinny, and that was against Jorge Masvidal. Jorge Masvidal obviously caught him with that shot, and then that was all she wrote from there. So, all right, let's see the face-off right now. All right, guys. Well, with that in mind, I think that is about it. Little bonus round for that one press conference reaction to Darren Till and Luke Rockhold. Also, Tony Ferguson taking on Salt Poppy in that same card. And guys, thank you for tapping in. Thank you for all those that have subscribed. Thank you for everyone around the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next content, in the next video, in the next live stream, inshallah. All right, guys. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. We are live, tapped in at exactly 2 hours and 58 minutes into the live stream. Live show starts right now. So what we're gonna do is okay. We're gonna start reading chats right now. Okay. So we're gonna go from the very top. All right. So first off, we got Drizzy Goat says, I got robbed, decision. Okay, Yan, decision. I said, hey, Drizzy, what's going on? I'm going with D. Ritter. Got Yan. Okay, so just going off the live chats from earlier. Assalamu alaikum to you, the Punisher. Marty Miller, training hard today, will be tapped in with us on the chats. What time did the first fight starts? 9 o'clock. So which is right now. Let me see if I can get this going right here. All right, and as we continue, obviously I said it's going to be 9 a.m. in the West Coast here. The Punisher, who, by the way, is from the UAE, says, oh, good, I'll finally be able to sleep. All right. Let's see here. By the way, shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in right now. Please don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let me know what part of the world you guys are from. Really privileged to have all you guys here tapped in with me for this UFC live stream that we are in right here. Okay, there's nothing going on here yet. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so nothing much going on here as of yet. Okay, so awesome. I'll check back later. I hope he does. Okay, I guess Punisher going to repeat more. Okay, another one. Does it start 9 a.m.? It should be starting right now. I don't know where the where this is at. Okay, let's see here. Some more. That's he's got his Mount Rushmore for WWE. Okay, hold on now. We got Martin Buday in the first fight right now versus Buchecha. Right. All right. Okay, so they got him clinched up on the fence right now. Yeah, Buchecha is really trying to find a much slower paced fight right now. So, all right, that's the end of the first round right there. All right, let's read some more comments. All right, so my man here says, Pantoja is a field agent. I have some hooligans inside the government. Okay. Cash will never be the same again, not after he found FBI cocaine stash. FBI, Rouge Carlin. Okay, Russian hoax. Wow, man, yeah, a lot of to go through here. All right, here we go. Round number 2 between Buday and Buchecha. All right, here we go. Round number 2. Exciting matchup we got in front of us right now. After this fight, I will do a camera appearance. So just setting up everything right now. Wow, okay, so he's got some ADCC titles, so he's used to competing in this part of the world in Abu Dhabi right now. All right, so now they're on the ground right now with a scramble. We have Buchecha right on top, full guard position. All right, I was talking about taking us to the Kumite. Okay, that was in reference to asking me about going to the masjid. Okay. I'm picking RDR as well. Yep. Hold on, guys. If you made new comments right now, I'm getting right to them as I am just going through these comments earlier when I wasn't live. So, all right. So we still have Buchecha right on top of Martin Buday right now. Martin Buday in the white, Buchecha in the black. Yeah, so that's the thing about RDR, right? He has fought Anatoly before, and we were talking about heat shock therapy in relationship to what's his name, Dricus Duplessis. It says, who do you have in the main event? I have Ritter on that one. I answered that earlier. Now I'm just answering it live. Live, real live incoming. The scams need to stop. Oh, man, this dude. You're watching right here, my man, ESPN. There's a bike racing going on in crack streets. Yeah. Okay, so now we're getting closer into, okay, where are the fights? We are in the fights right now. He is trying to mix it up because he keeps getting stuff. That's true. When is East Blue? That's going to be coming soon. Is the scam over? Yes, it is. So we are live on and popping right now. So that is the latest comment. We have now officially reached the peak live situation going on right now. All right. So we really are live. There is no scam to any of this. But I tell you what, man, that scam or whatever you want to call that. It got me 4,000 views. We're up to 4,000 views on this stream right now, and we are still in the first fight of the evening. How about that, right? 4,000 views within the first fight of the evening, and there's Buchecha right now on top, putting a backpack right on Buday, trying to look for a rear naked choke. So everybody around the world, let's not forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. And over that time, we've gained about how many? Oh my goodness, I am now right up to 1K now. How about that, man? I have just officially reached 1K. That is awesome. What a milestone moment. I'm going to put that onto the timestamp right there. And I hope to get more, man. I'm very honored and humbled by, the first 1K, and hopefully many more to come. So inshallah, man, congratulations, brother. Say 982 when I look. Yeah, and now, everybody like and subscribe. Let's get this man to 1K. 982. Congratulations, brother. You deserve that and more. Inshallah, brother. Thank you. Thank you for all those that have been tapped in around the world. We are now in the first fight of the evening. How about that? The first fight of the evening in UFC Abu Dhabi is the first time that I got to 1K. Thank you so much. So hopefully, you know what? Hopefully this does great numbers, because obviously you know how that goes. Once you hit 1K, you are in the proper pay zone of YouTube and whatnot. So hopefully this particular live stream does really well. So with that in mind, I'm going to be very motivated to work hard for you guys here, cover the fights, and give you the breakdowns, also give you some hot takes. At the same time, also do cover other things outside of mixed martial arts as well, right? So for those of you that have just formally been introduced, this is the best way to really put it. This is a real-life West Coast channel, right? Sacramento, California represent. Born in Libya, raised in New Jersey, now a long-time West Coast resident, a mixed martial arts-based channel that delves into storylines of the sport, technical breakdowns, the business of all combat promotions, the politics that involves inside and outside of competition within the coverage of all combat sports. So welcome to the most epic channel, the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. And you're probably going to ask why I say that with no apology. Well, as a lifelong practitioner of all various martial arts, I know the value of life lessons it teaches. Covering all major combat sports events, I will tie the stories behind these events and analyze the life lessons we can learn from. And that's what makes this channel the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. Let's get to it. We are now at round number 3 between Buday versus Buchecha. So here we go, man. All right, so now Buchecha is up right now. Wow, man. We have about 4,474 people around the world that have tapped into this channel. Shout out to everybody around the world right now, man. And by the way, what a great way to represent NorCal. Check out the shirt right there, right? Y'all like that? NorCal. Yeah, NorCal represent. All right. So we got Martin Buday right on top right now, sort of in a half guard position. All right, so man, Buday's really good at heavyweight, man. This is not a guy to mess about at heavyweight. He really is good. All right, so here we go. He's maintaining his top position right now. Oh, so now it's Buchecha that is on top right now, man. All right, so now here's Buchecha. We're still on top position right now. Wow, man. So currently the channel right now has 1,007 subscribers. So thank you to the 7 people that have subscribed on top of it, man. Very humbled by this experience. Thank you to everybody around the world that has supported the channel and believed in the cause to change the landscape of mixed martial arts media. Meanwhile, here's Martin Buday right now trying to change the face of Buchecha on half guard position as we end the fight into the 3rd round. All right, man. So that is the end of the fight, man. Who do you guys have it? I think I'm going to go with Buday on that one. I think Buday got an easy win on that one, guys. Let me know what you guys think. All right. All right, so let's find out who the winner is of this fight, guys. Well, there it is, man. Martin Buday wins that one. Martin Buday absolutely wins that one right there. So Martin Buday wins right on that one. Let's put that on the time slot right there. All right, so now we got Muhammad Yahya. All right, man. We got Muhammad Yahya taking on Steve Nguyen. So Muhammad Yahya is a local UAE fighter. Obviously, this is one of these situations that the UAE wants to develop their own fighter, somebody that they can promote for these events. For now, putting it on, let's say, prelims and undercards to try and build them up. Very similar to what the Saudis are doing in boxing with Muhammad Akil. if you notice, Muhammad Akil, trains in Scotland with, I believe, the trainer, his name is Eddie Gallagher. So if you see, right, a lot of what the Saudis do are very boxing UK centric, to say the least. So Marty Miller says, we know who Kyrie is pulling in for this one. Oh, between Muhammad Yahya and Steve Nguyen. Well, man, okay, so let's see. Where is Steve Nguyen from? We know that is a Vietnamese name, but we also know he's from the United States. Where in the United States is Steve Nguyen from? Dallas, Texas. Okay, so Steve Nguyen, Marty Miller, because Steve Nguyen is a Dallas guy. Why am I going to go for a Dallas guy who's not even a California guy over a guy that's from the UAE, right? So, yeah, man. All right. All right, here we go, man. All right, so we're just waiting the next fight right now. So, who are you pulling for this, Marty Miller? Let me know, everybody around the world, on the comment section below, who you guys are pulling for in this fight right now with Yahya versus Steve Nguyen. All right, 3 hours and 22. So, guys, just remember that I do put timestamps on my live streams. Not so much with my videos, because the videos obviously are a little bit shorter. So there's not really a lot of key points that you can really point out with that. But with live streams, obviously, if you're doing very long live streams, that is what you have to do in order to keep the people come back engaging with that same video later down the road. So right now we are going to have Nguyen versus Muhammad Yahya. So just like what I was saying earlier, right? Sort of like an experiment for the UAE to build their particular sporting brand, and in particular within the UFC. So all right, we're good. We're good. We're back right in. Okay, so Steve Nguyen versus Muhammad Yahya. Let's try and engage this one out right here. Let's see here. Go right here.
Hey, come back here. Come back.
This is the fight that we are awaiting for right now. All right, so still awaiting the matchup to commence between Yaya and Steve Nguyen. Okay, so here we go. Round number one. Round number one, Steve Nguyen and Muhammad Yahya. 430, 428, 427. We are live on and popping right now. So here we go. There's a low kick right there by Steve Nguyen. There's another, there's a high kick right there by Steve Nguyen, but he knocks down Muhammad Yahya in that shot. All right, there's a low kick right there by Steve Nguyen. All right, so here we go. There's a little bit of a scrap right there by Steve Nguyen and Muhammad Yahya. Oh, yeah, he's busting up Muhammad Yahya right now. Oh, wow, he just knocked down Muhammad Yahya right now. He just knocked down Muhammad Yahya. Let's see how he responds from here on. Oh, man. He's going to try to finish him right here. He's going to try and finish him here. Oh, no, it's all good, the Punisher, man. Shout outs to you, my man. I love that people who come in here and, watch my page train, man. That is awesome. You guys are real, like hardcore fans in a way where you also understand the sport. I love that. Oh, wow. He just knocked down Muhammad Yahya again, man. Man, the striking of Steve Nguyen is really good, man. Wow, man. Yeah, he cracked him on that one. Yeah, man. Yeah, he's doing a very good job of at least just staying in this fight. But Steve Nguyen is not to be denied in this right here. All right, so we got about a minute 20 left into this fight right now. Man, yeah. Yaya keeps getting rocked in this fight right now, man. He's constantly getting rocked. Okay, he's man, he's given Yahya a lot of chances here, man. So many chances he was giving him. They got the $1 Million Baby song playing in the Wingstop commercial. Interesting. So in the meantime, what I'm going to do is just comment on the commercials. What is this commercial they got going on right here? Looks like it's from an ad, from like a ESPN ad of some sort. All right, man. They got to warn him of not taking too much shots right here. Look at this, man. He looks like he's really out of it. Yeah, man. A lot of people are arguing that maybe this fight should have been stopped a long time ago. You're being objective. What was your biggest weakness as a fighter? Ego. I think that's one of the biggest things that anybody can really suffer from. Oh, how about this? Muhammad Yahya out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Speaking of ego, yeah, he's testing the ego of Steve Nguyen right now because Steve Nguyen was beating him up badly. But then out of nowhere, now he gets it. Oh, wow. This is like a good back and forth right now. And now Jason Herzog is warning Muhammad Yahya to get right back up. So as he was getting beat up, then he goes and knocks down Steve Nguyen. And now Steve Nguyen comes back and knocks him down once again. 6 knockdowns in a single bout. That is insane, man, for Steve Nguyen. Yeah, he's either choosing to let him back up again or just let him fight on the ground. But he doesn't. I don't know why he didn't let him stand back up. He probably has a better chance of knocking him back down again. Boxing style, letting them get up and because he's just trying to reach down. I think there's a lot of energy expenditure that you're putting out if, let's say, you are trying to ground and pound rather than, let's say, trying to beat him up on the feet. Mine is open mat wrestling. Okay, how do you think you would do with cage wrestling, or how do you feel comfortable with that? Meanwhile, let's see how comfortable Nguyen is right now as he's trying to slap in this arm triangle choke right on the mount position of Muhammad Yahya, the UAE experiment. So now they're right back on their feet again. Yeah, Muhammad Yahya's eyes is really mangled up right now, really badly damaged. Okay, there's a high kick right there by Muhammad Yahya. All right, there's a 1-2 shot right there by Muhammad Yahya. All right, so now they're back in a clinch position right now. Yeah, let's see how Muhammad Yahya gets back into this right now. Okay, there's a single to double leg attempt right there. He actually, well, all right, a little bit of some resistance. Actually, Nguyen actually kind of stuffed that one right there. All right, 32 seconds left into round number 2. Very exciting matchup so far. Don't be surprised if this one becomes a fight of the night right here, which I would gladly predict and anticipate that it will. Oh, there's a knockdown by Steve Nguyen again. Man, he keeps getting these takedowns knockdowns after knockdowns, man. All right, so that is the end of round number 2. Round number 3 coming up. Oh, wow, man. They may just have to stop the fight right now. Yeah, they're thinking about stopping the fight. All right, man. The fight has been waved off now. Wow, man. Yeah, the fight has been waved off. Wow, man. Yeah. Wow, man. Yeah, that was absolutely a bloody effect of a fight, man. Very bloody fight. Very bloody fight indeed, man. It was vicious. And, the doctors called to do the right thing. You know what I mean? You can't stay in there for that long of a time and expect that somehow something's going to be different, right? So, all right. Yeah. I mean, you can't argue at a stoppage like that, guys, right? I mean, it's a clear of a stoppage as much as you're going to get. So, with that, on to the next fight and on to the next one. That might be next, but let me confirm on that one, okay? Let me confirm on that one. Let me confirm and see if that is the next matchup. That was absolutely a crazy matchup for sure. And the UFC now to make it official. That's next, my man. Ibu Aslan and Elekana is next. Elekana, yeah. Elekana and Aslan next. You're calling Ibu by TKO. I say so too. I think he might knock him out as well. Yeah, man, he dropped him multiple times in his fight. Like 6, 7, 8 times that he dropped him in this fight. Ibu has that Turkish power. Yeah, I did. I mentioned Marty Miller that it is the ego, right? That's the biggest thing that that's the biggest thing that you have to understand. With most fighters, is it's really all about the ego. So the ego is a problem for a lot of fighters to develop. All right, so here it is. Elekana versus Ibu Aslan. All right. Well, here it is, man. Who's hyped up for this one? All right, Ibu Aslan versus Elekana coming up next right now. And they are returning here in October, by the way, for the Tom Aspinall and the Tom Aspinall and the Cyril Gane fight. No, you know what? I'm surprised that Dana White doesn't go with that more than he does with slap fighting, but it seems that there is some sort of market for slap fighting. So there you go. Experience Abu Dhabi having a little bit of their commercials going on right now. Oh, man. Yeah. All right, they have a little Claritin commercial going on right now, a Target commercial. Let me know what kind of commercials you guys have going on in your parts of the world. And by the way, guys, don't forget to check out my Hulk Hogan video, Generation Greatness to Generation Degeneracy. I think you guys are going to enjoy that one. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can play that for you just right before this matchup, or maybe after. You know what? After the Ibu Aslan matchup, I'll play it for you guys. Arm wrestling is almost like arm jiu-jitsu once you start to understand it. Okay, so there's that, right? It is sort of like that. There's a technique to how you put your opponent down, when you're doing arm wrestling. So I see what you're saying. There is that going on. All right, so here we go. Ibu Aslan taking on Billy Elekana. All right, so Billy Elekana's got a good ground game. He will definitely take your back. And here you have the Turkish power, Ibu Aslan, who's got Deontay Wilder power in his hands. Yeah, Marty Miller says arm wrestling is almost like arm jiu-jitsu. Once you start, you understand. The Punisher says arm wrestling is also an interesting sport, man. I started following it and it's good. Okay. Yeah, I got into it over COVID. That's interesting. I did not know that they had arm wrestling competitions, especially during COVID. That's very interesting right there. I would have never expected that. All right, so more commercials right now. Billy is going to shoot many takedowns. Indeed, he will. He will absolutely go for those takedown shots after takedown shots. And we'll see how Ibu Aslan responds to it. Maybe he's going to hit him with an uppercut on the way in, right? That's a possibility, but we shall see. By the way, guys, another video I want to tell you about is check out my video, Turkey versus Ariel Helwani. That's also a very good video, by the way, that I need you guys to check out. So yeah, please, if you're new to the channel, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and then let's get to it, man. What is this? Jon Jones is going to be the backup for Tom Aspinall versus Cyril Gane. He's going to be a backup fighter. Did I hear that right? Jon Jones is going to be a backup fighter for Cyril Gane and Tom Aspinall. Huh. How about that? But we will see and confirm if that news is true, though. Yeah, I don't know how true that is, but we'll find out. Ibu Mache Nerdi Amek. Okay, so I'm assuming these are the Turkish guys that are popping in right now. Yeah, definitely. We're going to have some Turkish guys popping in the chats right now. Man, I'm scared for Peter. Are you? I'm not. I think Mcghee is way over his head. I think this is one of the highest levels that Mcghee has ever fought in, and I don't think that he's going to do very well against Petr Yan. So I don't know. If you're a Petr Yan supporter, I wouldn't be too scared for him. Mcghee gave Topuria one of his hardest fights. I love Peter, but it's a bit iffy. Okay, well, I tell you what, that's why this is a great card. Can you believe this is a fight night card? This should be a pay-per-view, in my opinion, right? But either way, it's good nonetheless. All right, here we go. Aslan versus Elekana. Wow, what an interesting name. His name is Billy, son of Susie Elekana. Okay. What is Mcgee's fighting style? I don't know much about him. He's more like a street fighter brawler style, really. So, yeah. This is more stacked than UFC 319. I agree. Joe Riggs and O'Malley's coach were saying Marcus is really good. Hmm. Every coach is going to say that they're really good, right? But how they do against the person in front of them could mean something completely different. So, all right, so here we go. Round number one between Elekana and Brandon, and Elekana and Abu Aslan. Anyways, I can watch for free. Yeah, bro, tell me where I can watch the live for free. Right here, you're watching it live right here. Round number one. Abu Aslan taking on Elekana. It is 450, 449 of the first round. A bit of a feeling out process right now. Southpaw versus orthodox position fighting right now. All right, there's a high kick attempt right there by Abu Aslan. A miss. There's a front kick right there by Elekana. Yeah, a lot of feints being used right now. Wow. Okay. So he trained with what's his name, Uncle Yaya for this one. Interesting. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Aslan. Okay, there's a straight attempt right there by Elekana, and Aslan pulls back at it with a good head movement. A little bit of a Muay Thai stance right there, getting ready to check those kicks. And because he's throwing leg kicks himself right there. Okay, there's a straight right hand right there by Elekana. Okay, yeah, very good composure on both of them right now in the way that they are sort of measuring each other out in these ranges right here. Okay, there's a front kick right there by Elekana. Good front kick. Wow, yeah. Thank you to everybody, the new subscribers right now. Yeah, not as many takedowns as I would imagine it to start with a takedown. No, not at all, right? I think Elekana feels as though he can somehow mitigate any danger from Abu Aslan into striking. Like he feels confident enough in his striking to do so. How about this? The main card is only 2 hours away, right? So, that not a very late card, kind of an early card, an early start that we got going on right here. So, Oh, he says during the Ricci fight, I'll go and take a bath and I'll come back inactive that time. Okay. There's an attempt at a takedown, Punisher. So you're getting naked. Okay, yeah, a little bit of a sus statement right there. Fresh. All right, so into the commercial right now. All right, chill out with that, man. You know what I mean? Nah, man, chill out. Yeah, for real, Fresh. You got to chill out with that. Oh, gee, I'll be chill. There it is, man. All right, so still very technical matchup, not the explosive matchup that we were expecting out of these two, but it is what it is. That's how you got to fight sometimes. Aslan is a funny name. What is so funny about it? I mean, what is your real name in real life, Fresh? If you don't mind sharing. Like you got a name like probably Dennis or Wilson or something like that. Okay, everybody's screaming for Evo Aslan right now. Okay, that's nice, man. I'm gonna have yeah, well, all right. I mean, that is your name. Okay. Very immature of you, bro. Yeah, very immature comment there, fresh melon juice, my man. And you're showing your age as a result of that. Right. There's a front kick by Elekana. I agree with Michael Bisping's assessment on that, right? Yeah, a loss will make you attentive a little bit. Have you guys ever seen Deontay Wilder's comeback fight recently? It wasn't in front of a big crowd, and I mean, he looked lackluster until he finished him in the end. Let me just say that. But yeah, look up Deontay Wilder's last boxing matchup. Okay, there's a straight right hand by Elekana. Man, yeah. Even on the part of Elekana, there's not a lot of wrestling going on here. Not a lot of wrestling, not a lot of this, that, and the other. Hey guys, by the way, at the end of this fight, people forget, man. Joe says people forget, man. People forget. Hey, at the end of this fight, I'm going to show you guys my Hulk Hogan video. This is absolutely a boring fight, Joe. I agree with that. Deontay Wilder has never been the same after he did ayahuasca and became a nice guy. I would agree, right? I think that is probably the reason why Gervonta Davis said that he doesn't want to take any ayahuasca right now because he wants to feel like he's that mean, aggressive human being that needs to get in there and take out his opponent. Okay, there's a high kick right there by Elekana, or I'm sorry, Aslan. There's Elekana. Now he finally shoots in for a takedown and stuffs it. Now we see why Elekana is hesitant in going for these takedown shots because obviously he's able to stuff them and keep it on the feet. And obviously that's where Ibu wants to do it. First round to Elekana, second round to Ibu, according to the Punisher. I agree with you on that assessment. I think I agree with that assessment as well. I agree with that assessment. All right, so here we go. Round number 3. All right, here we go. Round number 3. Round number 3. All right, so 439, 438, 437 of the third round. There's a body kick by Aslan, blocks by Elekana. What is this signaling? Some kind of foul going on there. Okay, there's a body kick right there by Aslan. Deep into this fight right now, the third and final round. All right, yeah, a little bit of a friendly sparring matchup right now, which is why Joe says this right here, right, which I completely agree with. It is a boring fight, but at the same time, it's the only fight that they themselves can fight right now, right? It's a combination of Ibu Aslan coming from, just the, current loss that he had going into this fight, trying to fight a lot more carefully, this, that, and the other. So, yeah. All right, there's a shot and a miss by Aslan. Yeah, man, both of them, are trying to get back into their win streak, but at the same time, they don't want to risk anything as well. And this is the reason why you're seeing, hence, what you would consider a boring fight right now. Oh, okay, there it is. Now Elekana's starting to open up right now. You think Elekana might win this one? Just based on what the points alone, maybe perhaps, right? Maybe perhaps. He did rock Ibu Aslan a few times there, but we'll see if that's enough for the judge's eyes. Shout out to the 6,000 people around the world that have been tapped in so far. But at the same time, too, I got to agree with Michael Bisping's take on that. He did say that, it is Aslan that has been, moving forward, and that may be deemed ring generalsmanship in the part of the judges, but we'll see. We got about 20 seconds left into this fight. If it's a decision, the visitor will lose. So, in other words, you think they're just going to automatically give it to Aslan. All right, well, let's put your theory to the test if that's true, right? And then we'll debate about it afterwards. But all right, 3, 2, 1, and that is the end of the fight right there. All right, so now we await the official decision of this fight. All right, so anybody? Who do you? I think Elekana won this one. I think they may give it to Elekana right now. But yeah, let's find out. All right, so Billy Elekana wins this one. He wins this one. Billy Elekana wins this one. Wow. Oh, man. Wow. What do you guys think? Before I go into it, let me know what you guys think, because I got a couple of thoughts on it. All right, so just like that, Elekana wins the fight. And, I got to be honest with you, right? I did not expect for him to win that fight, only because I thought that, hey, you know what? The forward motion of Ibu Aslan obviously wasn't enough, but he did attempt the takedowns. He did try to grind out Ibu Aslan as much as he can. He did throw more of the strikes, but that's it, man. You know what I mean? He is the winner by the end of it. So, yeah, on to Ricci versus Yeah, women's fight coming up. Ribas. So that is the next matchup that we got going on right now. I trust the Punisher. He says, I'm gonna take a bath. Okay, have fun, my man. All right, so we're just on the commercial right now, waiting for Hivaz and oh yeah, that's right. I said that I was gonna play the Hulk Hogan video. Okay, let me play the Hulk Hogan video for you guys right now. Wow, so if you grew up in the 1980s and the 1990s all the way to the 2000s and then led an adult life in the 2010s and 20s, you can absolutely relate to this. There was a moment in time where everything seemed magical. During the times of Hulk Hogan, the red and the yellow, the Hulk Hogan ice cream, the Ultimate Warrior action figures, the G.I. Joes, things of this nature. Everything seemed pure, everything seemed real, or was it? And then next thing you know, the realities of the harsh adulthood came and creeped into our lives, washing away all the beautiful memories that we remembered as a kid with simpler times. And if you understand exactly what I'm saying to you, you will understand this video in a nutshell. The 1980s, the 1990s seemed like a simpler time for many multitudes of reasons. One of those reasons is because we could distinguish between the good guys and the bad guys. You remember the Cold War? Everybody was so convinced that the United States was good and the USSR was bad. Now, obviously, all countries are bad and all countries are good in their own way. Let's try and understand that. But when you had somebody like Hulk Hogan, who represented America, then you had somebody like Iron Sheik, who was playing, obviously, a character of an Iranian national who hates the United States, but in reality was actually a real-life Iranian wrestler who represented Iran. That's neither here or there. That is a political topic for another time. What I'm talking to you about right now is your childhood memories and how it coincides with the reality of Hulk Hogan. For example, when he became Hulk Hogan NWO, what happened? When that happened, Hulk Hogan became a disenfranchised, wannabe good guy, wannabe goody two-shoe, and became this hardened biker gang leader criminal, which, by the way, is what he was depicted as when he was the leader of the NWO. Hence the name Hollywood Hulk Hogan, because he fits the role of that super villain bad guy to the max. And at the same time, he was also the greatest good guy ever. Very similar to how America is. You see, in some parts of the world, America is seen as the good guys. In some parts of the world, America is seen as the ultimate bad guys. But nonetheless, that is coincided with the reality of Hulk Hogan, not only in his on-screen life, but also in his life outside of the ring and what he has depicted himself to be as both the good guy and the bad guy in both those contrasting years of his career. Well, now that Hulk Hogan is gone, I think we can speak from an Islamic perspective and say that this life is short. This life is just a journey that passes you by. This guy was the biggest icon during our generation, and quite honestly, one of the most recognizable names and figures that we can remember within our childhood memories. Somewhere down the line, the joys of childhood, the innocence of childhood, got replaced with the ideas of having to pay your bills, having to keep up with your mortgage, on top of the fact that you had to worry about the things that you never had to worry about as an adult. And then you can look at that from the difference between the boomers and how they were able to buy a house for, let's say, less than 100 grand, maybe even 30 grand. And now the very minimum, most houses are $500,000. All right, so we're on to the fights right now. Yeah, we're on to the fights right now. All right, so here's yeah, even though Ribas is the higher ranked athlete, I'm going to go with Ricci on this one. So all right, forward attack motion on the part of Ricci right now. Got her pushed up against the fence with just 30 seconds into this fight already. There's a wizard by Amanda Ribas and gets a judo hip toss right into side control position right now. Appears that she was looking for a crucifix, but was able to get right back up from here. All right, so trying to go for that hip toss again, right under the wizard position that she's in. All right, so still continuing on from that position right there, trying to get a takedown. Okay, now she has the body lock position with Amanda Ribas with that wizard. She could easily go for a judo hip toss with this wizard once again. Oh, there's a nice body kick right there by Ricci. All right, there's a good knees to the body right there. Just as what I would expect Ricci to be doing in this fight. I knew that she was going to win this fight. It's exactly how I predicted it in my prediction shows. Also, guys, please check out my prediction shows as well, because I definitely give you guys some interesting breakdowns. And yeah, please don't forget to like and subscribe as well. All right. All right. 30 seconds left into the first round right now. All right, and that is the end of round number one right now. Round number one, I give that to Ricci easily. All right. Is this the best fight on the card? No, it is not. No, it is not. Not at all. And you know it. All right. So the same thing with Ricci right now, just really going for these grindy positions right now, just cage fighting, cage wrestling, rather. Oh, that's a good shot right there. Oh, wow. Oh, she's hurting Amanda Hebaz right now. Okay, that's it. She just finished Amanda Hebaz. Amanda Hebaz has just been finished. Oh, yeah. Got it in right there. Oh, man, those elbows were vicious right there. Got her on that elbow. Ricci should train with Tyson and learn the peekaboo boxing style. That would absolutely help her out a lot, right? If she did. Wow, man, yeah. Good one. Good one. All right, let's go back to that video that I was playing for you guys, the Hulk Hogan video. Grew up in the 1980s and the 1990s all the way to the 2000s and then led an adult life in the 2010s and 20s, you can absolutely relate to this. There was a moment in time where everything seemed magical. During the times of Hulk Hogan, the red and the yellow, the Hulk Hogan ice cream, the Ultimate Warrior action figures, the G.I. Joes, things of this nature. Everything seemed pure, everything seemed real, or was it? And then next thing you know, the realities of the harsh adulthood came and creeped into our lives, washing away all the beautiful memories that we remembered as a kid with simpler times. And if you understand exactly what I'm saying to you, you will understand this video in a nutshell. The 1980s, the 1990s seemed like a simpler time for many multitudes of reasons. One of those reasons is because we could distinguish between the good guys and the bad guys. You remember the Cold War? Everybody was so convinced that the United States was good and the USSR was bad. Now, obviously, all countries are bad and all countries are good in their own way. Let's try and understand that. But when you had somebody like Hulk Hogan, who represented America, then you had somebody like Iron Sheik, who was playing, obviously, a character of an Iranian national who hates the United States, but in reality was actually a real-life Iranian wrestler who represented Iran. That's neither here or there. That is a political topic for another time. What I'm talking to you about right now is your childhood memories and how it coincides with the reality of Hulk Hogan. For example, when he became Hulk Hogan NWO, what happened? When that happened, Hulk Hogan became a disenfranchised, wannabe good guy, wannabe goody two-shoe, and became this hardened biker gang leader criminal, which, by the way, is what he was depicted as when he was the leader of the NWO. Hence the name Hollywood Hulk Hogan, because he fits the role of that super villain bad guy to the max. And at the same time, he was also the greatest good guy ever. Very similar to how America is. You see, in some parts of the world, America is seen as the good guys. In some parts of the world, America is seen as the ultimate bad guys. But nonetheless, that is coincided with the reality of Hulk Hogan, not only in his on-screen life, but also in his life outside of the ring and what he has depicted himself to be as both the good guy and the bad guy in both those contrasting years of his career. Well, now that Hulk Hogan is gone, I think we can speak from an Islamic perspective and say that this life is short. This life is just a journey that passes you by. This guy was the biggest icon during our generation and quite honestly one of the most recognizable names and figures that we can remember within our childhood memories. Somewhere down the line, the joys of childhood, the innocence of childhood, got replaced with the ideas of having to pay your bills, having to keep up with your mortgage, on top of the fact that you had to worry about the things that you never had to worry about as an adult. And then you can look at that from the difference between the boomers and how they were able to buy a house for, let's say, less than 100 grand, maybe even 30 grand. And now the very minimum, most houses are $500,000. I'm talking about like decent houses that are one level, maybe 2 rooms. We're talking $500,000 in a good city. That's what you would find. But back in the days, everything seemed good. Everything seemed like, you know what, everything was working. It was the way that it was. Everything that seemed fair is no longer fair in that particular light. That is just the world that we are living in today. Also, if you really want to talk about how innocent times were back then, think about this, right? The Iraq War. 2 different contrasting eras, right? 2003 and 1991. What is the difference? In 1991, you had a clear enemy. Okay, you remember Sergeant Slaughter when he defected to the Iraqis just to fight Hulk Hogan? That was a clear enemy, and it was a clear operation. Go in there, take out the bad guys, this, that, and the other, and then we're out of there. Next thing you know, we're now in an era where, let's say, 2003, right? The Iraq War invasion. What happened? Wasn't so simple, was it? Now you're stuck in there a couple of decades later trying to mitigate all the tribal issues that were going on there. The world got complex. That is the next thing that I'm going to talk to you about. How the world got complex and how the world was simple back then, especially in the days when Hulk Hogan was at his prime. Without having to go through the chronological order of Hulk Hogan's career, the one thing that we can take from that is back then it were much simpler times, and now we're living in more complicated times. His career, his life, the way that he was big during the reality show era of the Jersey Shore and the Kardashians and whatever reality show was going on in the mid-2000s, he embodied all of that. He embodied every single part of that in every generation that he was a part of, but he also embodied the joyness of simpler times in the 80s and 90s and also the complicated times in which he has lived today. And look at the way that he died. I'm going to tell you from an Islamic point of view of understanding life and understanding the trajectory of one's life in this dunya as you transition into the afterlife, it really brings a grim, humble reality to how a lot of people die. You see, many people are making jokes about Hulk Hogan dying right now because of the fact that he was canceled. Now, is it warranted in any kind of way? My answer, I don't know. That's for you to decide. I'm just here as a reporter giving you the news, giving you the content and everything in between. So don't forget to like and subscribe. I hope that I gave you a great monologue regarding Hulk Hogan and how he relates to the generations that have lived through his greatness and that have witnessed it, but also correlating how their life has changed along with Hulk Hogan's life in the era that we are now facing in, as opposed to much happier times than before. With that in mind, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah.
Want to get rid of this visceral fat? Check this out.
This is how to get in shape fast.
What is the best way to lose this central obesity? Some people call it belly fat.
I'm going to drink lime and ginger water every morning to lose weight.
Okay, any other ideas?
I'm thinking about running on the treadmill again.
If you believe that to lose central fat, you must cut all carbs, go on a starvation crash diet, do intense cardio 4 to 5 times a week, you better watch this.
Starving ourselves, eating salads, and cutting out carbs. Doing this never works and only leads to more frustration.
You might think this would take years to learn, but we're going to teach it to you in 60 seconds. Watch this.
This is a metabolism killer, this is a metabolism killer, and this is a metabolism killer.
All right, so we're live right now. All right. So did the next fight start yet? No, not yet, huh? That's probably why I haven't been on for a minute there. So, all right. What do we have here? Fresh melon juice. That's called Kendora, my friend. The fight was so good, men now have to cover themselves in the UAE. Oh, man. Okay, I missed out on that comment right there. Yeah, that's wild for you to say that. Yeah, it's a bit strange for you to say that too, but yeah. And then they got this WNBA commercial going on. Like, they're all complaining about, not being paid enough. And then they went and audited them, and they found out that they actually owed the NBA money for funding them after all this time, which is, kind of crazy. I mean, does the WNBA even have an audience? No, it doesn't. The only people, look, you know what the WNBA is like? I'm going to explain right now. Watch this. Okay. So I'm going to put this in a time stamp right now. Okay, we got Grant versus Blackshear. Okay, so that's quite a title right there for a timestamp. So we got Blackshear versus Grant right now. And we got why the WNBA doesn't have the audience that it is looking for. The WNBA is fully funded by the NBA. Okay, so I'm going to talk about that when the fight is about to start between these two, right? So check this out. All right. I got this on a timestamp in 20 seconds from now. But for now, let's get to Grant versus Blackshear right now. So we got Blackshear versus Grant right now, all the way from the UK, right? UK fighter fighting in the UAE right now. Okay, so as Blackshear and Grant is going on right now, I'm going to talk about why the NBA doesn't have an audience. So the Punisher from the UAE here asks, does the WNBA even have an audience? The answer is no. And similar to that of NCAA Wrestling, they also don't have a lot of an audience as well. Look, what they have similarities in is the only people that watch NBA or WNBA are the people that play basketball themselves. Very similar to wrestling. The only people that really watch wrestling are the people that do wrestling or that have done wrestling or that have a lineage of family members that have done wrestling. So that's really what the WNBA is. So it was very strange for them to come out and say, well, they demand more pay, this, that, or the other. I mean, listen, nobody is denying your skills for you to be able to play at that kind of level. But at the same time, it's more than just the levels that you are able to play at or the skills that you possess. It is all about marketing. And quite frankly, nobody cares about women's fighting and nobody cares about women's WNBA basketball. That's just really what it is, and that's just really what it comes down to. And if you think otherwise, I don't know what you're thinking, other than just looking at the metric numbers. So he says here, Blackshear is showing a dominant performance. He is, man. This is good grappling on the part of Blackshear right here. Yeah. Marty Miller says amen to that. Man, and you know what? I'm going to clip that. You know what? You guys could clip this as well, right? You guys are welcome to make clip channels about me and some of the takes that I make here. You guys could probably make, a good chunk off of just, making clicks and clips about me if you wish. Yeah, Punisher says, I agree. No one watched women MMA or any sport. I mean, look, you made it very clear, right? I'm here because I'm a commentator. I'm an analyst. You're just a fan. And, you flat out said, I'm not going to be here while this is going on. I was like, all right, I'll see you in a bit. And then here you are. You came back. Yeah, we are going to timestamp you to that, man. Timestamp you to that, man. Only a few things I'm interested in women do. Okay, well, I understand what you mean by that. A bit of a base comment there. Marty Miller, old man, you know what I mean? Yeah, a bit of a base comment there, but all right. All right, so Damir Blackshear looking like he's looking to finish this choke right now. Damir Blackshear. All right, so not getting a rear naked choke there. That's literally what he was looking for in that sequence there. Oh, there's an art bar right there by Blackshear. This looks like every day on the streets in the U.S. What do you mean? Explain that. Is there a racial element behind what you're trying to say there? Oh, he's going for an arm bar. Yeah, he is, man. Yeah, I had Damir Blackshear winning this one going into it. All right, so he gets out on that one. Yeah, Grant got out. Yeah, good submission defense on the part of Grant on that one. He says, yes, very racist comment. Thank you. So, well, all right. So are you referring to that as saying that, all right, you know what, you see black on white violence or white on black violence or this and that? If that's what you're referring to, all right, yeah, then let me know on the comment section below. All right, round number 2. Here we go. Yeah, Blackshear, dominant performance in the first round. He said, if I did this sport, I would shave my hair for sure. Okay, well, I kind of sense and understand what you mean by that. So, all right. So, Blackshear had a very dominant grappling performance in the first round. In the second round, what he's looking to do here looks like he's trying to strike with Grant Davey, but Davey Grant looks very good, man. In the striking, right? Very elusive in his striking patterns of movements. All right, there's a high kick right there by Davey Grant. Little jump in front kick, rather, that he was going for there. Oh, there's a good one right there. Now, there's fresh melon juice trying to instigate. How do you ask someone a question like that to whom they've never met? You know, unless, of course, you have some kind of nefarious idea behind your question. All right, there's a front kick right there by Davey Grant. Yeah, you're definitely a Peckerwood for sure. Shout outs to the Peckerwoods, though. Oh, wow, man. Yeah, Grant is going for it right there. Grant is, swinging for the fences right there. Is really going for it. Northern Cal in the house. Yeah, I mean that's a logical answer. Like how would you even know? Like I don't know, man. Yeah, it's a weird question, but every time you tell me your age, I believe you because yeah, and that's another thing too. You know what I mean? So a typical casual question. Come on, fresh. You're I thought you're better than that. You know what I mean? I think I would to answer that question, Punisher. Yeah, I think I could. I have trained with Joseph Benavidez before, right, in the same training room. So, uh, yeah, I think I would fare well on that. This is the first ever virtual MMA fight. Oh man, there's a lot of that going on Twitter. I don't know what you mean by the first MMA virtual fight. Yeah, some of the stuff he says would lead me to believe he's 14, but other things make me think he's older, specifically his knowledge of politics. Well, I tell you what, Marty, there are a lot of young people nowadays that are very well versed in politics, right? The reason why there's a lot of people that are well versed in politics is for multitudes of reasons, right? Obviously, there's the internet age where a lot of kids, maybe in that particular age group, have grown up around iPads where they've gained these types of knowledge when it comes to politics or when it comes to the nuances of the world, right? So, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at that age that someone would know or understand politics. At 14, I was very well versed in politics, right? So I wouldn't put it past anybody. I mean, this is the reason why they have freshmen and eighth graders that take honors classes when it comes to, let's say, history or geopolitics or political science and things of that nature. Fresh Melon Juice says, in my org. Marty Miller asks, "Hey Kyrie, did you see Kyrie go off on Wick MMA?" Oh yeah, I don't want any of that smoke. Well, there you go, right? That's what I'm saying. Internet fighting and real fighting are two completely different situations. You know what I mean? I think I fare well with a lot of people in verbal combat. I think I would fare well against Pierce Morgan in a verbal combat on his show, right? But obviously, if me and Pierce were to step in there, you know what would happen, obviously, right? But yeah, it's just different combat for different things, different conflicts for different scenarios that come about. Damn, you've trained with Benavidez? Yeah, Joseph Benavidez. Yep. How was it meeting him? Good. Very normal guy, right? So for him to have a high profile significant other the way that he does right now with Megan O'Leary, he seems like the same guy again, just very normal and, very down to earth about everything. What is his? Fresh, his organization. Okay. Yeah. Hey, I'm in the room. It's rude to talk about me in this manner. Well, I mean, it's, you remember, you're in a public forum, right? It is your choice to talk. And so it is our choice to comment. So, damn, Melon Juice is only 14. He sounds smart. That's what I'm saying, right? But it doesn't surprise me at all. Where are you from, Fresh? Yeah, I am curious to know. I think he's from the United States. I think you are from California, from what I understand, right, Fresh? So, yeah, let me know, man. All right, so to the Demir Blackshear and the Grant fight going on right now. Okay, there's a hook and a cross right there by Davey Grant, throwing some bombs. All right, there's a takedown attempt by Blackshear right there. Oh, man, those are some hard shots by Blackshear. Oh, there's a nice leg kick by Davey Grant. The Punisher says half of the UAE loves this sport not for business but for fun because betting is illegal here. As you can see, there is no ads for stake. We just love the sport here. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you know what? I think I am more for that format with the UAE people than I am with other people around the world and how they see MMA. Now, obviously, it's great that I could have a channel that I could step in here and talk about it and also, make some money as well. Oh, by the way, if you guys are more than generous, please don't forget to hit the super chat as well. I know you guys in the UAE, you got that, ARAB money. So yeah, man, please, by any means, don't forget to, tap in on that with some super chats if you would like. Help your boy out a little bit. All right, so now there's 20 seconds left into this fight right now. And Davey Grant has been given Blackshear a way tougher fight than what we would have expected. Oh, there's a flying knee attempt as he was throwing a leg kick right there. And that is the end of the third round right there. We go to the judges' scorecards, and let's see how this turns out. By the way, guys, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's get to 100 subscribers today. We got a lot of people right now subscribing. That's what I'm talking about. Right now, I'm finding a job. I'm just 19, but once I get it, inshallah, I will buy. Okay, awesome, my man. Okay, so, man, this is interesting. I got quite, a pretty young audience, with us here today. That's very interesting, man. Very interesting. Shout outs to the youth out there, man. As they say in England, the youth, bruv. The youth, bruv. Okay, so now we're going to find out the winner. Marty Miller, my man. Shout out to Marty Miller with the super chat right there. $2 by Marty Miller. Love watching the fights with you guys. My man, that's what I'm talking about, my man. Thank you for that super chat right there, man. All right, now let's find out the winner as we Davey Grant. Wow, I can't believe it. Davey Grant actually won this fight. That is insane, man. But you know what? Hey, it is what it is by the end of the day, man. Wow. And Demir was doing so good, man. Wow, man. Yeah, thank you for that, Marty Miller. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for that. Marty Miller, 65, the GOAT. He definitely is the GOAT, man. I don't partake in such things, my man. Bisping looks huge. He does, especially right next to, a 145er, right? It's a joke, man. Come on. I know. I got you, man. I always appreciate your banter. That's another reason why a lot of people think you're older too. You have a banter of somebody that is older. You know what I mean? But you know what? We've seen a lot of very mature teenagers over the years. So that should not be a surprise. So yeah, man. Anybody else around the world, if you would like to tap in with your boy and hit the, what do you call it? Hit the super chats, please. You are more than welcome to help support a real one, somebody that is here to cover all the fights for you. Reliable at that. By the way, I put timestamps on everything, so every action that you think you missed, I'm covering it right here, play by play, word for word, and action by action. All right, well, here we go. Muslim Salikov taking on Carlos Leal. Here it is. Wow, man, 41 and Muslim Salikov still doing the damn thing. Yeah, Carlos Leal, doesn't he resemble Luis J. Gomez, the former co-host of Michael Bisping? Man, I would be surprised, but you know what? He doesn't have the shaved head today, so I don't know. Is it just me or Whittaker's face changed a bit after Kamzat? I think that's just accumulation after years of taking punishment, I suppose, right? I don't think Kamzat was the main catalyst to have done that, right? I think it was just somehow the contributing factor of why it's shaped the way that it is now. Yeah, he just got a couple new teeth. That'll do it, right? I mean, Conor McGregor, doesn't he have veneers, right? So with Conor McGregor having veneers, that is probably, a reason to believe that, like, okay, it is why his face changed to a certain degree, so. All right, man. So yeah, we got Muslim Salikov, and oh wow, man, have you guys seen Ben Askren lately? Dang, bro, Ben Askren looks really bad right now, man. Who wants to see Ben Askren right now? Yeah, isn't his lower jaw forward in a way? Yeah. Yeah, Thug Rose also looks different in the Andrade fight. Yeah, he looks like a different person, but it's incredible that he's pulling through that. Yeah, man. Let me see if I can pull that one up for you guys right now. The Ben Askren situation. All right, let me play a video right now. In the meantime.
The Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. The ambiance. The food. First stop on the trip of a lifetime. Chase Sapphire Reserve.
Yeah, a normal human would quit. He's got 6 kids. I heard on an interview. Costs money, man. Yeah, for real. It really does.
Everyone will have a good time. With the cost of Duracell, not so much. Don't overheat on that tropical vacation. Get more savings and power more with Rayovac.
I'm going to be honest. At first, I was very reluctant to talk about this subject because let's just be honest about it. Whenever you talk about Ariel Helwani and all the political ties that come with him, and then when you talk about the Saudis and all the political implications that come with it, you are bound to cause controversy in some kind of way.
Shout out to Dana White for that.
With that in mind, let's focus right down to Ariel Helwani and Turki Al Sheikh. What do we know so far? They both unfollowed each other. Okay. So when they unfollowed each other, Turki made a snide comment saying, wow, how am I ever...
We're going to watch that later on. Yeah, shout out to Dana White for that one, Marty Miller. All right, so we got Muslim Salikov and Luis J. Gomez. Okay, now he looks like Luis J. Gomez. He did shave his head for this fight. All right, here we go. Muslim Salikov. All right, there's Islam Makhachev in the crowd right now. Yeah, he does a lot without talking about it. Good man, after all. Yeah, man, that's why we should never judge, right? Who wins? I go with Muslim Salikov. I said that he was going to win by a decision on this one. Let us find out if that is the case. All right, there's Muslim Salikov opening up with some kicks. Obviously, the Sundu, champion will do that. All right, a little counter there by Carlos Leal. Oh, he just slapped Leal. I can't believe it. Wow. Wow, I can't believe it. He just slapped Leal out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, he just slapped him. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. He just slapped him. Wow. Wow, I couldn't believe it. One clean shot, right hand, and puts him out just like that. Wow. Out of nowhere. Wow. Wow, man. He just puts him out just like that, man. Wow. Wow, man. Yeah, he knocks him out in that one. I couldn't believe it. Boom. Wow. All right. Well, I got it right, but I did not expect for a knockout. And then there's Islam right there and Rizvan. Yeah, Islam in the crowd and Muslim in the cage. Yup. Wow. Wow, man. Amazing. That was an amazing knockout. Oh, my God. It looked like he shot him in the head, dude. That's right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? It looked really horrible, man. Wow. It was devastating. That was devastating, man. That was a devastating shot. There's Petr Yan and Mcghee right there walking in. Wow. The king of Sando right there. Marty Miller asks, did you guys see that video of Aspinall hitting the punching machine that Ngannou has the record on? How did he do? How did he do? Let me see if I could find that right there. Wow, and we got Bryce Mitchell coming up next. Ooh, we got Bryce Mitchell and Saeed Nurmagomedov coming up next. That's awesome. I'm looking for that Tom Aspinall video right now, Marty. Yeah, he was funny. He says, hey, Wonder Boy, I want to impress. Yeah, surprisingly unimpressive. Oh, are you talking about the Tom Aspinall? Okay. Tom Aspinall punching machine. Let's go to it right now. Yeah, man. Shout outs to Muslim Salikov on that one. Is this it? Let's make sure. Marty, really though? Unimpressive? Brother, that's unimpressive to you? Yeah. The machine was bolted in the wall. Maybe that's why his punches were so weak. Yes, the Aspinall punch. I don't know, man. You know, it has to be collaborated differently or something. Man, I don't know, man. You know what? Yeah, he banged on that bag. But on any regard, yeah, check out this video that I had with Turkey El Sheikh versus Ariel Helwani. Going to get through in the world of boxing without Ariel Helwani. And that right there is just American humor, rather, American sarcasm at its best. That's really what it is. Turkey is saying to him,
you can get this fixed now and pay later. You can get this fixed now and pay later. And this. Get it fixed now and pay later in 4 interest-free payments at SafeLight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Canelo Alvarez, one of the greatest Mexican boxers of all time. Terrence.
Hey, that is a good problem to have. I have commercials now. You honestly think I can't survive without you as my friend or without you as somebody that is
an ally or a media member. And by the way, you got to understand, okay? Well, I just urge you to look up Saudi Arabia and media, right? That's all that I got to say. And then with that in there, you'll start to understand their relationship as a state with journalists as a whole. You got to understand, Turki al-Sheikh is bound by the Saudi government, and as such, he is a representative of Mohammed bin Salman, the prince and the minister of defense of Saudi Arabia, the son of the crowned king of Saudi Arabia. So in other words, he represents the government. You got to understand this too. There's a lot at stake for the Saudis. There's a lot of political clout, political relevance, and political influence that shapes the geopolitical world, believe it or not, through the world of sports. And it's been happening in the world of combat sports. You can date back in World War II when the Austrian painter from the 1940s sponsored a boxer named Max Schmeling from Germany, right? He was the quintessential pride of Germany. You understand? So that's, let's put it like that. Put it like this. Hamza Shiraz, a great example. When you look at him, he represents the Pakistani and the Saudi alliance in the geopolitical landscape of things. And why do I say that? Well, obviously, you guys know that Saudi Arabia and Pakistan share military intelligence, training, and partnership. Now, you're probably wondering, well, how is that related to Hamza Shiraz? He's British. Great. The British are also tied to Saudi Arabia, and in fact was very instrumental in creating their state. Let me explain something to you guys. The land of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in its Islamic history has 1,440 some odd years, 44 years of 1,444 years exactly of its Islamic history. But as Saudi Arabia as a state, it's realistically as old as the 1950s. And the British were instrumental in making that. And I urge you to take a look at the Sykes-Picot Agreement, in which the British, the French, the Italians, and all the Anglo-Saxon countries that were involved in the Middle East had decided how they were going to carve up the Middle East in its own individual state, right? So just to kind of give you a little bit of a political context of where this state comes from. So now there's the aspect of oil. Many suspect, and once again, I need to clarify that many suspect, I don't know this to be a fact or not, but are there any plausible reasons to it? I urge you to take a look at your own research. And that is that Saudi Arabia, as an oil-rich country, could potentially run out. And with that potentiality of running out of oil, they need to create a different haven of revenue. Now, that's going to be predicated on sports. It's going to be predicated on tourism. And part of sports is making Saudi Arabia the fight capital of the world. Okay? So that is their mission statement. And then in comes Ariel Helwani, which, by the way, is very relevant to this subject. And shout outs to 10-7 MMA, right? His video sort of inspired me to make this monologue right now. I thought about maybe making a video myself and doing reactions to Ariel Helwani. But you know what? I think that he did that the best. And I urge you to take a look at his content. As a matter of fact, I will probably have this posted right down on the description below just to give it some real credit, right? So, once again, what is Saudi Arabia trying to do? in what I've seen over the past years is try to create it into the capital fight of the world. Now, why is that significant to this story, and why is it significant to Ariel Helwani? Because Ariel Helwani is iconoclastic. You understand what I mean by that? And what exactly do I mean by Ariel Helwani being iconoclastic? Well, it really means that he has no problem speaking up against authority. He has no problem speaking up against Turkey. And as a matter of fact, he will have no problem asking Turkey the hard questions. And maybe perhaps it was better for them to cut off their friendship long before they were going to end up having a situation where they were either going to overexpose each other or somehow create a relationship that might have been toxic for the world of MMA and boxing media. But on any regard, honestly, this is really all that I have for you in this particular subject, in this particular time. But I urge you guys to like and subscribe. Also, check out the description below for all the credits that go through this particular content that we are doing right now, and the idea and the inspiration behind it and things of that nature, because I think it's always important to credit what inspired your idea and how much you can also contribute to adding on to the particular subject that is being discussed. All right, so with that in mind, like and subscribe. See you in the next live stream, in the next video, in the next content.
All right, so we're back live on this one now. A little bit of some reference towards what I was talking about there earlier. PI, what he was describing was Tom Aspinall in the PI center and not in this punching bag. Okay, so let's see here. Let's Oh, okay. I think this is what you're talking about right here. Sure.
Square.
Right.
That elbow driving behind it.
Yeah.
How long till the Bryce fight? Right now.
Just a little bit. It might.
Tyson, he can't have done 129,000. $29,000 and I did 40. That is ridiculous stuff.
All right. Well, there it is. So, yeah, we got the Bryce Mitchell fight going on right now. Yeah, the Bryce Mitchell fight is on and popping right now. So, here we go. Bryce Mitchell. All right, so here we go. Let's timestamp Saeed Nurmagomedov. This is it. That's right. This is it. The base king, Bryce Mitchell. All right, man, here we go. Saeed Nurmagomedov walking out into the cage right now. Now, surprisingly, it's Saeed that is walking out first, right? I would think that he is the higher ranked 135er because obviously this is Bryce Mitchell's 135 debut, if I'm not mistaken, right? Which naturally would put Saeed Nurmagomedov at a higher ranking category. I guess not. He says, maybe Aspinall KOs people with his speed rather than his strength, and Francis does it with pure power. That's really what it is, right? It's not always about strength. Sometimes it's just, speed and the precision of a counter shot that comes with it. Yeah, the speed goes away when you get older. That might be a problem. For real. I think Tom Aspinall would have some problems when he gets older, but we'll see, man. We'll see if the strength does play a factor in some kind of way, when he gets older. So. All right, here's Bryce Mitchell walking out to a very hickey type of music. Here's Bryce Mitchell walking out with the American flag going, yeah, USA, brother, USA. Bryce with a Cotton Eye Joe song. That's what I'm saying, right? He's walking out with a Cotton Eye Joe song. We call that honky music, Kyrie. Oh, is that right? Okay. He's got one dude that kind of resembles Hulk Hogan right there. I don't know if that's deliberate in some kind of way. Yeah, so he doesn't seem all that stressed out, making all these weight cuts at this particular time. So all right, so here's Bryce Mitchell right now. Yeah, bantamweight debut. Let's go. Bryce, the honky tonk man. He really is, isn't he? He's like the UFC's WWE version of the honky tonk man. So the Iron Sheik versus the honky tonk man right here. All right, here we go. Saeed Nurmagomedov is being announced right now. Oh, I am, Marty. Why are you getting a lot of commercials in between, while this fight is going on? Let me know, man. Let me know if that's what's happening. Why would he waste energy? What do you mean, fresh melon juice? He says, yeah, quite a bit. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, that seems to be, probably a good problem, I suppose, to have, right? Yeah. Bryce is screaming and jumping. Says, Bryce, I'm fighting Khabib's cousin. Hey, you know what? Bryce was the only media day that I saw out of all the fighters. I didn't watch any of the fighters do their media day except for Bryce, which shows you like Bryce is sort of like the MVP of this card if you think about it. Here we go. Bryce Mitchell coming back from his Sean Silva fighting in the UAE, the one place in the world where he is accepting of his views, right? The Middle East is one place where they will accept the views of Bryce Mitchell. But he is fighting a hometown favorite right now, so let's see how this farewells for him. Oh, there's a good hook right there. I'm actually not watching, so let me know how he's looking. Okay, I got you, Marty Miller. So it is 4:15 for the first round right now. Bryce is threatening constant side kicks, those side kick oblique kicks that Jon Jones kind of throws. And then there's a body kick right there by Saeed as he's being pushed up against the fence right now by Bryce Mitchell. Bryce Mitchell has a body lock on Saeed. He's looking to take Saeed down. Saeed's doing a very good job. Okay, he almost takes him down. They scramble right back up, and he's got a wizard right on Bryce Mitchell right now. Okay, so that's what you meant by wasting a lot of energy with Bryce screaming and jumping. Okay. All right, there's a knee to the body by Saeed Nurmagomedov right there. There's a knee by Bryce Mitchell. Okay, so Bryce Mitchell's really trying to drag this fight down to the ground right now. Okay, the entire crowd right now in the UAE is yelling, Saeed, Saeed. Yeah, Saeed looks fed up from Bryce. I see what you mean. Marty Miller says, as he should, Mama didn't raise no elite striker, LOL. What is that in reference to, Marty? Let me know. And Punisher, let me know what you mean by Saeed looks fed up from Bryce, XD. Oh, wow. Bryce just knocked down. Oh, Bryce just got knocked down by Saeed right now. There's Saeed right on top right now. See, I told you guys in a prediction show that Bryce Mitchell has susceptibility to, getting these shots. Yeah, he's susceptible to getting hit from these shots. But here's Bryce Mitchell right now looking to. He looks like he's trying to attempt a triangle choke here. He's trying to lure Saeed into a triangle choke. All right, so now Saeed Nurmagomedov is on top position right now. right after he knocked him down, he was still remaining on top position right now this whole entire time. Now here's Bryce Mitchell trying to get right back up while Saeed is in a wizard. And there's Bryce Mitchell with a body lock on Saeed, walks him down to the cage, pushes him up against the fence. 15 seconds left into the first round. I give it to Saeed for this one. But Mitchell is ending in a dominant position, pressing Saeed up against the cage. And that is the end of the first round right there. Yeah, that's right. Easy round for Saeed. That was an easy round for Saeed.
She has allergies. Yeah.
All right, here we go. It's okay. Bryce will adapt and come back. All right. Well, here's Bryce right now in the beginning of the second round, Marty, as he is shooting in on Saeed. Saeed has a guillotine on Bryce as he's shooting in, but Bryce actually took him down from here, and now Bryce is in half guard. I'm sorry, in side control position, looking for a Kimura. He is now looking for a Kimura on Saeed Nurmagomedov right now. And Mitchell is looking to slow this fight down right now, still maintaining the side control position as he's attempting this Kimura lock right on top of Saeed right now. Saeed doing a very good job of preventing Bryce from doing what he needs to do in this position. Man, so Saeed is still in this side control position being dominated by Bryce Mitchell. So Marty Miller is right. He is coming back right now, but he's really trying to get out of this Americana and Kimura lock position right now. Yeah, Bryce is not letting go of that risk right now as he is now in half guard position. No, that's not. Is that half guard? Yeah. He's in half guard position. No, he's not in half guard position. It's a weird position that he's in right now. He's in side control, but the legs of Saeed Nurmagomedov is right on top of Bryce Mitchell's legs, where he's trying to maintain side control position. Yeah, Bryce is all over him at this round right now. Okay, there's Saeed right there. Look at a reverse. He gets it. Now wow, very athletic move. He uses the cage to push up. Now it is Saeed Nurmagomedov inside control position. Now he gets the back of Bryce Mitchell, maybe looking to do what John Silva did and submit him from this position. We will see. Yeah, so here's Bryce now pushing Saeed up against the fence, and he's looking to take him down. All right, he's got him. Wow, Bryce Mitchell actually took down Saeed right now, and he's got his back. He's got Saeed's back. Okay, now Saeed's trying to get right back up, trying to push Bryce Mitchell into his top full guard position as Bryce Mitchell is trying to maintain his back off of these scrambles. Yeah, never underestimate the grappling abilities of Bryce Mitchell. Yeah, these grappling exchanges are good for Bryce. They are. But right now, as the pendulum swings go in these grappling exchanges, Saeed Nurmagomedov now has a front lock choke on Bryce Mitchell. And now the front headlock, there it is. There's a knee on the way up. Now they're back squared up. They are back squared up right now. There's a lazy low kick by Saeed. Goes for a spinning back fist. And Bryce counters with a double leg takedown. Has Saeed on the ground right now with 13 seconds left in the round number 2. Yeah, second round for Bryce. I agree. So round 1 for Saeed, round 2 for Bryce. You know what? You cannot argue with any of that, right? Anybody that's watching the fight attentively, you will agree. Round 1 goes to Saeed. Round 2 goes to Bryce. Heck yeah, sounds like Bryce round 1-1. Yeah, they're both 1-1 right now. Marty, they're both 1-1 right now. Distinctively, they are distinctively both 1-1. You know how sometimes you watch certain fights and you're like, all right, you know what? I think this guy has it. I think this guy have it. And you and your buddies are in the same room and you're talking about it and you're saying, yeah, you know what? I think this guy has it over the other. Reality is these 2 rounds were very distinct for one fighter over the other. Round 1, Saeed, distinctively, undeniably. Round 2, Bryce, distinctively, undeniably. Bryce needs a rinse and repeat round. So let's see if Bryce goes to the 3rd round trying to go for a takedown. Here it is. And right behind Bryce is a sea of white Delabea sheets behind him, looking like probably the government officials of the UAE or maybe some princes along the way. But here it is. Speaking of rinse and repeat, straight off the bat, round number 3 starts. Mitchell goes into a body lock, has Saeed pushed up against the fence right now. Now he's looking to take him down. He's looking for trips. Now they both got an over-under, and Saeed's doing a very good job of stuffing these takedowns, which, by the way, credit to Marty Miller. That's what Bryce is trying to do here, a rinse and repeat. But right now, Saeed is stuffing these takedowns. There's a guillotine attempt right there by the cage side. He tries to take him down. As he takes him down, he gets a guillotine right on Bryce Mitchell. And now he's right on top of Bryce Mitchell on the full guard position. Wow, man. I agree, man. Punisher, this fight might go to a split decision. Look at this. Yeah, very good grappling exchanges. Now it is Saeed Nurmagomedov on top of Bryce Mitchell right now. Now he has his back. He's got his back. But you know what? Bryce Mitchell is a very capable grappler. He knows what he's doing in these positions, and it's a reason why he's got good scrambling exchanges. Now, Bryce Mitchell is on a half guard position right on top of Saeed Nurmagomedov. Yeah, the humidity is a factor in why a lot of these fighters are going to be sweating tonight here. So Bryce has learned a lot after the John Silva fight. His defense has gotten way better. That is very true. That is very true, right? Never underestimate a submission loss because you will learn something from it, unless, of course, you're Conor McGregor. I mean, he's only really been submitted once after Khabib, but after that, he's been knocked out several times. So now Bryce is on top position, half guard, looking for an arm triangle choke. Very, very close fight. He should also have a size advantage going against most bantamweights. That's very true. That's very true. And I think it's showing right now. The size of Bryce Mitchell is showing right now. Right? And Bryce right now is winning these rounds, at least the tail end of these rounds. Now, here's what's crazy. Saeed was winning the – no, actually, you know what? This is Bryce Mitchell's round, man. He took him down, and Saeed is just defending the whole time right now. Yeah, he's just maintaining this top control position on him right now. All right, there's Bryce right now with a body triangle in the back of Saeed. Nash, they should take a point from Saeed. Already 3 cage grabs. Wow. I do notice that. I do notice, yeah, he had a few cage grabs there. Yeah, really desperate in the clutches of Bryce Mitchell right now. Wow, man, yeah. A great way to end the prelims, right? This should be a card opener, but to me, I consider this a crowd opener right now. So, all right, so that is the end of it. Farm boy strength. That's what it is, man. Yeah, he ended that whole entire fight with him right on, in a dominant position. Man, it looks like Bryce Mitchell could be going off of a victory in this one right here. Right, I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be mad if they give it to Bryce Mitchell. But who knows? Who knows, right? Who knows what the judges are seeing? So, if you ask me objectively, I'm going to give it to Bryce Mitchell. Yeah, let's find out. If Bryce doesn't win the decision, it's a robbery. Well, I tell you what, if Bryce doesn't win, then that's going to tell you a lot about how the courses of some of these fights are going to go tonight. So we shall see indeed. All right, here we go. Let's find out the winner of this one right here. All right, and obviously Bryce Mitchell is now the winner of this fight, and not surprised. You know what? It could have gone either way. Hey, man, listen, it's not a shame on the part of Saeed Nurmagomedov. He's in a tough division right now. This is a tough competitor that has now entered the 135 division, and he looked great, man. He looked absolutely great. Great job on Bryce Mitchell on that one. Hey, Bryce. Marty Miller says, let's go Cowboy. If Bryce doesn't win, it's a robbery. Definitely not. Hey, the Emiratis are very fair because you know what? By the end of the day, listen, you're already watching the fights. They already have the commercials for their tourism. They don't need to screw anybody, right? They're just going to let the fights be the fights, and it doesn't matter who wins either way. By the end of the day, they're the ones that win, okay? Whether it's a Western fighter or whether it's a Muslim fighter, it is the Emiratis and the Saudis that win, because ultimately they are they're going to be the new owners of the UFC, and yeah, you'll see pretty soon. All right. Well, he says amen. There it is. And by the way, to kind of remind you guys, right, in the UAE, they do allow you to have a Bible over there. They do have churches in the UAE, not in Saudi Arabia, though. I think the UAE is a little bit more of a liberal Muslim country in comparison to Saudi Arabia, although some will argue Saudi Arabia has its liberal moments and, you know, and you know, a little bit of some differences in that. But yeah. All right. So on to the main card. We got Nikita Krylov, Bogdan, and then you got Asu Amlabayev taking on Jose Ochoa. And then it gets really interesting from here. After these two fights that don't really seem like anything, then you got Sharaputin Magomedov, Andre Berlot, you got Petr Yan, and then you got Robert Whittaker. We're going to have a great night of fights with us tonight right here. So let's get it cracking right here. All right, so main card is about to begin right now. All right, so all right, ESPN and ABC. Oh, man, they're giving a shout out to Hulk Hogan right now, right, in memory of Hulk Hogan, because obviously you guys know. All right, so I got a video right here, right-wing politics shifting in the UFC. Here's why. I made this about a year ago. I'm going to show you guys this as we're watching the early cold open to the ring. So here we go, right here.
Come one, come all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle. Supplicate with Counseling is for adults with moderate to severe opioid addiction.
So this afternoon, I was listening to Luke Thomas on his live chat. He mentions how the leanings and the political ethos of the current UFC landscape, whether that would be from the promoters, the fighters, the fans, and anybody that supports mixed martial arts in any kind of way, has leaned towards the right-wing side of things. And is he correct? And if so, how does that reflect upon its future popularity, its growth, and its current trend as a competing sport with other leagues out there that have taken, let's say, a left-wing leaning? For example, in the Premier League, they started wearing rainbow flags, okay, to try to appease a certain type of demographic. And then in the NBA, obviously, there's the aspect of BLM. And then in the NHL, the same thing. But the UFC is taking a way different leaning. In other words, they're taking the approach of letting the people say whatever they want to say with no repercussions to their monetary value or their earnings, or perhaps their future outcomes and opportunities. Those are not a disqualification to any degree, as opposed to, let's say, Colin Kaepernick, which, as you guys know, who don't understand American football and don't understand the American landscape of its political upheaval, you got to take a look at Colin Kaepernick standing up to what he believes is police brutality by taking a knee during a national anthem before an NFL game is being played, instead of putting his hands on his chest, pledging to the flag as how most people do in the United States. So he decided to take a stand on that. And because of that, there were consequences to follow. Conor McGregor talks about Khabib's wife and talks about our religion, and then goes out and talks about Dustin Poirier and his whole entire family, all to drum up a fight. And then you have Sean Strickland, who was a former neo-Nazi. Granted, he repented from his second chance in life and became a world champion. But not only that, a world champion that the entire right-wing community absolutely adores. But, of course, it's always safe to understand that with Trump, with Sean Strickland, he's not a Trump guy. So Trump is not for everybody. However, Trump is a big supporter of mixed martial arts, and mixed martial arts just has a right-wing fan base. And I'm going to go into a couple of reasons as to why that is. For one, you got to understand, when it comes to mixed martial arts, you have to go back to boxing in the 90s in order to understand the dynamics of the sport. Why? I'm going to tell you why. Because Floyd Mayweather once mentioned something to the effect of the only reason why people go out and fight in mixed martial arts is simply because they just couldn't hack it in boxing. In other words, he's trying to say that everybody wants to be a boxer, everybody wants to be rich and come up with the money that you make in boxing, especially on a superstar level with the likes of Floyd Mayweather. Not in MMA, where the sport back then was not making that much money, nor were the fighters. But over time, they accumulated their wealth, their notoriety, and their superstardom. But let's just be honest with what Floyd Mayweather was really trying to say. He was trying to say that the only reason why they needed MMA was because they needed, quote unquote, white fighters to dominate in the sport of that particular discipline, obviously, because at the time, the 90s, the 2000s, and so on, it was a domination of African-American boxers that were, yes, winning all the world titles, getting all the notoriety, and furthermore, just becoming the A side of every matchup when it came to Mike Tyson versus, you name it, Peter McNeely, when it came to the likes of Muhammad Ali taking on Cooper, Chuck Wepner against Muhammad Ali, Creed versus Rocky Balboa. But of course, Rocky is a fictional movie, and guess what? He ends up winning in that movie against Apollo Creed, who was the favorite and longtime legend African-American undisputed champion in the movie as he was depicted. So mixed martial arts came along, and yes, it did give a platform to certain demographics of people that, let's just be honest, right, love to see their own kind dominate. Nowadays, in the modern UFC, it is such a diverse sample population pool of cultures, religions, creeds, regions. And because of that, everybody has a bit of a stake in the UFC. In other words, you look at the British, a proud fighting nation in their boxing. Well, now you got a lot of British fighters that are doing great in MMA, and they have a British channel to platform these guys and give them the proper notoriety that they need as they rise to the top. So, in turn, when you go back to the mid-2000s, you take a look at who was the popular champion at the time, and I'm talking about before Anderson Silva. We're talking about Rich Franklin. He was a former math teacher. He became the 185 world champion up until, of course, Anderson Silva.
Anytime I'm coming through Dallas, I go to Nick and Sam's Steakhouse. You have to get a reservation with the Sapphire Reserve card. The tables, they go quick because the steak is phenomenal. It's not quite as good as my dad's steak. Close. And that's pretty dang good.
Unleash the power of precision with Diablo's Wood Demon Ultimate.
Beat him in the same similar fashion as Crawford beat up Errol Spence, but did it way faster because he knocked him out in the first round with knees and elbows and Muay Thai clinches, to which Franklin had no answer to. But rewind back to when he was champion. He attracted a certain level of demographics that I don't think the UFC has reached in its earlier days in the 90s with Royce Gracie, where it was more than just a niche sport. It was the niche of all niche sports, because very few people in the world knew what jiu-jitsu was, nor did many people out there practice it. And so because of that, it was confined to this small community. Well, now, after Dana White, the Fertitta brothers bought the UFC, they decided to go in a different direction. Spike TV, you guys remember that channel. What's significant about that channel? The emphasis of this is the man's channel. So because of that, it attracted to everything that is masculine, everything that they consider in the modern slang as based. And on top of that, the UFC has now superstars like Matt Hughes. And why is that significant? Because number one, Matt Hughes is this tough white country boy from the Midwest. So, yes, there is a wrestling demographic of people that watch the UFC, and wrestling produces the most diverse multicultural talent pool, especially in the United States and elsewhere in the world. But within the United States, it's quite a diverse sample of population in terms of the fan bases that you can garner out of it. So when Matt Hughes was the man, you got to understand there's a lot of people that don't understand wrestling. They don't understand this. They don't understand wrist locks to toe holds to all of those in between. What they understand is something that Dana White has always emphasized, which is what? Fighting is in our DNA. We all get it. And we love badasses that look like us. And he couldn't be more correct. So why is that significant? Who are the badasses that are dominating the mixed martial arts landscape today? And in all quite honesty, it is the Muslim guys, and then it is the right-wing guys that's dominating the UFC. Maybe not in its entirety dominating in terms of every champion is a right-wing guy or anything like that. Although you could say that if, let's say, Colby was to defeat Leon Edwards in their upcoming matchup in December. Nonetheless, right now, when you look at all the top contenders, all the top names, such as Bryce Mitchell, who does he attract? Christians, right-wing country people, people from the Midwest, all from the old school lineage fan base of the likes of Matt Hughes. And how about the first 170-pound champion of all time in the UFC, which was none other than Pat Miletich? So what is significant about Pat Miletich? Well, I'll tell you. Pat Miletich, in the recent times, was arrested during the J6, known as the January 6th insurrection, where a group of right-wing guys protested against the results of the election and went down in history as what you saw it today. And however you want to look at it, some people look at it as the worst terrorist attack ever, and then some people look at it as, well, just Americans protesting, and then a combination of some Americans acting a fool and causing disturbance, breaking the law, committing acts of treason and acts of terrorism. And Pat Miletich was a part of that. So the lineage of the UFC's right-wing fan base isn't too far behind. But you also got to understand, they are given a culture of being allowed to say whatever it is that they want to say. And who loves that more than the right-wing people? Because you also got to understand, there is a culture of misogyny within combat sports gyms. You can't deny this. At the same time, you also can't deny that it's that same toxic trait that also produces some of the most vicious animals that you've ever seen in the sport of mixed martial arts, boxing, MMA.
I got the cabin for 3 days. It's gonna be sweet. What? I'm 12 hours short.
Have a fun weekend.
Muay Thai, Lethwei, bare knuckle boxing, and you can name any other combat sports out there that you'd like to fill in the blank. All these guys have gone through some of the most traumatic things in their lives, right? So words don't really hurt them. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. This is something you don't really hear anymore in America. I've heard this a lot growing up in the 90s, where, yes, there was a certain level. All right. So if you want to see the rest of that, obviously I have the description down below. Yeah, I've heard Matt Hughes was a real a-hole. Yeah, that's what I heard too, right? That was, one of those things about Matt Hughes. So, yeah. All right, here we go. Round number 1, Nikita Krylov versus Guskov. Guskov, I think is how to pronounce his name properly. Guskov, to be exact. First fight of the main card. All right, so shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, as we are witnessing Krylov versus Guskov right now. Almost a little bit of a Russia versus Ukraine matchup going on here. Oh, there's a big right hand by Nikita Krylov. Or I don't know. I don't think Guskov is from Russia. What? Yeah, Guskov resembles Anthony Smith a little bit, doesn't he? Oh, man, yeah, they're swinging for the fences on this one. Well, there's Guskov right there, really swinging for the fences on that one. Now, that's racist. What exactly is racist, Fresh? Yeah, Gustav's has a lead hand waving around right now. Man, listen, that I'm not going to answer that chat right there, Fresh. I mean, I let the chat answer that for you. Anybody watching right now that want to answer Fresh for his questions, go ahead. All right, so far, Guskov, Krylov, really good job on Krylov. I would have thought that maybe Guskov would be winning this one, but Krylov's doing a very good job of cage awareness and cage control in here. I don't have to answer that, Fresh. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. That's why. Wow, he just slapped Krylov out of nowhere. He just slapped Krylov. Wow, Krylov, he's ground and pound, and he's looking to finish Krylov from this shot right here. One mistake. Oh, wow, he's about to finish him. He's about to finish him. That is it. That is it. That is it. Biggest win of his career right there. I told you guys that he was going to win this one. Here's another one that I had gotten correct right here. He got him with a counter right on that one. Yeah, he slapped him, and then that was it, man. Yeah. Dang, I missed it. What did he say? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Their tattoos look like the inside of a school bench. Man, like that, huh? Boom, look at that. In slow motion, he kind of walked right into it. Great finish, man. Great finish by Guskov, man. He came through with that one. Yeah, man. So now we got the flyweights coming up, and then we got Sharaputin coming up right after that, man. Stacked day of fights for sure. Yeah, the real Fresh is a real mystery. We don't know his age, race, or where he comes from. Mystic Mac, you can call me because I predict these things. What did you predict exactly, my man? What did you predict exactly? Let me know. All right, man. Great first fight of the evening. Or first first main card fight of the evening, rather. Anthony Smith finally winning again. Yeah, right? He does look like an Eastern European Anthony Smith, doesn't he? But you said I was racist for that. So yeah, great job by Guskov on that one. Yeah, he's going to get a title shot pretty soon. I can see it. He will absolutely get a title shot at some point. Now he's in the top 10, he said. Wow, man, yeah, straight shot right there. Wow, great shot right there, man. Yeah, but it was okay, a joke because he was white. Yeah, I suppose, right? That's usually how it goes, isn't it? Good job by Bogdan on that one. It was a little bit. I'll admit, fresh. It was a little bit. Of liberalism that was plaguing the country due to the leadership of Bill Clinton. However, the one thing that you can understand about the 90s was that no matter who was running the show, whether it was a Republican or whether it was a Democrat, they had certain lines of what they considered decency, but then at the same time, they also didn't have this aspect of cancellation that they do now. Unless you're the UFC. It is a sport that doesn't do anything to their fighters unless the law or a government agency cracks down on that particular fighter. So in other words, if you commit a crime outside of the octagon, off competition, as a signed UFC roster member, you're not going to be penalized by the UFC at any degree, unless the law decides to do something about it or any jurisdiction that deals with you in whatever citizenship or whatever region of the world that you live in. But other than that, the UFC will do nothing to you. So that means that it is a different culture than that of the NBA, than that of Premier League soccer, which is going woke to the point of appeasing certain people that they would have never really appeased in the past. And now the UFC has always maintained a certain fan base of people that lean towards a certain ethos or something that resembles right-wing ideology of some sort. Now, why is that? Well, we can analyze also the same reason why Muslims dominate the fight game in the same similar fashion as how the right-wing Americans are also dominating the fight game. What is it that they know and understand that nobody else does? Could it be about discipline? Could it be about suspending your pleasure senses for a greater good of a later outcome? These are all conservative values, ethics, following through with the values that you believe in. Whereas with the left wing aspect of things, maybe they don't have that same stern discipline or maneuvering into that particular way of thinking. So is it really any surprise that mixed martial arts goes out there and attracts a community that yearns for discipline? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Well, you're right, Marty. Not well. Sometimes depends on the demographics that you're. Sorry, I had a little mic issue there. I said so. He's part of the what do you call it? Foundational Black American movement, and so let's say he doesn't like the idea of interracial dating, right? I mean, that could be deemed racist in some kind of way, right? Depending on who you are, it really depends on the person, the subject, and the demographics that is in front of you that will deem something racist or not racist to be objectively speaking. You should see a Black American talk with an African. Now, those are two different blacks being very racist. Well, you see, now, is that racism or is that more like a cultural misunderstanding or a cultural conflict? I think it's the latter. Don't you think? If you think otherwise, let me know. But yeah, I think it is the latter on that note. All right, I think they're showing the ESPN documentary of that guy with that one hand that used to play for the New York Yankees. Muted. How about now? I'm not muted right now, am I? Okay, you're back. All right, awesome. All right, so it looks like they got Disneyland right here honoring the troops. Yeah, as I was telling Marty Miller before, speaking of Disney, I was telling you that I was watching the fights in between the rides, right? UFC 290. It was like, man, I was at UFC 290 on the same day as I was in Disneyland. So yeah, I think it's the same as saying Jews are the same as whites. Well, yeah, so that's the controversial thing about it, right? There are some people that don't believe certain Eastern European converts are really Jews, and then some consider Jews as a race, and then some consider as a religion, some consider it as both. I don't know. I think most African blacks aren't be aren't big fans of American black people. Uh Yeah, I think there is a conflict there. That's for sure. I really think there is. Yeah, that's undeniable. There is a conflict in that regard. Like for example, you ever seen Boys in the Hood in the beginning of the show? Remember when Trey, the main character at the beginning of the show, when he was like, I think in middle school or in elementary, he's trying to like do a show and tell to his classmates saying, hey, listen, did you know that my daddy told me the original man comes from Africa? And that means all of y'all, like he's saying, all of y'all are from Africa. And so the one kid in the class, he's like, man, fool, I ain't from Africa. You from Africa, you African booty scratcher. I'm from Crenshaw Mafia. Yeah. So, that right there is a little bit of the insights towards how Black Americans feel about Africans, right? They don't want to be associated in any kind of way, even though this guy was just innocently making a show and tell to his classmates saying that, hey, look, this is what I found out. All of humanity comes from Africa. The first genetics of man comes from Africa, right? That's and then here's an African American kid who's very much against that notion and says, man, I'm from Africa, you from Africa, you African booty scratcher. I'm from Crenshaw Mafia Crip. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I see what you mean. Let me know if you guys have seen that movie, Boys in the Hood, in the beginning. And then they got into a fight after he called him an African booty scratcher. So, but yeah, man. Next fight coming up right now is let's see, what is the next fight coming up right now? All right, so we're on to the next fight. Asu versus Jose Ochoa. Okay, so Asu versus Ochoa should be coming up soon right now. So I'm gonna mark it at all right, so 6 hours and 30 minutes into the stream, we got Asoa versus Ochoa coming up next. And yeah, man, right after that, it should just be only 3 fights left into the card. What is this? Okay. Yeah, so we literally have 4 fights left into the card right now. So that is all that we are waiting for right now. Asua Ambalayev taking on Jose Ochoa. So let's see how this one goes. I picked Asoa on this one. Asu, sorry. All right, Fantastic Four. Wow, how about this, man? They got the Prince Nassim. They got the Pierce Bronson Prince Nassim thing. Wow, man. Wow, they got a Prince Nassim movie coming out. That's crazy. I've seen it. Yeah, great impression, Kyrie. Yeah, I've seen it. Okay. So yeah, you've seen Boys in the Hood. Okay. So all right, here we go, man. Round number one between Asu versus Jose Ochoa. Man, this is awesome. I don't know who's playing Prince Nassim, but the trainer of Prince Nassim is being played by Pierce Bronson. Of course, Pierce Bronson again playing an Irish role. Amir Almasi as Prince Nassim. Okay. Did you see Tino saying he wants to fight Andrew Tate at the White House? You know what? Yeah, that would actually be a good fight. And then he says, Cash Patel, why are you bringing Cash Patel into this? He's no longer relevant. He's no longer the director of the FBI. He fired himself from his own job. So why are you bringing up a guy that? Why are you bringing up, an unemployed guy right now? You know what I mean? I don't know why you're bringing up a dude that's unemployed. All right, here we go. Round number one. Ochoa versus Alabayev. Okay, he's looking to wrestle here. He's got Ochoa in a clinch position. He says that's not true. Okay, we'll see. All right, here we go. Round number one. Are you telling me Bon Django is the boss? He could be. All right, here we go. We got Asu right now, right on top of Ochoa. He's looking at getting his back right now. All right, so now they're back up on the feet right now. There's a body kick by Ochoa. There's a body kick right there by Alamayev. Oh, there's a head kick right there. Connects with a head kick. Ochoa connects with a body kick only for Alamayev to catch that kick. Now he has his back. Looking for a rear naked choke. Oh, he's looking for a rear naked choke. But he's cranking it. He's got it in a crank position. Now he's right on top. All right, so now he's got the back of Ochoa right now, looking to ground him down and making him carry his weight on top of it. Okay, now they're released. All right, there's a knee right up top right there by Amalayev. Oh, there's an overhand right connected by Asu. Spinning back kick missed, only to get his body taken from there. Now, Ochoa is right on top. He's looking to rear naked choke him. Got him in a body triangle right now. All right. And that is the end of round number 1. Yeah, man, that's a hard round to score, man. You guys let me know who won that round right there. That was a very difficult round to score on that one. All right, we're headed into round number 2 soon. All right, round number 2. Here we go, round number 2. Shoots in. And there's a takedown right there. Oh, man. All right, there's a body kick right there by Amalayev. Ooh, there's a high kick by Ochoa. All right, so now, yeah, he's got butterfly hooks right up right now with Asu Amalayev right on top. All right, Amalayev trying to take him down with that single leg right there. All right, so now he gets the single leg. Now he's pushing him up against the fence with Ochoa in a sit-down position. Oh. All right, there's a takedown right there by Asu. Takes Ochoa down right now. Yeah, this is one of these fights where they can absolutely just do this all day for sure. Yeah. Yeah, he's just maintaining this top control position right now. Yeah, man, and just a high pace fight right here. All right, he's looking for an armbar right here. Ochoa is looking for an armbar. Yeah, he's got it in deep right here. Yeah, he says, I'm surprised people haven't gotten more creative with strikes from the bottom position, especially now that the 12-6 elbows are legal. Well, the reason for that is because I don't think they've really trained that yet. Now that they know the 12-6 elbow is allowed and it's in there, they may try and modify that to, to their current repertoire of some way. So. All right, so just about 10 seconds left. He's got a triangle choke right here. Looks like he's not going to get it. Marty says, one of my buddies is really good at striking from his back, knees to the ribs and everything. Wow. Okay, knees to the ribs on the bottom. That's new. I guess, yeah, there's some creativity in that. Okay, Tony Ferguson used to be good with elbows from his guard. Man. And especially as somebody who came from a wrestling background, like the dude looks like a straight jiu-jitsu all-time lifer, right? Rather than him going into like wrestling or anything like that. Yeah, he looks like, he's very good at jiu-jitsu. Has gotten really proficient at it over the years. All right. All right, round number 3. It is anybody's fight at this point right now. And then we got Sharaputin Nurmagomedov coming up next. All right, so here's Soa right now looking to get a double leg takedown up against the fence right now. Yeah, knee someone in your half guard pretty hard if you have an overhook. Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying, right? So now I see what you mean by creativity. I mean, that is creativity to the max right there. All right, here's a guillotine attempt by Ochoa right here. Oh, wow, that is tight. No, he's out. Is he getting out? Yeah, he slid his head out right there. You can usually tell straight away when somebody has a susceptibility of getting out of a guillotine choke, and he has. All right, man. Yeah, doing a very good job maintaining the top control position right now is Asu. Wow, man, more subscribers, man. Shout out to everybody that's subscribing right now. Oh, man, good right hand right there. Yeah, Cash is still the boss. Fresh Melon Juice says, I just called him. All right, awesome, man. Good for Cash. All right, well, there it is. That is the end of the round. We're going to figure out who won this one. Who do you guys thought won that fight right there? Let me know in the comments section below. Hey, shout out to Marty Miller on that one. Thank you for the super chats on that one, man. And you know what? You've always been one of my loyal supporters in this one. So, thank you for that. And when this ship gets bigger, trust me, you will not be forgotten whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? So always remember those that have helped you when you were on the bottom all the way rising to the top. So, Yeah, big ups to you on that, my man. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, man. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. So all my combat sports enthusiasts around the world and all of that. Yeah, let's get this thing cracking. And we got the exciting matchups going on right now. The top 3 exciting matchups going on right now. So can't wait for it, man. And you know what? And once this is done, we got a whole afternoon to ourselves, man. They should have morning fights more often. All right, so Asu wins this one right here. Alhamdulillah, he says. Two more until the main fight. That's right. So we got 3 fights left, my man. All right, man. So says I can't understand you. Do you think Joe Rogan has been compromised? Like he's basically a shield now. You know what? I would think so, right? Look, here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? I want you to imagine if Turkey Al Sheikh gave me a job at the Zone. Okay, I want you guys to imagine that. Do you think that well, I mean, you know, I've always liked the Saudis. I've never had a problem with them. I've loved Saudi Arabia for a long time. I love not only their people, I like their government. Obviously, I like what they do. So I don't have a problem with Saudi Arabia, right? I mean, look, I mean, you could say I'm a Saudi shill, but how much more of a Saudi shill am I going to be if, let's say, I work for DAZN, right? I want you to think about that. So Joe Rogan has these new friends who happen to be powerful people. And sometimes when you have friends that are powerful people, or when you just have friends, period, you're going to be more favorable towards them. You see what I'm saying? So, all right, for example, Marty, for example, let's say you become a senator one day, right? You become a senator and we're friends. So, am I going to be compromised because I'm friends with somebody like you who's a senator? I think there's a high likely chance that, you know, I'm probably going to be seen as a shill again, especially if you are at a certain, you know, position in Congress or Senate. And then on top of that, if you have, you know, a very influential position. So, you know, that's the best way I would answer that about Joe Rogan. What movie line is that from? I can't understand you. Is that Rush Hour with Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan? Let me know if that's what it is. All right, so we got Sharaputin coming up next right now. All right, so they got a little promo for the Pirate right now. This dude Sharaputin is wild, bro. This dude took out. Yeah, he always has the Mike Baker. He always has the Mike Baker on to recite the same BS talking points. Well, you know what? I tell you what, man. Mike Baker is obviously very much involved in the CIA, right? So, you know what they say, right? Once you're in the CIA, you're always in the CIA. It's just like the Marines, right? If once a Marine, you're always a Marine. Meaning that there are people out there who are Marines that are going to help you outside of your career in the Marine Corps. Whereas, yeah, CIA agents are really not that far. They've always had security clearance. They know things that other people don't. They're just sworn to not say anything. So, yeah, you know, I can understand that. Mike Baker. Yeah, Mike Baker. So, for those of you that don't know, yeah, you know, the world is in a very shitty place right now. But, you know, I have good explanation with my friend Joe Rogan, you know, to explain you all the intricacies and all the weird stuff that's going on around the world. Ha! It reminds me of Jiri. Sharaputin, you mean? Oh, wow. No facial suffered. Okay, no facial structure suffered. Okay, injury update on Muhammad Yahya from earlier. Fresh Melange says, nobody listens to Mike Baker. He says random words without saying anything. I think what it is he's trying to not say too much with trying to say a lot at the same time. And yeah, exactly, Fresh. I knew exactly what you mean by that. All right, well, Sharaputin Magomedov, here we are taking on Marc Andre Berlot. Here we go. There it is, man. All right, well, here's Sharaputin right now, man. Fresh Melon Juice says Joe Rogan flips depending on what drug he's on that day. You know what, man? That's undeniable, isn't it? Right? That seems like something Joe Rogan would. Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. All right, man. So still the ads are going on right now. The fight probably won't start for another 2 minutes or so. Let's see if I have any videos on Sharaputin. Okay, so 11 months ago is the only video that I have of Sharaputin. Huh. Okay. All right. Here's something about Kamzat being Saudi. I'm sorry, an Emirati citizen a couple of years.
Other one. This time we're going to talk about Kamzat versus Paulo Costa in the upcoming pay-per-view of UFC 294 live in Abu Dhabi, which is going to be great because if you're watching it in the West Coast like I am, well, guess what? You're going to be able to watch it in the morning time and then have the entire Saturday to yourself, or maybe watch other fights that are going on that day. But not only are we going to talk about Paulo Costa and Kamzat Chimaev, in particular, I'm going to talk to you about why the UAE has given Kamzat Chimaev citizenship. And it has a lot to do with being able to fight in America. And of course, it definitely has a lot to do with his friendship with none other than the Chechnyan dictator, Ramzan Kadyrov, who is also, by the way, if you guys are a little bit illiterate in the geopolitical sphere of things, is an ally of Vladimir Putin. I'm going to go into a little bit of history with Ramzan Kadyrov in a little bit and how all it is ties. But as you know, a lot of it has to deal with Ukraine and the conflict going on over there and the lines that are drawn in the sand with the United States on one side and Russia on the other side, and then with Ukraine being an ally of the United States and Russia right now being a contrasting interest to Western counterparts. So before we go into the kicks and punches, let's talk geopolitics of Paulo Costa and Kamzat Chimaev. So,
all right, here we go, guys. Here we go. So let me read this right here. Yeah, he is very emotional indeed, is Joe Rogan. Marty says, you need to develop a Joe Rogan impression. You know, it's very difficult because Joe Rogan has, I don't know, he's got a very distinct voice. You have to find a video of Joe Rogan talking about having violent DNA. Oh, okay, that's a good one. All right. So, Marc-Andre Bernot being announced right now, taking on Sharaputin Magomedov. Okay, the Dagestani striker. All right, here we go. Sharaputin, the ginger Dagestani. All right, man, here we go. Oh wow, is that Chris Eubank Jr. in the crowd? Chris Eubank Jr. is in the crowd. All right. Here we go. Round number one, Magomedov versus Brulot. There's a low kick right there by Magomed. All right, man. Sharaputin has some good low kicks right there. All right, there's another low kick by Sharaputin. Okay, he's trying to shoot in for a double single leg here. Oh, that's a good takedown right there by Marc Borlat. See, this is what I mean, right? I told you there's a chance that Sharaputin is going to get taken down in this fight, even though I am predicting Sharaputin to win this fight. It really depends on what Andre Borlat is willing to do here. Oh, there's a nice flying knee right there as Borlat was coming in for that one. Good body lock position right here. All right, yeah, really trying to slow down the pace of Sharaputin here. And Sharaputin, I think, is trying to get out of this clinch position. The referee should sit him back down for that fence grab. Who was fence grabbing? Was it Sharaputin? Yes. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that one, but thanks for the observation. He got up using the fence. Yes, yes. Okay, yeah, that I didn't see. I didn't see that one. But I'm surprised there was no warning from the referee for that one. All right, good elbow in these inside clinch exchanges right there. All right, man, good side kicks right there by Sharaputin. Shout out to everybody around the world that's tapped in. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We just hit 1K today. Help me get to more. And inshallah, we'll have some of the most epic live streams out there with some of the most exciting chat members on the chat section right now. They should stop with the warnings and take points. I agree. But unfortunately, the referee did not call it. So, all right, that's round one. Oh, I'm going to have to give that first round to Marc-Andre Borlat. All right, so we're just waiting for him to come on right now. Wow. All right, so round number two. Here we go. All right. So round 2 so far. A little bit of some exchanges of the kicks right here between Sharaputin and Berlot. Yeah, really elusive work on the part of Sharaputin right now. Oh wow, man, Marc is split open right now. Ooh, there's a nice elbow by Sharaputin. Oh, there's a nice one right there. Yeah, man, the technical striking of Sharaputin is coming into play right now. Yeah, Sharaputin right now is in an optimal state of arousal. And as I say that, he just got rocked by Marc Berlot. Oh, there's an uppercut right there. Dirty boxing in the clinch. Wow, man, he busted up his nose on that one. There you go, man. Oh, he's going for the body on that one. I think he cut up Sharaputin on that one. Oh, he's looking to capitalize on the damage, and now he's looking to finish off Nurmagomedov here. All right, we got a minute and 15 seconds left into this second round right now. Yeah, he absolutely was in that flow state until he wasn't, until he got hit with that shot. And now Marc-Andre is taking advantage of it. Wow, man. Busted up is Nurmagomedov right now. Now he's in a knee clinch position right now, banging some knees out. Ooh, that's a good one. Oh, he's looking to finish him off right here. Sharaputin is looking to finish him off right here. Okay, 9 seconds left. Oh, that's a nice shot. Whoa. Wow. Oh, there's a shot right there, man. Yeah, he made a mistake with that one right there. He was trying to go for an elbow and got hit with a hook as a result of it. Potenge. We got potenge for Marc-Andre to win. All right, here we go, man. Going into the third round. Third and final round on this one. All right, round number 3. Here we go. Oh, he got him with that knee, bro. All right, there's some nice elbows right there. Yeah, this will definitely be fight of the night right here. The Muhammad Yahya fight was good too. I think he should get fight of the night for that one. Yeah, this could be one round apiece for sure. I believe that. Yeah, some 20 kicks being thrown right here. Wow, man, yeah, 2 minutes and 39 seconds left into this one. All right, there's a nice flying knee right there by Sharaputin. Oh, wow, there's a fake flying knee going into a spinning back fist by Sharaputin. 2 minutes left into this third round. Oh, there's a good elbow right there. One minute left. Let's see who wins this one. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, that's a good one by Magomed. Yeah, he definitely is telegraphing a bit of some spinning attacks here. Oh, good knee. Oh, he got him. He got him with a knee. Oh, my goodness. He's looking to finish him right here. Oh, wow. To the final bell. He's looking to finish him off right here, and that is the end of it. All right. I think Sharaputin has done enough to win that one. Let's see, man. All right, man. Here we go, man. Let's see. Let's see who won that one. I think Sharaputin won this one. Yeah, I think Sharaputin won this one. Let me know who you guys thought won this one right here. But for me, I'm going to give it to Sharaputin. Oh, yeah, Jim Abbott. That was his name. The pitcher who had one hand. All right, well, next week, back to the Apex. Huh. Oh, that's a good fight. Tatsuro Taira against Ali Albazi. Okay. There it is. Sharaputin has won the fight, right? And I think he did enough, man. That fight could have gone either way. But by the end of it, man, Sharaputin did enough. Let's hear and listen to what he has to say here. Michael Bisping says it's an honor to call his fights. That was a stunning performance. Sharaputin says, I'm very happy to see you. You're the man. He says, step by step, inshallah, I will become champion. He said he had a very strong, hard training in this fight. He said, inshallah, step by step, I win, I win. He says, my opponent's very strong. He says, no one in the UFC is an easy fighter. Says, you want to be a champion one day. Who do you want to fight next? He said he wants to fight next month. Yeah, Jesse on Fire got 145K views on his Hulk Hogan video. That's ridiculous. You're way better at this than he is. Man, I'm honored by that. I'm honored by that, man. So are you saying just by comparison, because, you know, we all make different videos, right, on different days. Are you saying that my Hulk Hogan video is better than his? And if so, let me know if that's what you think. Yeah, we need to get you more exposure, brother. Inshallah. You know what, Marty Miller, today is the day that sort of sets that, and you're sort of starting to see it. You know, now in the videos and the live streams that you're watching. You're now getting commercials out of this channel. So certainly that is a good step in the right direction. And you know what? I know Jesse is not one of your favorite content creators. I'm honored that you actually think I'm better than he is, but I personally would never say that because Jesse on Fire has endorsed me on top of that, so I really appreciate him for that. You also got to remember the same algorithm that has made Jesse on Fire what do you call it? Sponsor me or endorse me in some kind of way. That same algorithm is what led you and your choices of algorithm to my channel. So always remember that. And you are always entitled to have your opinion on on anyone that I'm affiliated with, any of my allies or anything like that. You're absolutely welcome to criticize him in any kind of way, and I welcome all of it. But at the same time, me personally, I just can't do it. I would welcome you to do it. I just can't do it just based on principles. And as someone who is also your friend and ally, I'm sure you would want the same energy out of me if I had to defend you in another room. So I'm just saying in general, you're more credible and interesting than he is. Well, thank you. Thank you for that, man. I really appreciate that, of course. What Jesse does have going on above all else is I think that he's able to know how to navigate towards controversial issues and topics. He really knows how to do that, but he's also very good at sensationalizing things. Also, a little bit of something that I won't do, right? Something that may be common in his channel, like, for example, over sexualization of certain things, right? That's just not something I'm going to get into in this channel in the way that he does. So he has a little bit more free range in that. But, I work in my own lane is what I'm saying. So, but yeah, thank you for the compliment nonetheless, man. And, very appreciative of the people that are out there always supporting this channel, showing love, and giving it its proper props that it deserves. So, speaking of what it deserves, I'm glad that this has happened the same time that now Khamzat might become world champion. So he says, yeah, your take on why he's successful is spot on, and he's able to get connected with guys like Schaub, Frank Mir, and Chael. True. So you see, that's also a good sign because I'm pretty well connected with some guys in the industry as well. That also helps. That really does help your exposure in some kind of way. So he says, yeah, he's a free-range chicken. Who's a free-range chicken, Fresh? All right, so there's Khamzat and Dricus du Plessis right there, August 16th. Oh, man, I can't wait for that. And that's going to make the live stream even bigger on that day for sure. Yeah, career finish rate, 86% for Khamzat, 87 for Dricus. Significant strikes per minute, 6.12, 5.36 for Khamzat. Striking defense, 41%, 54 for takedowns per minute. Obviously, higher on Khamzat. Takedown defense, nobody has been able to take down Khamzat ever. So Darren Till said that he's ish on the feet, right? That he's crap on the feet. But if his only way is to use aggressive takedowns and that aggressive grinding style that Dricus has, how is he going to? It's a bad matchup for Dricus, man. This is a bad matchup for Dricus. They put out a training video of Khamzat and his team. The dude is not looking good condition-wise. Explain that. Because Brendan Schaub has a very contrasting idea to what you got going on, Fresh Melon Juice, and he was there at his gym in Los Angeles. So if you see something that we don't, that Brendan Schaub isn't seeing in person and in real life, please you're welcome to share it with us. So Wow. This just in. Wow. LaRon Murphy versus Aaron Pico for UFC 317. Wow. That has been an announcement right now that has just been made. Wow. Wow. Aaron Pico. You know what? This is a much better fight than that of Mozart, in my opinion. I'm going to tell you why in a second, okay? All right, so breaking news. LaRon Murphy, Aaron Pico at UFC 319 Chicago. There it is, man. So that's the announcement right there. Wow. Aaron Pico versus LaRon Murphy. Undefeated LaRon Murphy taking on Aaron Pico. Man, Aaron Pico, this is a better matchup, right? I know that Mozart is undefeated. Aaron Pico, not so undefeated, but was, he's got a big name in Bellator. But Mozart, I think, would have been too much for Aaron Pico. LaRon Murphy is the perfect test. Yeah, he was the slowest of the entire team and the team made twice as many reps as him on the exercise. Yeah, this is a mentality of a kid, fresh melon juice. I'm going to tell you why, right? Do you realize that Khamzat is peaking for a fight right now? He's like in the hardest part of his training camp right now, whereas his other teammates may not be training as hard because they're not in the same schedule as he is right now. Find a video and judge for yourself. He's either lazy or has bad condition. No, it's called he's got a tired training camp, bro. That's really what it is. He's got a hard training camp going on. Marty Miller says the guy he's training with is a strength and conditioning coach for Penn State. Yes. Really, I find that hard to believe. He's training with Dillashaw's old strength coach, and I recently heard that he's killing it. That's what I heard too, man. So, that's, yeah. I mean, we'll see. We'll see, man. But I stand on that, fresh melon juice. I really think that Khamzat right now is just training harder than everybody else. And, of course, he's not going to put the same effort as everybody else because everybody else is like you. They're fresh. You understand? They're fresh. Sean Strickland's coach only has winners. Why is Sean losing? Well, Sean is fighting the top guys of the world. You could argue that Sean was winning prior to that, but that's what it is. It's just a certain matter of competition sometimes. All right, speaking of competition, we got Petr Yan and Mcghee coming up right now. All right, here we go. Yan and Mcghee coming up, co-main event of the evening. All right, here's Mcghee walking out right now. Yeah, Sean is giving up in his fights. Where did Sean give up in his fights, though? Let me know. I'll be right back. All right, here we go. So what did Fresh Melon Juice here say? He says, when you know you're losing and change nothing, especially when your coach gives you instructions that you don't follow. Yeah, that's indicative of Sean being a hardhead, isn't it? Marty Miller says, I can see that in the last DDP fight, but he broke his nose pretty early, and I think he went into the fight with a broken arm or torn shoulder. That's what it is, Marty. Yeah. These nuances that that I think need to be understood, right? Like, it's easy to say, like, yeah, Sean gave up. It's easy to say that Khamzat looks horrible compared to everybody else in his camp, but he's preparing in a harder matter than his other teammates are. You got to remember, right? You're in a different peak session than your other teammates. And if you don't understand what peaking is, then you're not going to understand the message that I'm trying to convey as to why you thought Khamzat looked lazy compared to his other teammates. You also got to remember he's in there with a bunch of Russian and American Olympians. So something to take into consideration. Omar broke his hand versus Merab in the first round. He tried to win. But that's also the reason why Merab lost that fight as well. All right, Petr Yan, here we go, man. All right, here we go. Petr Yan walking into the cage right now. All right, here we go. Co-main event of the evening, guys. All right, man. One more subscriber. Shout outs to you, man. Another win for who in regards to what? Oh, in regards to the Merab and the Omar fight. Yeah. All right. Jan and then Bryce. Okay, yeah. Jan is a Christian. Yeah, he is. He is. So, well, I mean, maybe Mcghee is too. Maybe he's just not practicing. But yeah, okay, I see what you mean. All right, well, here we go. Round number one for these two gents right here. All right, here we go. Round one, Mcghee versus Petr Yan, co-main event of the evening. All right, there's a low kick by Mcghee right there. Yeah, very vast difference of competition that these two have fought, and I think this is a reason why I have Petr Yan going into this fight. But let us see how Mcghee is going to get on with a guy like Petr Yan in front of him. And that's a good point by Michael Bisping. Never really had the opportunity as of yet, but yeah. Okay, there's a high kick right there by Mcghee. What is Mcgee's fighting style? MMA, martial MMA all together, right? Doesn't really come from a particular background of any kind. But I don't see him trying to use let's say takedowns with Petr Yan to try to mitigate the boxing prowess that Petr Yan has. I don't see that happening. I think he's going to try and strike with him because that's all that he really has. And if he gets lucky to even shoot in a takedown, he may just try that. But yeah, highly unlikely. Oh, wow. There it is, man. Petr Yan looking to finish him off early here. All right, there's a low kick right there by Petr Yan. Marty Miller says, I see what you're saying about Sean, though, Fresh. You know exactly how he's going to fight every time. Dude actually has a good ground game, but never use it offensively. Yeah, I didn't know Yan is Christian. Yeah, most Russians who are not Dagestanis are very much conservative Christians. Far more conservative of Christians than that of the Western world, I would assume. All right, nice little dirty boxing right there by Petr Yan. 120 left into the first round. Yeah, very good job of Petr Yan to cover his face like this while he's going and throwing that jab out there. And then Mcghee is just trying to close the distance, is trying to throw some haymakers at him. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Mcghee. Yeah, Mcghee is absolutely showing that he belongs in this fight right now. Oh, he rocked Petr Yan on that one. Oh, I can't believe it. He rocked Petr Yan on that one. Oh, Petr Yan has to be careful in these close range exchanges right here. All right, and that is the end of the round right there. All right. So, first round, I'll give it to Petr Yan. I'll give it to Petr Yan in the first round. Let me know what you guys think. Do you think Mcghee has anything to that round? So, yeah, let me know. All right. Round number 2. Oh, man. It's a good one right there. Number 3 versus number 12 between Petr Yan and Mcghee. Oh, wow. There's a good shot right there by Petr Yan. All right, now there's a stance switching of Mcghee right here. Yeah, switching stances for Mcghee. Yeah, really good job in his footwork, though. Okay, there's a high kick right there by Petr Yan. Oh, he just rocked him. He just rocked Mcghee. Okay, Petr Yan just fought for most significant strikes in the UFC's bantamweight history. And he's going to add on to that record right now. There's Mcghee shooting in for it. And, oh, wow, he rocks him. He just rocked him right there. Oh, he just rocked him again. Wow, keeping the guard up tight right there. Yeah, that's why he's not afraid to stand in the pocket because, he's got a very good close range defense as Petr Yan. Very efficient. Oh, wow, he rocked him on that one, man. It's only a matter of time before he goes and finishes Mcghee here. He's going to look for a counter. He's going to try to counter Mcghee somehow. Oh, that's a good one. He got Mcghee cut up in this one right now. But yeah, very calm and methodical movement on the part of Petr Yan. Oh! Oh, wow, man. Yeah, 130, 120 left into the second round right now. Yeah, there's really nothing that Mcghee can offer at this point, though. The Punisher says, hello, hello. Man, tapping in for the co-main event, huh? Here we go. We got the main event coming up in less than 6 minutes. Less than 7 minutes, to be exact. Shara fight is fight of the night for F's sakes, and Petr Yan is doing really good. He really is, man. But you know what? There's a differential between rank number 12 and rank number 3 in Petr Yan. Had to join because your streams are too good, man. Thank you so much, man. I'm glad that you do appreciate them because I really do try and make an effort into making it the best that it can be content-wise. And that is the end of the second round right now. Now going into the third round. Yeah, man. All Petr Yan from round 1 to round 2. And I don't see any difference in round 3, which I believe is going to go into a rinse and repeat cycle again. So yeah, Marty Miller. Thanks, brother. Welcome back. Yup. All right, third and final round between these gentlemen right now. And I don't really see anything different that's going to happen here. I think Petr Yan is either going to finish him or just ride off for the next 5 minutes into this fight right now. Oh, that's a good one right there. Yeah, good combinations by Petr Yan, man. He's going to win this. Hands down, he's going to win this. It's crazy to think Marab defeated this guy. You know, it's, you know what? There's levels to this game, man. You know what? And Marab is on a different level, but Petr Yan is on a way different level than that of Mcghee. Yan going for a takedown attempt here. Yeah, man, he's got a body lock on him right now. Yeah, he's going to win this fight, man. There's nothing that Mcghee can do here, right? There's nothing that he can do here. Yeah, Petr Yan won this. As a matter of fact, I'm going to boldly say it to the point where, like, you know what? By 8 hours into this stream, which is in 3 minutes from now, and that's how long this fight is going to last, I literally just wrote on the description right now, Petr Yan won by unanimous decision. That's how he's going to win this. Those knee strikes to the hamstrings looks very painful. Yes, and you know what? It's also debilitating the strength, the leg strength of Mcghee at the same time. All right, so here we go. Body lock from Petr Yan, maintaining this body lock position right now. Two minutes left into this fight before the victory of Petr Yan. Okay, there it is. He finally gets a takedown on Mcghee right now. Yeah, Marab is a freak, right? Which kind of shows you every time he beats guys like this. And then you see Umar fight, and you see Umar dominate other people, and you're like, wow, man. And the same thing with a Sandhagen fight. I don't see that going any different. I would be very surprised if Sandhagen actually pulls it off. In all honesty, I don't think he could pull it off, though. I don't think that he'll do it. But if you think so, yeah, let me know otherwise. The Punisher says, I had doubts for Petr Yan in the start because I say Mcghee versus Topuria, but the way Peter schooled Mcghee makes me remind to no doubt a guy like him. That's what I'm saying, right? Oh, wow. Here's Petr Yan looking for, what is this, a Kimura? He's going to try to end it with a Kimura. Okay, there it is. Only way he does is with a Hail Mary, fly knee, or a heel hook. Yeah, that's not happening at all. And you know what? There it is, man. Petr Yan has just ended this fight right now. He wins this by a decision. He won this fight right here by decision. We'll be right back to get it officially for it now. Here's one of my old school videos to basically show how long I've came a long way. All right, here's a new video that or an old video that I have, Khamzat becoming an Emirati citizen. When was this video? This video was October 1st, 2023. Wow. All right, let's check this out. So Khamzat Chimaev has been granted citizenship in Abu Dhabi. Now, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean that he gets the same rights and privileges as, let's say, a regular, normal Emirati that is born local, native, and has a passport in that particular land? Well, my answer is probably not. And in only by paper, he is an Emirati citizen. And what do I mean by the privileges? Well, maybe perhaps he's not going to be able to buy a building off of an Emirati if he wishes to, if he ever gets to be in that type of level of money where he can just buy buildings, sort of like what Floyd Mayweather does. I think the guy goes out and buys buildings and businesses and whatnot and everything in between. But those are some of the things that he can't do. Another thing that he can't do, he also can't, let's say, run for public office. I mean, they're a monarch, so I don't think that has any, sense of meritocracy and a type of politicians that they let in their particular sphere of government and influence. But nevertheless, he has the same privileges as any other normal Emirati citizen, which is good enough to, guess what, be able to fight in the United States. And why is that significant? Well, for those of you that don't know, the Emiratis have a stake in the UFC, just like the Saudis. As you guys know, the Saudis are fallen into this whole thing. And by the way, I'm going to go into a religious aspect of it too when it comes to, let's say, Islamic prophecies of the end days. I'm going to go into that in a little bit, along with Ramzan Kadyrov and his history. So when you are an Emirati citizen, right, you have the privileges of an American citizen, meaning that you can travel freely in the free world and all its allies and everything that is involved in that sphere of things, i.e. what people call the New World Order. Some may call it the UN for official sake. Some call it the Council of Foreign Relations. All of those things, all correlated in this matter. So Khamzat has been having visa issues coming to the United States to fight. This is why you haven't been able to see him. Why? Because the guy
loves the fight. If you guys remember in the pandemic days of the Fight Island Abu Dhabi events, Khamzat was fighting almost every week. And then on top of that, he would want another one and another one. And then eventually the train just started stopping, especially right after the Gilbert Burns fight. And then, of course, after that, he went on to fight Kevin Holland and finish him emphatically within the first round of submission. So after that, we never got to see him since. And perhaps maybe a lot of that has to deal with the effective visa ban and issues that comes with, let's say, Russian citizens. So he says he no longer wants to rep Sweden. Part of the things that he says is because they are a highly socialist country to the point where they do tax you heavily. And if you're a UFC star and a sportsman like Khamzat Chimaev, you would imagine the level of pay that you would have to give up to the Swedish government as a Swedish citizen and as a resident. So it was a multitude of reasons as to why they chose to give Khamzat this particular opportunity. So now that the UFC, and I was going back to the Emirati about they have a stake in the UFC, right? So the fact that the Emiratis have a stake in the UFC, that means that they want Khamzat to be able to fight even outside of the Emirates, which means that, let's say, if he gets to have a title fight, which is on the horizon, eventually it's going to happen. It's either going to be with Sean Strickland, or it's either going to be with Israel Adesanya, or anybody that is up there in the 185 division, maybe even with Dricus du Plessis. Now imagine how great that would be, right? But then imagine if they had to put the fight in South Africa and maybe they have affiliations with America and not with Russia, and perhaps that would have been an issue. So now they just alleviated a lot of these things through Khamzat Chimaev having citizenship. Okay, so now that I explained to you why it's important for Khamzat Chimaev to have citizenship with the Emiratis and how that's going to help him get fights in the United States and venues such as Las Vegas, Chicago, New York, Miami, Los Angeles, all the top cities where you want to hold fight events, but especially in Vegas, right? Which, as we know, is the capital of the fight world in America in particular. Okay, so now that we understand and establish that, let's talk about who Ramzan Kadyrov is. Why is he such a bad guy? And why does he constantly post Instagram pictures of him and Khamzat sparring with Khamzat, making it look like that he beats Khamzat up, when in reality it's just Khamzat perhaps maybe fearing for his life? And how does this relate to, let's say, the Wagner Group, the guy that got killed recently in a plane crash, the leader of the Wagner Group called the chef Prajonsky or something like that his name is. So Ramzan Kadyrov was part of the Chechen resistance movement back in the 90s, him and his father, and the 90s to the 2000s. He was a former jihadist who eventually became partners with Russia. And then after he became partners with Russia, he was given what you would call in a very similar position as what governors would, let's say, take in a certain region of the United States, right? In that type of position, but in a Russian way. So basically, he is the Russian Muslim president, because obviously Russia is a predominantly Christian Orthodox country ran by Vladimir Putin. So as a result, they do have a Muslim population that live in the Caucasus areas, in the Caucasus Mountains, in the Dagestani parts of Russia, in the Chechen parts of Russia, in the stands that are all over the place, right? Which Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, all these former Soviet states that have a Muslim heritage behind them. Ramzan Kadyrov is damn near the leader and the commander of that particular region, appointed by none other than Vladimir Putin. This was as far back as 2004 when he was very young. So that's basically who Ramzan Kadyrov is. And now he has this reputation of, let's say, throwing certain people off rooftops. Let's just say people that side with the Jussie Smollett and the Elton Johns of the world, and how I can say it so lightly. right? He throws them off the roof. He goes out and kills dissidents, according to news. Now, I don't know if I can verify that or if that's real or not, but this is what they say. But nonetheless, this is a problem and a controversy when Ramzan Kadyrov is friends with many fighters. A lot of Chechen fighters that fight in the UFC and even in boxing with the likes of Arthur Beterbiev. So this is a very influential man. He loves MMA. He loves combat sports. And he loves all these guys that come from his country to dominate in that sport. And it's a great way for them to create a propaganda for their military, which literally is what everybody does and uses MMA for. Because let's face it, what is MMA? MMA is an entertainment spectacle sport, but it is also a sport that helps promote national defense. And in particular, whether it would be in the United States or Russia or elsewhere in the world. So that's Ramzan Kadyrov in a nutshell. Now, how does this relate with, let's say, the Russians and the Saudis? Well, right now, the Saudis are becoming friends and really cozy with the Russians because for whatever reason, the United States and Saudi Arabia has a little bit of their rift going on, and some may blame the Biden administration for that. A lot of people say that under Trump, the Saudis and the Americans had a good relationship. Of course, you know documentedly well about the relationship with George Bush and none other than the Saudis and their families and how they tie into the whole fiasco and the conspiracy of 9/11. Not that I'm saying that any of that is true or anything to that extent, but these are the correlations and connections to these things. So now, the Saudis, as you know, is also getting into the sports business, just like the Emiratis, but doing it on a bigger scale. If you notice, the Saudis went out and basically bought all the best soccer players in the world, created their own golf league that is rival to the PGA, probably even has more budget than them, puts their foot into Formula One racing, puts their hold into boxing, and the likes that you've seen right now with the Tyson Fury fights, with the Francis Ngannou, and even far back as when you had the Super 6 series. If you guys remember when Callum Smith won the 168-pound championship in the Super 6 series that was held in Saudi Arabia, where he fought, I believe, George Groves for the finals. And then, lo and behold, they go and probably try to get into MMA as well, which is, well, there's only one conglomerate giant in the MMA world right now, and obviously that's the UFC, right? Well, the Saudis, don't be surprised if the Saudis will either do business with the with the UFC in the United States, or they will try to rival them, but I don't see that happening because of the
All right, y'all, if you want to see the rest of that video, check it out on the description down below. I have it on the timestamps just to kind of show you how I got to this point of 1,000 subscribers. Yes, check that one out right there. And yeah, man, let me get to these comments right here because these are pretty interesting comments right here. All right, so crazy how Whittaker is the underdog of this fight, correct? Fresh Melon Juice says, Kamzat and his family was taken care of as a refugee. They were given money and a house for free. As soon as he made his first money, he didn't think he should go pay taxes to the government and help others. Fresh, you're American, right? You are for the free market and all of that, right? But I understand what you're saying, though. Now, that's a scumbag human being move. I said, no, that's called disagreeing with Sweden's socialist system. And then he said they saved him and his family. They didn't work, but took the money from hardworking taxpayers in Sweden. They are the scum of the earth, horrible humans. He says, why not pay taxes and help others in need? If not, don't take the money in the first place. The Western world is filled with these ungrateful scum. All right, very interesting take there as we are heading into the main event right now with D. Ritter versus Robert Whittaker. All right, here he comes with his Roy Jones entrance music. Stop, can't be moved, can't be stopped, can't be moved. Yeah, all the Australian fighters love Roy Jones's rap. Like, it's one thing to love Roy Jones's entire, like, what do you call it? His whole entire fighting career, but it's another thing to actually be into his rap music, which is insane. All right, here's Robert Whittaker now walking out with the UFC security staff. Robert the Reaper Whittaker. Best entrances so music so far. The Boss, Dustin Poirier, Zombie by TKOS. Okay. Down Under by Volk. La Canción by Ilya Atapora. Okay. You know what? Thanks for letting me know what that song is. La Canción. Okay. I'm going to look that up, man. Thanks for letting me know what that song is. I've been wondering what is Ilya Tapora's song. Now I got that. Oh, is it Bad Bunny? Is it really by Bad Bunny? Okay. Interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. All right, we got the main event going on right now. Oh, De La Ramachi. Okay, so that's not by Bad Bunny. Sup, bud? Came to give you a thumbs up, bro. Hey, thank you, John Paul. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for tapping in on this one. How are you liking the event so far, man? You know, very good fights so far, or what, man? Shout outs to John Paul, one of my Facebook friends on here right now, and I've met him at, I believe, a UFC chat somewhere. So shout out to John Paul, guys. Give John Paul, a warm welcome in the house right now. He's another, MMA enthusiast, crazy like all of us right here. So, all right, man. Yeah, here we go. Okay, La Canción de la Ramachi. Okay, that's a different song than that of Bad Bunny. Okay, there we go. All right, man. Yeah. I like this song, man. Yeah, this is kind of cool. Yeah. Okay, thanks for letting me up on that song. Yeah, I'm hyped up for the main event. Me too, John. I'm very, man, not gonna lie. I went from hating to Poirier to loving that guy, man. He really is good. Yeah, you know that he's good when he wins you over like that, right? Of course, I'm never gonna like him when he fights the Muslim fighters, but he can fight everybody else, and I'm gonna love him for that. But yeah, just not the Muslim fighters. So yeah. All right, Marc Goddard. All right, let's get to it. Man, it's hard to say. It's hard to say, man. I'm Muslim myself, but I think he has a solid chance against Islam. I don't know, bro. You know, I just think that Islam is a special, once in a lifetime athlete. So is Khabib, but yeah, man, I think he'll have a difficult time. I think it'll be a good fight regardless, right? It'll be the fight that we expected out of Conor and Khabib, except we really didn't get the real Conor and Khabib that we wanted. Khabib was too hyped up for that fight, and you can't lie and say that that didn't affect him in kind of way. But yeah, you know, at the same time, okay, so here we go, the main event. The reason why I say that, Volk gave Islam a hard ass time on short notice, and we've seen what Ilya did for the full week training camp. I know you picked RDR, but how are you picking him to win? What round? Fourth round stoppage. That's where I'm going with this. Fourth round stoppage by RDR, as we are set to head into round number 1 right now. There it is. There's a single leg right there. Look at this. He's trying to go grab that single leg right there. Wow, man. Yeah, very good job on the part of Robert Whittaker to mitigate these grappling exchanges that he has going on here. Okay, watch for those knees right there. You got to be careful with these knee shots that D. Ritter is throwing at Robert Whittaker right here, because you've seen what he did with Bo Nickel. I'm excited too. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm really pumped up for this one right here. I don't want to see Whittaker get finished in the first 2 rounds. You won't. If there's going to be a finish, it'll be in the later rounds, in my official prediction, at least for this fight. Oh, there's a good knee right there by D. Ritter. There's another good knee. There it is. Yeah, Whittaker with his hands low right here. I wonder how that's going to work out for him on this one. Oh, wow. There's a stiff jab right there towards D. Ritter. Did it look like it affected him in some kind of way? No, not really. Yeah, did Robert Whittaker hurt him? Oh, man. It looks like there's a differential in the boxing department here. Okay, there's a straight right hand threatened by Whittaker. Oh, man. Hits him with a jab right there as he was trying to go for that front kick. RDR has a cut in his eyebrow already. Yeah, he does. Yeah, Robert Whittaker's looking a whole lot better in this fight, wouldn't you say? There's a stiff shot right there by Robert Whittaker. There's a high kick right there by D. Ritter. Yeah, surprisingly for a Dutchman, he's not the best striker out there. Woo! Okay, there it is. There's Robert Whittaker with a hook right there. Oh, there's the knee right there. Really going for that knee. By the way, what are your thoughts on Strickland getting suspended? I actually have a video on that. Well, yeah, I did a live stream on that yesterday, actually. I think that it's warranted, but at the same time, it doesn't really affect him as much because it's like the time that he's going to be taken off is the time that he would have taken off anyway while he wasn't fighting. You know what I mean? All right, so round one so far, I'm going to give to Robert Whittaker. Robert Whittaker gets round one from me. What do you guys think? Yeah, round one for Robert Whittaker for sure. All right, we're going into round two right now. Yeah, Punisher says the Whittaker. I say the same thing. Yeah, I give that one to Whittaker as well. Whittaker, yeah, he definitely got that one right there. Round one, Whittaker got right there. The commission kind of had to suspend him. They can't tolerate that stuff or it would happen all the time. That's true. That's true, man. That's true. I had a teammate of mine, try to fight my opponent at, at Reno Combat Championships before. So, the coach stopped him right away before he could even do anything. So, yeah, Whittaker looks gassed out, man. Only because he was, putting all the energy into the fight in comparison to Ritter. Also, they're fighting with a lot of humidity, in the building right now. So that could be a factor as well. Okay, there's a high kick right there by Robert Whittaker. Oh, there's a nice straight hand right there by D. Ritter. Is Whittaker staying at distance? I'm driving, can't watch. Oh, yes, he is. He's keeping a lot of distance at him right now, and he's darting back and forth, right? So, yeah, he's darting back and forth right now. I don't have an Instagram, but I do have a Facebook Punisher. If you do want to add me, it's under this name right here, under Kai. Look up Kai Abu Elkir on Facebook. That's the best way you could look me up right here. Okay, and then you do that, I'll send you over to my main Facebook. So look me up on Facebook under this name. Yeah, RDR isn't very explosive or fast. Yeah, he doesn't look explosive in this fight at all, right? At least not in the striking sense. Yeah, Rob is definitely outclassing him right now, right? Man, I'm almost kind of regretting that I sort of put Rob, in the backseat of this one. Oh, there's a knee again. He's really going for that, man. It's like he knew that he did that to Bo Nickel, and now he believes he can do that to everybody else. We'll see. Maybe it's his go-to technique that he's really been, honing in. Okay, there's a little nice 2 jabs by D. Ritter right there. There's another knee. Oh, Robert Whittaker goes down on that knee. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, he got him right there. Yeah, he's now in side control position, now trying to maneuver his grappling transitions into Robert Whittaker. Now he's on top, full guard position right now. That knee effed him up. That's what I'm saying, man. He was looking for that knee the whole entire time. Now he realizes that knee is open. It's open and ready to go for him right there. RDR looks like a light heavyweight. He definitely does, man. And all this weight that he's putting on top of Robert Whittaker right now is going to affect Robert Whittaker in some kind of way. And now you're in his world, right? This is a world-class jiu-jitsu champion right here. Yeah, that's right. Marty Miller saying to the Punisher, he used to be a light heavyweight. Yeah, man, he really hit him right there in the liver on that one. He says, yeah, now it makes sense. Yeah, now it makes sense. Yeah, he was a double champion at ONE FC, man. So how good he's going to do in this fight will make sense, right? Which is the reason why I picked him to win this fight, but we shall see if that is the case. All right, man. 2 rounds down right now. We're already in the 3rd round of this fight. Ooh, there's that nice knee right there. Oh, yeah, that one hit the chest, not the liver, but still devastating nonetheless. All right, round number 3. Oh, there's a single leg attempt right there by D. Ritter. Oh, he's got Robert Whittaker hurt. Oh, he's got him hurt. Told you guys, 3rd round, late rounds, he's going to hurt him. Oh! Ritter got rocked out of nowhere, and Robert Whittaker's looking for the finish. He hit him with an elbow out of nowhere, and now he's right on top of D. Ritter. Rob Whittaker just hurt D. Ritter right now. Oh, D. Ritter is hurt really bad right now. He is hurt badly right now, and Robert Whittaker is looking to finish the show right here with a ground and pound on top of him right now. Okay, now they're both up. Watch the knee. You got to watch the knee in close range positions right here with D. Ritter. All right, yeah, a little bit of some fatigue here in the result of them damaging each other right here. 3:35, 3:34 of the third round. There it is. He keeps going for that knee, man. And you know what? A lot of people don't have the cognitive idea to really go for that knee the way that he does, but the way that his body is, yeah, I might not have to regret your pick after all, Kyrie. Yeah, man. Yeah, but you know what, man? Robert Whittaker, put it on him in this one, though. Robert Whittaker, yeah, RDR has a lot of experience too. Good matchup. No, but that was if you're not watching this, it was Whittaker that rocked D Ritter on that one. So they're going back and forth in this one right now, right? And right now they're swinging for the fences right now, especially D Ritter. Looking a little bit desperate right now, but now trying to really compose himself with just about 2 minutes and 35 seconds left into the third round. Oh, and there's Robert Whittaker with a 1-2 shot as he's walking right in there. There's a double leg. Wow. D Ritter actually gets the double leg as him and Rob were throwing those combination exchanges. So now it is D Ritter on top, half guard position, looking to transition from half guard into what I would presume into, let's say, side control. And you got about over 2 minutes to work in the third round right now before we get into the championship rounds. Possible fight of the night, but I think Shara got that one too. Yeah, also Muhammad Yahya and Steve Nguyen, I think also got it as well. Wouldn't you say that was a pretty good back and forth right now. So now it is D Ritter in half guard position right now, looking to get side control. Really working hard to get that side control. Rob is doing a very good job of keeping the half guard. Now he's looking for a full mount position. Man, I miss Joe Rogan and Anik. They would go nuts for real. But I tell you what, man, I hope I could replace that, going nuts situation with being, the new Joe Rogan, in that regard. So, all right, 50 seconds left into the third round right now. $40 seconds left into the third round. Now we're going into the championship rounds right now. All right. Well, that is the end of that round right there. Round number 4 coming up next, right into the championship rounds. Lots of time left. RDR said he was going to use those knees in the pre-fight interviews. There it is, man. And he delivered that promise straight up. Oh, there's a big knee right there. Ooh! All right, so championship rounds, here we go. I think D Ritter is going to go for that knee again. He sees blood in that movement, and he's got a lot of success. There it is. He does it again. He does it again. He does it again. He's repeating those. It's kind of like, throwing spam knees by Sagat in Street Fighter or doing it in the UFC video game. There's another knee right there. All right. So here we are, obviously, in the fourth round of this fight. And while we're in the fourth round of this fight, we're going to look at all the other fights as well that have gone on all throughout the night. Okay, so we're going to start from the very bottom of the card and then work our way up all the way to the main event that we are witnessing right now. So here we go. Are we going to see a finish in this round? That is what I predicted, right? I predicted either fourth or fifth round finish on that one. So as he was trying to take Robert Whittaker down, Robert Whittaker gets a body lock on him and then takes him down as a result of that. So we are in the main event right now. Let's go back to the very first fight of the evening with Martin Buday and Marcus Buchecha. By the way, Marcus Buchecha had one takedown in this fight. Okay, but Martin Buday won this fight. Significant strikes was on his side. That's ultimately what won him this fight right now. Right now in the main event, it is 2-1 RDR. I would say so. I would say that's the accurate score right now, right? But, man, do not be surprised if this fight ends up into a draw right now, as we are closing in on the fourth round right now with 2 minutes left, 153, 152, 150 of the fourth round, as we also talk about the other fights that have gone on as well. So, yeah, first fight of the evening, Martin Buday moving up in the heavyweight division gets a win. Muhammad Yahya versus Steve Nguyen. Man, Muhammad Yahya's face was battered badly in that fight. Battered badly in that fight. And you know what? He had to go to the hospital, but they did give us an update and said that he didn't have any, facial damage. Shout outs to Steve Nguyen. Just accurate, and the volumes and the accuracy that he had going on in this fight. Not a lot of takedowns in this fight, but the striking was on the side of Stephen Nguyen. Great win for him. How about this? Ibu Aslan versus Elekana. Now, this fight right here, we expected Ibu Aslan to come out guns blazing, but he didn't. He was very tentative, very methodical, and in the end, the grappling attempts of Billy Aquino, I think, is what ultimately won this fight for him right here. Controversial. I didn't think that he won that one, but it is what it is. Tabitha Ricci taking on Amanda Hebaz. I mean, not surprising. I knew that she was going to win this one. Gets the TKO, finishes Amanda Hebaz. Here's a surprising one. I thought Damon Blackshear was going to win this one. Why didn't he win this one? Well, Davey Grant was just a little bit more active. And I think ultimately that's what won him this fight. I didn't think that he won this fight. I thought that Damon Blackshear won based on the grappling, but it wasn't enough. And the volume of Davey Grant is what ultimately won him the fight. And Muslim Salikov, 42-second knockout against Carlos Leal. Amazing. That was a devastating knockout, right? Just right hooks him, and that was it. Islam and Rizwan Magomedov go crazy right after that. Shout out to Muslim Salikov. That is knockout of the night right there. And we just ended the 4th round with Robert Whittaker and D. Ritter. So on to Bryce Mitchell, gets a decision win over Said Nurmagomedov. Very tough fight. It could have gone either way. Said was way more active, but the takedowns that Bryce Mitchell got, I think, is ultimately what won him this fight in the ground control time. So great comeback for Bryce Mitchell. And not only that, his bantamweight debut. Okay, so now on to the main cards of the evening as we work our way into the main event. Bro wanted no part of it. You could tell he's never really been hurt in a fight before, for sure. For sure, absolutely, man. What is that in reference to? Was that in reference to the fight I'm just talking about, or was that in reference to the Muhammad Yahya Steve Nguyen fight? But anyways, here we are, round number 5, and we are working our way up into the main event right now. First fight of the evening, Guskov gets a knockout against Nikita Krylov. It was competitive as it was up until the end of the first round. Got him at the end of the first round. That was all she wrote. After that fight, you had Azu taking on Jose Ochoa. Azu's grappling is ultimately what won him this fight. Also, the striking accuracy won him this fight. Decision win for Azu. And then Sharaputin gets a win over Andre Berlant. This was fight of the night right here. The back and forth that they had going on, the blood, the guts, the sweat that they poured into this fight. Well-deserved. Sharaputin wins this. And, of course, the co-main event of the evening, we had Petr Yan versus Marcus Mcghee. Look, I think that Marcus Mcghee is way over his head, right? Way over his head. But Petr Yan won it by just his boxing prowess alone and even showed some grappling skills along the way. So that is the end of that fight. Now we are on the main event right now in the 5th and final round. Rob's on top. Rob is not on top. Rob is being grinded into the cage right now, clinched up by D. Ritter, with D. Ritter in the dominant position, and Rob trying to fight his way out of this cage right now as we are witnessing the main event of the evening right now. So, all right, there's another knee attempt by D. Ritter once again. So that right there was a full round, the full event recap that I just did right now as we are closing in the end of this fight with just about 3 minutes left. Yeah, really excellent takedown defense by Robert Whittaker on that one, man. Yeah, it is D. Ritter that's on top of Rob right now, but they're standing up on the cage. They're not on the ground, though, is what I mean. But yeah, all right, now they're back squared up right now. Okay, now every time D. Ritter is trying to go in there for a knee, it is Rob that hits him with that straight shot to his face right there, every time. All right, and then we're going to find out the winner of this fight soon. So, yeah, why the heck are you going through a recap in the middle of the main event? Why not? Why not? You know, because there's not a lot going on. There's a lot of clinch positions going on. And if there was an exciting action going on, I would probably do it right after. But why not, right? It's working your way up from the prelims all the way to the main event and into the current time and space that we are watching right now. Throughout all that time that I was doing the recap, they were just clinching up. Now they are back in the center of the cage right now, squaring up with about 140 seconds left into the 5th round, and we're going to find out who the winner is pretty soon. Or get a finish in between this, but I don't know. I don't see a finish happening right now. While these guys are just so tired and the energy expenditure that they put on each other right now. So, There it is. He's throwing overhand rights right now. Just, ooh, there's another knee that he was throwing into the body. He goes for that knee. Now they get in a clinch position. It's the same position that they've been in, Marty, right? De Ridder tries to go for a knee. Robert Whittaker counters by clinching up. And now they're clinched up against the cage right now with De Ridder on top. The crowd is booing. And Robert Whittaker gets out of being clinched up against the cage. Now they're back squared up once again. With about 30 seconds left into this fight. I predicted late stoppage for De Ridder. That's not what happened here, but let's see if he did enough to win this fight. I'm going to predict a draw going into this fight right now. That's my official prediction, is a draw. All right, 5. Oh, there's a knee at the end. But then that was not enough. All right, that is the end of it. 5 rounds these two gentlemen went on. And let us see where we go from here. I think, yeah, we're going to find out. It's exciting. I don't even know who won this one right here. But what do you guys think? Let me know who you guys thought on this one right here. All right, to the judges' scorecards they go. Wow. Man, yeah, they really went back and forth on this one right here. Right, there were a few times where you thought these guys were going to finish each other, and it never happened, and here it is. All right, for the final time of the night. All right, 48-47 Whittaker. 48-47 De Ridder. Oh, wow, this is a split decision. Wow, RDR wins it. RDR wins split decision. All right, guys, that is a split decision right there. And all right, let's hear what he has to say, and then we'll break down the main event real quick. He says, BB Abu Dhabi. Oh. He says, all right, so he's looking to call for the strap. Yeah, so that was an exciting, main event, right? Look, first and foremost, I thought that, yeah, just like what De Ridder said, that he thought he was going to, you think that it was a draw? Hey, split decision, draw, sort of close, right? you know, but it could have gone either way. And you've seen that the judges could have given it either way, but split decision, a draw, to me is one and all the same. It just happens to be that on paper it is De Ridder that had won. So he said that Rob tagged him with boxing and Artie folded him with knees. That's really what it was. Every time he went in there and tried to throw a knee, De Ridder was getting hit with a straight shot every time. If he wins, he's gonna be in talks for the title fight soon. Yeah. Arhim says, who won? De Ridder just won right now by decision, my man. So, all right. That right there was the recap for the main event. I got a bonus content for you right now. We're going to relive what happened last week in one of the greatest boxing heavyweight champions of all time, Alexander Usyk. I might come back for a bonus, but I might just let this one play out until the end. But in any regard, guys, thank you for tapping in. Thank you for everybody around the world. And this has been my first stream with 1,000 subscribers. Thank you for all those that have supported me. And let's go back to last week and relive what had happened. Thank you. I'll see you guys in the next one, inshallah.
All right. We are live. We're going to talk about UFC 318. Is Usyk the greatest heavyweight of all time? And a lot of signs seem to point in that direction. Also, what is next for Max Holloway? Obviously, we know what is next for Dustin Poirier, and that is retirement. Or is it maybe a Jake Paul fight in the future? I mean, that seems to be the trajectory of a lot of these MMA guys that are all right. We are live. We're going to talk about UFC 318. Is Usyk the greatest heavyweight of all time? And a lot of signs seem to point in that direction. Also, what is next for Max Holloway? Obviously, we know what is next for Dustin Poirier, and all right. We are live. We're going to talk about UFC 318. Is Usyk the greatest heavyweight of all time? And a lot of signs seem to point in that direction. Also, what is next for Max Holloway? Obviously, we know what is next for Dustin Poirier, and that is retirement. Or is it maybe a Jake Paul fight in the future? I mean, that seems to be the trajectory of a lot of these MMA guys that are retired, right? So you never know, right? Obviously, it was a great weekend of fights. I mean, very exciting weekend of fights. So we're gonna get to all the breakdowns and this and that and the other. So yeah, please don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We're gonna get cooking right here in just a second, okay? So let's see here. We're gonna put up.
Levy Krivitz says, Shara fraud check, good fun fighter for the Dubai cards, but he's never going to be a legit contender.
Good.
Shout outs to Levy
The
Krivitz
homie
on that
Subs.
one.
What's good, Kyrie? How you doing, my man? Good morning to you, my brother Marty Miller. How are you guys? All right, we got some people piling in here right now because we are about to, yes, talk about UFC 318. Where is this thing? Okay, wait. Let's save this right here. Here we go. All right, we're going to put up the thumbnail for this one. And where is this thing? Hold on a second. Post. There we go. Okay. Boom. We got the all right, so there we go. Bright and early this morning. That's right, my man. That's right. It's 5 a.m. in the morning here in California, probably around maybe 6 or 7 p.m. or a.m., I'm sorry, where you're at in Ohio, I would assume. But yeah, nonetheless, bright and early across the United States, 5 a.m. in the West Coast, 7 in the Midwest, and then probably 8 o'clock in the East Coast. You know, they say that whenever you create content, you want to make sure that you do it very bright and early for, let's say, you know, the West Coast, right? Because obviously right now in the East Coast, it is like 8 o'clock over there. So yeah, it is the West Coast that sort of starts off the entire America, right? When it comes to marketing, when it comes to content creating and things of that nature. So yeah, the West Coast of America sort of, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Pretty much starts off that right there. Marty Miller says, I was wrong about the Dustin fight, but I say if Max kicked more, it would have worked in his favor. I agree. And he did exactly that, right? Max did throw a little more kicks than usual. Marty Miller says, Dustin said in his post-fight that the body kicks were affecting him. There you go, right? So now we not only have a factor of the fact that Dustin Poirier, as I've said going into this fight, is severely damaged in comparison to Max Holloway. And by the way, Max Holloway does not spar. And a lot of people think this is very wrong. A lot of people think that this is against the traditions that a lot of people, you know, really, you know, sort of look at as what is a traditional fighting camp. But it really salvaged many of the damages that he could have taken. And you look at Dustin Poirier, his whole entire career was nothing but a car crash. I mean, you look at the fight with Dustin and Dan Hooker, that was a car crash. The Justin Gaethje fight was a car crash. What else was a car crash? Yeah, man. Eddie Alvarez fights were a car crash. So yeah, definitely a factor in this fight. And then Max decided, you know what, I'm going to do a different technique this time. Throw a little bit more kicks, right? Throw him off a little bit, right? Because sometimes you can't go boxing for boxing. I honestly think Dustin Poirier at some point was the best boxer at 155. And Max needed to do something a little bit different, and he did exactly that. Zahomi Zubs said, hey, Kyrie, quick question. Do Russians have any big representatives in terms of accolades and achievements in the striking realm? Like how do they do in grappling? There are some Russians that, for example, there's this kickboxer, Ventikov, I believe, right? Let me see who this guy is right here. Glory kickboxer in Russian. I believe the UFC was supposed to sign this guy, and Artem Vatikov, right, is one example of that. Artem Vatikov was supposed to be the guy that was going to sign to the UFC. He had fought, I believe, Alex Pereira. Yeah, he fought Alex Pereira. He recently lost to Rico Verhoeven back in what is it, June? So yeah, you know, they have a pretty deep kickboxing system. Obviously, the boxing has always been there with the Russians, right? You got Bivol, Arthur Beterbiev, the list goes on. Valuev, who else? Sergey Kovalev. If you want to add the bullet guy, Sharaputin, Marty Miller says, you know. So yeah, the Russians definitely have a good striking background in them, right? Zabit is another great example of this. Marty Miller says, I agree with your takes on the damage, but I think Dustin was just hesitant. He was in his head a bit, but being the last fight, didn't want to get knocked out. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Zahomi Zub says the Soviet style is vicious. It is, because you know what I like about the Soviet style is that they like to throw straight punches while they are moving at the same time, right? This is something that I really noticed about the Russian Soviet style of boxing. Stinky says, what are we talking about here? We're talking about Max Holloway and his defeat of Dustin Poirier, and the difference between this fight and the last fight. And the big differences between this fight and the last fight obviously was the adjustment of Max Holloway, the fact that he implemented a little bit more kicks, and the fact that he is less damaged than Dustin Poirier. Obviously, Dustin Poirier has been through a lot of wars, and I had mentioned going into this fight that it was going to be a serious factor for him to go in here damaged, right? And Max is fresh, man. Max doesn't take any damage, and he doesn't even spar, which is the crazy part about this whole thing, right? He doesn't spar, and I think it's quite revolutionary for the new age of mixed martial arts in that regard. So also, the other thing we're talking about is Alexander Usyk. Now, let's take a look at some stats with Alexander Usyk and Muhammad Ali, right? Usyk and Muhammad Ali, their stats. Okay, check this out. They share several striking similarities. Okay, physical attributes and boxing achievement wise. Both are 6'3", both have a 78-inch reach, and both have achieved undisputed status in multiple weight classes. Okay, and they both share the same birthday, okay, which is January 17th, right? They share that same birthday. So I think what Alexander Usyk proved in this generation, and I think in martial arts overall, right? Size almost doesn't matter. It is really all about skill. Now, look, Alexander Usyk is not the biggest heavyweight. Now, during the time of Muhammad Ali, he was considered a big heavyweight, right? But now you look at the giants that they have going on. You got Tyson Fury, 6'9", Deontay, 6'7", Big Baby Miller at 300 pounds, right? These gigantic men that are in the heavyweight division right now, right? Ali never had to face anybody like that ever. But Alexander Usyk did, and he proved that skills, by the end of the day, pays the bills. And this is why Alexander Usyk is the greatest heavyweight of all time, right? Now, I know a lot of people are going to get mad at this, but you have to remember, fighting and talking about fights is a subjective matter. And what I mean by that is, if I say that Alexander Usyk is the greatest fighter of all time, perhaps maybe I'm speaking out of recency biasness, right? There's a possibility of that. But when it comes to social impact, I don't think that you can match anything that Muhammad Ali does, and I don't think that anybody is ever going to deny Muhammad Ali of such status, right? But when it comes to boxing, you can't deny that Alexander Usyk probably has the tougher competition in today's day and age than Muhammad Ali ever did. And of course, other people might argue that. Other people will say, well, if Usyk was to fight Muhammad Ali today, prime for prime, that Muhammad Ali would win, or Alexander Usyk would win, or depending on who you would ask. But the thing is, I don't like these kinds of talks, to be quite honest with you, right? People always ask the question, how will prime BJ Penn do against Khabib, or prime Khabib, or Khabib right now? Or if BJ Penn was to fight Khabib right now, it wouldn't even be a chance in hell, man, to be quite honest with you, right? But what I'm saying is that these are hypothetical talks. They're not anything of real substance. There's nothing that you can really go off. And you know what? It's a tease by the end of the day, because you'll never see these men fight at all, right? So Philly Fry says, hi, how you doing, Philip Fry? Let me know what part of the world you are from. I called you Philly Fry. It's actually Philip Fry. Okay. Shout out to Philip Fry First time I've seen you in the chat. Let me know what part of the world you are from. Also hit the like and the subscribe button, and let's get to it, because we're also going to talk about Manny Pacquiao and his performance against Mario Barrios. Now, look, there was a lot of combat sports going on during the week. Very heavy week in the combat sports. You had Dustin Poirier, you had Manny Pacquiao versus Mario Barrios, and then you had the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world with Alexander Usyk taking on Daniel Dubois, knocking him out in the 5th round. And then you had PFL Africa on top of that, right? So it was a very busy weekend. And among that busy weekend, obviously Manny Pacquiao fought during that week. And going into the fight, China, do you mean China? Okay. Or Ghana. Let me know what part of the world you meant to say, Philip Fry. But yeah, shout out to Philip Fry. Everybody give a warm welcome to Philip Fry on the chat. So going into the fight with Mario Barrios and Manny Pacquiao, right? I honestly thought that Manny Pacquiao was going to get starched in here because, quite frankly, I think this is a lesson for all of us, right? Never underestimate the old dogs, but let's get to the objective matter at hand when it comes to this, right? Manny Pacquiao trains viciously, trains hard. Now, look, he may not be able to do this with the top echelons of the 147 division. He may not be able to do this against who's the top 147 champion right now. Let's take a look at the landscape of boxing champions right now in that weight class, okay? Because that weight class right there, I believe, changes a lot, right? So the Bridger weight champion. Okay, so we have Bridger weight champions. Okay, cruiserweight champions. Badu Jack. Dimitri Bivol at 175, super middleweight. Okay, now on to 147, right? Welterweight division. Jaron Ennis. Do I honestly think that Jaron Ennis could beat Manny Pacquiao? Of course, he would beat the living snot out of Manny Pacquiao, right? Mario Barrios, the WBC champion, is one thing, right? Now, not all champions are created equal. Okay, they're not created equal in terms of Mario Barrios versus, let's say, Jaron Ennis. Okay, and then there's Brian Norman Jr., who's 28-0 right now. Could Manny Pacquiao beat someone like that? I don't know. But Mario Barrios, for sure, he showed out on this one. And the reason why I thought that Manny Pacquiao was not going to do too good is because, look, 46 is 46 years old, right? It's one thing to be 46 years old at, the heavyweight division. This is very much possible to do. You can very much win, at that stage in the heavyweight division. But if you're 46 at the welterweight division, it's going to be very difficult to believe that. You know what? Manny Pacquiao made a believer in all of us, okay, including myself. And to be quite honest with you, Manny Pacquiao, I respect him as a fighter. I love what he's done over the years. I love the entertainment value that he's brought into boxing. But I'm going to be honest with you, I think many of his fans are just absolutely annoying. Okay, they are absolutely annoying. The most annoying fan base in all of boxing and all of combat sports, in my opinion, is Manny Pacquiao's fan base. Now, look, that has nothing against him in any kind of capacity whatsoever. It is absolutely nothing against him. But you know what? I have my own opinions on certain things. Yeah, I just think that his fans are annoying. But regardless of that, okay, that is my subjective opinion on that matter. The objective reality is that he proved a lot of us wrong. And you know what? Many people love to believe that you will never achieve anything at a certain age, at a certain time, or ever, right? That is just what people do. They love to doubt you. That's the thing about, people, is they think that, okay, well, because they've seen other people not be able to do it at 46 years old, they've seen other people fail at that time of their boxing career, that somehow Manny Pacquiao is also going to suffer the same fate. But lo and behold, this is the main story and the main lesson that you got to learn from this. The man believed in himself. He believed in himself so much that it made a lot of you, including myself, swallow their own pride, and and basically he stuck it to all of us, right? For all of those that didn't believe in him. So, never underestimate anybody's ability to achieve what it is that they want to achieve, and that also includes Manny Pacquiao. Now, look, the controversial side of that is that it went to a draw. Now, do I necessarily agree with the draw that came out of the result? I don't think so. I'm going to be honest with you, right? I don't agree with the result. I think Manny Pacquiao won that fight, but you imagine, what if he had won that fight? He would have been the oldest welterweight champion of all time, probably the oldest person ever win a title. Now that would have been a great achievement, but just like Dustin Poirier, though, not everything is a fairy tale, and that, I think, is the reality of boxing, the reality of combat sports in general, right? Nothing is ever a fairy tale, and as such, sometimes, these things happen when it comes to analyzing the thrill and the agony of wins and defeats. So let's hear some comments that people are saying about Alexander Usyk. By the way, shout outs to the new subscriber. Also, guys, don't forget to subscribe. I'm on the road to 1,000 subscribers. I have about 48 left, right? I'm officially at 952 subscribers, just waiting for 48 more. Hopefully we can do that by the end of the summer. Hopefully we can do that by the end of this stream. But who knows? We shall see. Okay, let's hear some comments on this particular fight, shall we? So, okay. Let's see. All right, let's see here. Eddie Hearn. Let's go look at what Eddie Hearn had to say during the week. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me just trying to find this video right here. Okay, let's hear what Eddie Hearn on okay, here we go. The Stomping Ground.
Beautiful engagement rings. We handpick exquisite.
This is Charlie Bosses for the Stomping Ground, powered by Wow Hydrate and available on the zone. Eddie Hearn, wow, interesting night, undisputed action. Alexander Usyk gets it done.
Unbelievable.
What did you make of the
Just
performance?
in awe of watching it, to be honest with you. I mean, it's such a great lesson, and I mean, obviously role model to all fighters, but the way that he controls a fight. So it comes out for the first round. Dubois looks massive, strong, powerful guy. And the one thing you can't allow Dubois to do is get any confidence. You've got to take his confidence away. You've got to make him think. You've got to make him work. You've got to land a hard jab. You've got to make him question himself.
And you know what? Usyk did exactly that. Usyk counter-shotted him a few times, right? He was leaning back in the ropes, and as he was leaning back in the ropes, he was waiting to hit Usyk with some shots, and very brilliant counter fighting on the part of Alexander Usyk during that fight.
And in that first round, Dubois comes out the aggressor, right? Big, strong, rough and tough, puts Usyk on his back foot. You even see Usyk's face, like he's really concentrating. Goes back to his stall. This is my interpretation of the fight. Where I think I'm right. And basically says to himself, I can't afford to let Dubois do that to me because otherwise it's going to be a long night. So I'm going to just take the middle of the ring now. I'm going to start pushing him back. Takes the middle of the ring, and it's like I was just saying to Nishan Dev.
It's kind of like a bully mentality, right? Same thing that Teddy Atlas used to say about Mike Tyson. He would say that Mike Tyson was sort of like a bull, right? But the minute you challenge that bull, you know, he becomes soup, kind of like what Mr. Miyagi said to Colonel Dugan in the next Karate Kid. You know, he said, moral of the story, one day bad bull become good soup. In other words, you know, they end up slaughtering you. And, you know, if you think you're the big bad bull, then, you know, the rest of the village comes and swarms on you. And yeah, so that's basically what Mr. Miyagi was talking about. Marty Miller says, speaking of boxing, why the hell is Tony Ferguson fighting Salt Poppy? I thought Salt was a food influencer. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you, right? There's another like influencer that I can't stand, Salt Poppy. No, you know what? I got nothing against Salt Poppy. You know, he does his thing. He is an influencer. He used to be a fat kid. And if you look at him now, he looks like he's in very good shape. So, you know, credit to him on that. But yeah, I think that this is a bad fight for Tony Ferguson. Salt Poppy can box. And not only can he box, he can crack. Now, though, there are some times where I've seen Salt Poppy in some influencer boxing matches where he's knocked people out, but he's also gotten outboxed as well. And I think that the damage that Tony Ferguson has accumulated over the years won't do him any good with this one.
The movement, you know, it's up, it's down, and it's like, it's so draining. And the one thing it's quite easy to do to Dubois, actually, is just drain him over time as you take his confidence.
He says, really? I have to look up some videos of him boxing. Yeah, he's quite good, man. He's another Jake Paul in a sense where the difference between him and Jake Paul, though, they both developed into boxers, but obviously, as you know, as a fellow Ohio guy yourself, Jake grew up doing wrestling, football, all of that. Salt Poppy didn't do any of that, right? He was a fat kid who got into social media influencing, TikTok videos, this, that, and the other. And by the end of the day, didn't do him any good. It didn't do him any good whatsoever. So in terms of boxing, though, he did develop himself into a boxer, right? So, but it didn't do him any good living the life of just, you know, eating whatever it is that he wanted, or, you know, bad diets, bad habits, and things of that nature. But he developed himself into a good boxer. Look, I'm telling you, Tony Ferguson is in for a hard fight, right? Tony Ferguson is an inexperienced boxer. Now, look, I understand he's a experienced combat athlete, and this is the thing that people always say about influencer boxer, right? Influencer boxing and MMA fighters. Oh, well, the MMA fighter is more experienced, or this, that, and the other. But Salt Poppy is the more experienced boxer. So, but either way, man, that's going to be an interesting fight. Let's see how Tony Ferguson does in the boxing ring. I'm sure you're as curious as I am how that goes.
Away from him. And then the second round, he just kind of flipped things around straight away. We started out before the bell in the third round, so I didn't see it. Obviously, I saw the stoppage, and they say from the third round, he just battered him, basically. And like...
Prince Vandro says, any updates on Toomer after his ambush? Oh, you know what? We'll get to that, man. Thank you for that, man. I'm going to pin that comment right there, Prince, so that we can absolutely talk about that right after this Eddie Hearn, you know, video right here.
Dubois is a serious fighter. Like, he's not. I don't think he's skill-wise up there with Usyk, but to do that and just stop him and batter him, like, just phenomenal. Like, he is. There is absolutely no question in my mind who is the pound-for-pound number one in the sport. Alexander Usyk has beaten Dubois twice, AJ twice, Tyson Fury twice. He's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's unbelievable stats. Twice on Tyson Fury, twice on Joshua, and twice on Dubois. It is no wonder they call him Usyk the UK Slayer.
You spoke to AJ at all about that?
Yeah, I did. I just texted him and I said, number one, Usyk's unbelievable. And number two, we really should have beaten Dubois. And he goes, oh, no. Yeah. No, look. I think right now, to be honest with you, in this bizarre world, I mean, I just saw Jake Paul facing off with Alexander Usyk. I mean, what is going?
Wow. Okay, let's get to that comment right now. With Eddie Hearn saying that he saw Jake Paul confront Alexander Usyk. I'm going to get to that in a second, right? He was just saying here to Anthony Joshua, man, we should have won that one against Daniel Dubois. Look, I think styles make fights, and I don't think that Anthony Joshua would have beaten Dubois that night, right? Maybe on some other night, yes, that is a possibility. I mean, look, AJ went out on his shield on that fight. Okay, now going back to the Usyk and the Jake Paul face-off, they're going to fight in MMA. And you know what? The reason why they're going to fight in MMA is because it's less risky. And not only that, it doesn't damage the overall boxing record or the boxing resume of Alexander Usyk, right? So it's sort of like a side mission that he's doing. But at the same time, it's not tarnishing his boxing reputation, and it's also not tarnishing the boxing reputation of Jake Paul. So, yeah, that's what I have to say on that face-off right there. Prince Vandro. Oh, Chris says, "Hey, Stinky." Okay, he's saying what's up to somebody on the chat. Prince Vandro says what? Prince Vandro says crisp. Yeah. So, okay, here we go.
Pound for pound, number one fighter in the world. He's facing off with Jake Paul. But it sounds like AJ's going to fight Jake Paul. I mean, if he's true to his word, if he really wants the fight, I mean, it's all very well saying.
Oh, yeah. So it is AJ that may fight Jake Paul in boxing, which is insane to really think about.
What did he say? I'll knock him, he's got a weak chin.
Jake Paul just spoke to Oscar there and said, Anthony Joshua has a weak chin, I will knock him out.
Well, look, if he's true to his word, the fight will happen.
Next.
Whenever. I know, but I can't believe, and it's great that Tyson Fury's saying that Jake Paul's going to win and people, I mean, like, maybe I've just lost my mind. But if they truly want that fight, I reached out to Nikisa earlier. We're going to have a chat next week.
Crispy says, yeah, I've seen Stinky in other MMA chats. Well, hey, man, shout outs to Stinky. If he's in other MMA chats and he's in my chat as well, I welcome him here. And it shows that for those of you that are interested in MMA streaming, I'm one of the guys that you are that you go to. So I'm very honored by that. So shout out to everybody that's supporting, liking, subscribing, and all of that. So yeah, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let's get to the content.
If they truly want the fight,
Prince Vandro says, Chris, you are very rude. Oh, okay. We got a little bit of some conflict going on in the chat right now.
Can make actually the fight that does the biggest numbers in the sport. Forget Canelo Crawford. That doesn't even touch the surface of, and I can't believe I'm saying it, of AJ against Jake Paul. If you want to do the biggest numbers in the
Crisp says, whatever. Okay, so we got a little conflict going on in the chat. Yeah, man, keep it going, guys. Let me know what your thoughts are and, each other's thoughts. Go ahead and go at it. Some other chats, some other MMA chats, they will tell you, oh, guys, don't continue on. And, well, listen, this is an American-based channel. So when it comes to that, freedom of speech reigns over here. So let's get to it.
We'll make it happen, but please, I just want to be careful what you wish for. This ain't a game. This ain't. Okay,
Eddie Hearn has a stern warning for Jake Paul right now. Okay, and you know what? I'm going to turn the mic. I'm going to turn the camera over to Eddie Hearn just so you can see in his eyes how dead serious Eddie Hearn is about this. Okay, check this out.
This ain't a YouTube video. This ain't numbers. This isn't algorithms. This is physically dangerous. So if you want to do it, be careful, but we will do it.
If I'd said that sentence to you like
Listen,
3 years ago,
we've always said, yeah, of course we do it, but I just didn't think anyone would even give it the credibility. And like, I'm not going to argue about it. I'm just telling you, and I'm telling Jake Paul, this is very dangerous.
I agree with Eddie Hearn, bro. This is an extremely dangerous fight. And if I was Jake Paul's manager, what are you doing? That's what I would say to him. You know what? I told you guys, I have a buddy who works with Jake Paul, right? Eric Trilogy, a guy that I trained with in Team Alpha Male, right? He's not getting in his ear about this because guess what, man? You know, he's out there to get that Anthony Joshua money. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, even to the detriment of Jake Paul's safety. I don't like this fight for Jake Paul at all. At all, man. Jake Paul is one crazy white boy, bro. I'm telling you, I don't know what he's thinking in his head. He thinks right now that Anthony Joshua's chin is weak because of what Daniel Dubois did to him. But I don't know, Jake, man. You're not Daniel Dubois. You know, Daniel Dubois is a heavyweight, a legitimate heavyweight that really could put danger towards towards the life of Anthony Joshua. And I don't know if it, I don't know, man, it's dangerous. Let me know what you guys think on the comment section below. Okay, so we still got some fighting going on in the chat right here. Crisp says, okay, Princess. Prince Vandro says, Crisp, thanks. Prince is a cross-dresser, he said. He says, why are you guys mad at each other? Okay, very interesting question here for Marty Miller. Oh, thank you, Your Highness. And then Prince Vandro says, Chris, pathetic comment, no comeback. All right, well, guys, keep it going. Keep the fighting going because obviously it helps with the engagement. And I appreciate free speech around here. And that's what we're all about here. Marty Miller says, Paul versus Usyk would be a huge fight because people want to see Jake lose. Everyone has been waiting for him to fight someone legit. Well, Marty, they're going to fight in MMA. Remember that PFL contract that Jake Paul signed? Yeah. That PFL contract is for boxing. Daniel Hamid. Shout out to Daniel Hamid. He says, Salam, how are you, my man? Shout outs to Daniel Hamid all the way from Peterborough, UK. Everybody in the chat, welcome Daniel Hamid. He's actually, one of my mates in England knows who he is. Zain Musa Boxing knows who he is. So, you know, you guys have seen Zain here before. So give a warm welcome to Daniel Hamid while everybody in the chat is, you know, it seems that everybody in the chat is fighting right now. But yeah, shout out to Daniel Hamid. He's, you know, a white collar boxer in, you know, in Peterborough. So yeah, man, give him a warm welcome. Crisp says, exactly, he needs to fight someone legit. Yeah, they're going to fight in MMA. They're not going to fight in boxing, Jake Paul and Alexander Usyk, which I think is in a much more even fight in an MMA, you know, standard, because Alexander Usyk is obviously the expert master boxer. But if you want to put that in MMA terms, both of these guys are novices. You know, if you think about it, Crisp says, I don't fight. Marty Miller says, yeah, I know people still want to see it. Usyk has a wrestling background too. Very true. So it might just end up into a sprawl and brawl kind of fight. Yeah. And if it does, bro, I'm really curious to see how Alexander Usyk's hand translates to 4-ounce gloves, right? You would imagine, yeah, he would probably, you know, he would probably have some fast hands, you know, very hard hands to hit as well. So, yeah, man, it's interesting in the MMA sense, right? But also the reason for that choice is because Alexander Usyk doesn't have to tarnish his boxing record. You see what I'm saying? Like, yes, if he fights Jake Paul in boxing, of course he's going to win against Jake Paul. Come on, that's not even a question, right? You know, like if I think otherwise, maybe I should not have a combat sports channel. But when it comes to MMA, it's sort of like a side mission. So that's what it is. It's a side mission if he fights Jake Paul in MMA, and it doesn't tarnish his boxing career overall. So, oh, wait, let me read some of these comments right here. Yeah, Crisp says, I don't fight. Prince Vandro says, at Crisp, why you keep calling him stinky? You think he's Indian or something, Crisp? I'd probably give you flogging. Prince Vandro says, Crisp, I don't think it would hurt because you are starting a fight like a little girl. Okay. All right. Keep the fighting going, guys. You know, I absolutely encourage verbal combat in my chats at all costs. Whereas, you know, other channels will be like, oh, guys, no, don't fight, trying to be a referee and this and that. I'm not a referee. I'm here as a fan, you know, of fights, you know, whether it's in the physical realm or whether it's in the online world. I absolutely encourage it. Keep the engagements going.
So if you're for real, just understand the consequences that come with a fight like this. Ask Francis Ngannou, who is a significant, like Francis Ngannou, in my opinion, would destroy Jake Paul.
Oh, yeah, that's not even a question, Eddie Hearn, right? He says, yeah, there's not even a question that, yeah, I would absolutely destroy, you know, that Francis Ngannou would destroy Jake Paul. I believe that. Yeah, Chris says, I'm starting a fight for sure. Yeah, keep the fight going, my man. Keep it going. Keep it going. I absolutely encourage you guys to keep fighting in the chat. Let's get it going, man.
But good luck to the man. If you're game and you want to roll the dice, we're ready.
Quickly on Alexander Usyk, he said, I'm 38. 38 is young, but I sit here and I think, what more does he have to do? They're saying Joseph Park, and I mean, I want to see, to be honest with you, I'd love to see Joseph get his shot. And Joseph Usyk's a great fight, by the way.
Yeah, that would be a good fight, right? Joseph Parker, man, he's becoming a dark horse in the heavyweight division right now. It would be great to see him, you know, get a title shot against Alexander Usyk. That's a fresh matchup, honestly. Prince is saying Chris is no, I don't think he. I highly doubt he's calling me that, but you know, yeah, you're definitely not calling me that. You know, I have a higher standard of living than most of you, so I don't know who you're talking to in that. You're definitely not talking to me, you know, in that regard. So hold on, I'm looking up that Timmer guy who you know, was shot. So we're gonna talk about that in a second. By the way, his name, Timur Kirzev, that's literally the Russian version of my name, right? I have an Arabic version of that name. His name, Kirzev, is, yeah, basically Kyrie in Arabic, but yeah, but nonetheless, at Marty Miller, I think he is calling him that to tell you what he wouldn't say it to his face, though. I think he is calling him. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, I started it. You did nothing, Your Highness. Okay, so Prince Vandross and Crisp are going at it right now. Okay, good. Keep it going, guys. Keep the beef going. I absolutely encourage it. So, yeah, keep the fight going. And, okay, let's get to this Eddie Hearn video right here. Where is that video? Hold on a second here.
But what more have you got to do? I mean, if he retires now, he goes down as an absolute generational great. And legacy really only gets defined over time. So as the time passes and we start to really appreciate what this guy's done, don't forget, he was going into people's backyards, dethroning them and getting cruiserweight championships on the route to undisputed. Like, it's phenomenal. I would like to see him retire. But if he feels, I mean, that was a great performance. So there's no, you can't say, oh, he's slowing down, so retire. If he wants to keep going, good luck to him.
What do you think of His Excellency Turkey Al-Sheikh calling for Alexander Usyk versus Moses Atama?
Yeah, you've got, look, Frank Warren is very, very good at building fighters. And I'm only giving my opinion. Moses' best win is Mike Balagan. Like, he's never fought a heavyweight, really and truly, in the top 50.
Prince Vandross says, Crisp, I did nothing, so these comments are absent.
In the world. Now he fights Dillian, which is great matchmaking. If he goes through him, Moses has got loads of time. Moses is dangerous against anyone, but Usyk would just play with him at the moment, in my opinion. As good as Moses is, and I rate him very highly, you can't go.
Yeah, you know what? That would be a good fight for Alexander Usyk taking on you know, Moses Otama, right? That would absolutely be a good matchup if you think about it. You know, considering that Moses Otama is the next generation, Usyk is sort of like in the back end of his career right now. So, yeah, you know, it would be a great generational, you know, type of fight. Marty Miller says, yeah, you don't want to troll Kyrie, LOL. Someone tried last week, and let's just say you don't want this guy mad at you. There you go, man. I'm pinning that comment right there. That's very true. Oh, by the way, Prince, I'm still going to get to the Timur story that you had requested. We're going to talk about that. Prince Vandro says, I think Crisp ran away. Marty Miller 65. He says, okay, so he's saying that he got the W on that one. Okay, so okay, back to the Eddie Hearn video. No problem. Take your time, for sure, for sure.
From Balogun to Usyk, in my opinion, you can't even go from Dillian White to Usyk. But look at Dubois. He's just gone from Miller, Hrgovic, AJ to Usyk, and he's been completely back to like. Was it two down cards? Like, it was I'll say a mismatch, but it was like from the second round on. So just phenomenal.
Tyson Fury's uploaded a video on a run saying he's been fucked twice with no Vaseline. The whole world knows that he beat Alexander Usyk both times, and Alexander Usyk knows that Tyson is going to win the third fight.
Fury will always want revenge, and they were two great fights. The second fight with AJ was a great fight, 115, 113. No one really talks about that fight. You know, I don't think Fury won the first two fights, but if he wants a third crack, that's up to him. No one really wants to see it, if I'm honest. No one would pick him to win in a third fight. Just let him fight someone. Let AJ fight someone, or Jake Paul. Let AJ fight Tyson Fury, and then let the winner of that fight Alexander Usyk.
Edward, thank you very much. We'll catch you after the main event.
Good luck on.
I love. He's like, Edward, catch you later, Edward. Okay, so now let's get to one of the topics that we are very much interested in, which is Timur Khizriev getting shot. So that is the topic right now. So we're going to talk about Timur Khizriev, PFL champion, shot in Russia. Okay, now what is going on with this right here? Let's show the video of this right here real quick. Let's see how this had gone about right here. So, okay, so there's the shot as he was shooting him. Wow, he took him down. Okay, and then there's the shots are firing as he took him down right there. Look at that. Look at that. So I believe these were rubber bullets, by the way. This is the reason why this is not really like a super violent video that could get flagged, because, by the way, these are, these are rubber bullets. So, okay, who are you taking in the Whittaker versus RDR fight, Prince? He's asking. Prince Vandro says, oh, no, wow, I just messed up at Crisp. Was talking to the user Stinky from the comment section. Oh, man, I messed up. Damn. Okay, yeah, a little bit of a miscommunication here. Are you saying that you thought he was calling you something that was referring to, let's say, the screen name of the person, right? Yeah, because I thought he was talking about, other people in here as well. But okay, so undefeated, Timur Khizriev, 18-0. The reigning PFL featherweight champ was ambushed in Machkala, Dagestan, as he exited his G-Wagon. Two masked attackers fired 5 rubber bullets, reportedly from a traumatic pistol. Khizriev fought back, was taken to surgery, and is now in stable condition with non-life-threatening injuries. Authorities launched a manhunt, but no arrests have been made. The attack may have been a personal hit, though the motive is unclear. Okay, very interesting, right? There is no motive in this, right? So we got to think, what is going on here? Is there religious conflict going on with this? Because you know that Dagestan is notorious for that. Is there some sort of like reprisal or some sort of revenge factor that plays into this? So I thought he was doing that too. You know what I'm saying? So Marty Miller says, I thought he was calling you that. Okay, Crisp says you're on drugs. Marty Miller says he's back. Yes, Prince Vandro says at Crisp, I'm sorry. Okay, well, you know what? Since Prince Vandros is saying I'm sorry, I'm going to say I'm sorry too, because I was encouraging you guys to fight on beef that was not real or was out of falsehood, right? Now, look, I encourage fighting. I encourage people to fight. I encourage people to go at it with each other. But as long as there's something real about it, right? But if it's out of confusion or because you thought that, one said over the other, then yeah, I'm not going to be, for that. You know what I mean? Look, I'm into conflict, but I'm into conflict with principles. So, play nice, boys. So yeah, Marty Miller says, I was confused about it too. I didn't see Stinky's comments. Yeah. Okay. So obviously nobody was calling anyone Stinky. It was just the screen name of somebody that was in here. So, all right. So there it is. Okay. So more on this Kirzev guy. Okay. Let's delve more into this right here. Sports Illustrated actually made an article about this 6 days ago. 18-0 MMA champ shot 5 times in a brutal street attack. Okay, so 18-0 PFL world champion has been shot 5 times in an aggravated incident in Machkala. Timur Imam Kirzev, who won PFL 2024 World Championship opposite of Brendan Leorone, was caught on video being assaulted by 2 men in masks in a residential area of Machkala, Dagestan. Kirzev was shot 5 times with rubber bullets and remain in care at hospital. Footage reshared by Vesnik MMA on X shows the incident where 2 men jumped Kirzev in a residential parking area. The featherweight fighter managed to secure a takedown on one of the attackers. So if you ever doubt Dagestani wrestling, even man try to shoot you, you take him down easy. Never forget Dagestan make you good wrestler. Okay, so footage of PFL champion Timur Kirzev shot 5 times with rubber bullets. And then the Caucasian not reported that the attack took place on July 15th on Danilov Street in Machkala. Footage posted to Mash Gore Telegram channel claimed mass people waited for Kirzev in yard and opened fire. He tried to run away but could not. Further reports state Kirzev was shot 5 times with traumatic pistol designed for non-lethal ammunition. According to Gazira, Ru Kirzev suffered injuries to shoulders, 2 hands, and chest and remains in stable condition. 29-year-old Kirzev hasn't fought since November of 2024. The motives behind the attack are unknown and the story is still developing. Okay, so there it is, right? Did a little Russian newsman accent, right? It's a little thing that I do here. Amazing explanation, Kyrie. Even after getting shot, he still manages to take the guy down. Yeah, who doubts Dagestani wrestling? Bro, you cannot deny Dagestani wrestling, okay? Look, I would like to see Kyle Dake, Jordan Burroughs, who else? Taylor, all these top American, I don't know, man. I don't wish anybody to be in a shootout situation, let alone our, Olympic athletes in the United States and all of that. But certainly Dagestan has put their wrestling to the test in the ultimate proving ground of a shootout. Okay, forget just, MMA wrestling or just using, wrestling for MMA. Man, he used that not only just in a street fight, he used that he used that in a shootout. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know anybody in the hood that could say that, they've taken somebody down while getting shot at, right? It's almost damn near impossible to have seen, a scenario or a situation like that to any degree. But yeah, man, he's obviously in stable condition right now. Non-lethal. It was a non-lethal situation. So the motive, though, is unclear. I told you guys, right? In Dagestan, there is religious conflict. There is sectarian conflict. You also can't forget that. There's also aspects of tribal conflict. So there's all types of things going on here. And you know what? Maybe what if Timur owns, let's say, a bunch of mafia or you know, gang members some money or something like that, right? That could be a possibility as well. So, you know, yeah, never forget that right there. Okay, so let's hear some comments that that people have to say about UFC 318 reactions right here. Okay, let's hear some of the reactions that that people have for UFC 318 right here. So, okay, let's check this out right here. What we got here? Sean O'Malley. Okay, let's go to Sean O'Malley. Drops Dustin Poirier. Okay, he's just playing poker here. Okay, yeah, let's hear what Michael Bisping has to say on this one right here.
On a distant world, darkness march.
Prince Vandro says, God wills he will be okay. Inshallah. Inshallah, he'll be okay. It's non-lethal bullets, right? So, okay, you know what? That just brought this to my attention, right? I think if you're trying to shoot somebody with non-lethal bullets, I think your main objective is to send a message. Okay, I'll give you guys an example, right? In my neighborhood where I live at now, not in the hood, but in the new neighborhood that I live at right now, right? You know, affluent part of Sacramento, there was a shootout that happened here. Okay, think about it. It's an affluent neighborhood in the suburbs of Sacramento, and there was a shootout here. There was a Jamaican group or Jamaican family that was living next door to me, and yeah, their house got, you know, shot up. I don't know what happened. I don't know why they, you know, their house got shot up, but they weren't targeting anybody per se, right? I think what their whole entire thing was to send a message, right? And I think they got the message loud and clear, and they got ran out of their house. They were renting that house anyway. So, you know, the owner was very concerned about the situation, and yeah, you know, they moved up out of this neighborhood really quickly after their house got shot up. So, you know, keep that in mind. Prince Vandro says, nah, I think he doesn't like Timur, but instead of fighting him because he knows he would get destroyed by Timur, he was shot. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Obviously, these are non-fighting people, right? These are not MMA people in any degree, but I'm going to suspect and assume that it has something to do with the Russian mafia or some sort of criminal organization that is trying to send a message, right? Maybe he owed some people money or something like that, right? You never know with these types of situations.
All right, so UFC 318 went down in New Orleans on Saturday night, and of course, by now, you know the results. I'm late to the party, but I do have some thoughts for you and some things to consider and my analysis to give. Of course, in the main event, we had Dustin Poirier in his final fight taking on Max Holloway. I thought that Dustin Poirier might get the job done, but I was concerned because Max Holloway, 155 pounds, is bigger, does hit harder, and can take a better shot. And as I said, going into this one, he's the younger man, and all the advantages that Dustin Poirier had going into the first two fights with Max, being the bigger, stronger, more experienced guy, that played against him. Now, Max Holloway went out.
And keep in mind, the second time around that they had fought for the interim belt back in 2019, Max did not look like a true 155er. In fact, he was just a little bit chubbier for the 155 division. In other words, when he tried to move up a weight, he just did it in a way where, all right, I'm just going to go and eat carbs and, you know, Hawaiian barbecue and, you know, and call it a day. This time, he really put in the effort of building muscle and putting the strength and training and conditioning to that particular weight class that he needed to be in. And guys, also, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let's get to the 1,000 mark of this channel, inshallah.
And he looked phenomenal. The punch power is definitely increased at 155 pounds. Max Holloway has stopped plenty of people, but typically he wears them down with volume before he gets the finish. Well, in the first round, 1-2 drops Dustin Poirier, and it looked like it was going to be a quick, easy night for Max Holloway. Of course, Dustin Poirier, this is why everybody loves him. He never quits.
Yeah, in the first round, I was like, wow, he already hurt Dustin Poirier. He's like, this is everything that I had mentioned to you guys, right? The accumulated damage that Dustin Poirier has took over the years. And here we go.
He doesn't know the definition of that. He will fight. As long as there is a heartbeat in his body, he will continue to give everything he has. In the second round, once again, Max Holloway catches him, starts teeing up, ripping to the body, looking sensational.
Yeah, Marty Miller says, yeah, Max looked huge. I'd like to see him rematch Ilya at lightweight. I think he'll be able to take his shot better, not being so depleted. You know what? I don't know, man. I may have to push back on that a little bit. I don't think that fight works any differently. I'm going to tell you why, just from my own anecdotal experience, okay? There's guys that I've sparred before, right, where they were of a certain weight class. It went a certain way, all right? It went a certain way, and when, let's say, we gained weight together or we moved up a weight together, the results was the same. Now, obviously, styles make fights. This person that I normally spar with, we were the same weight class one day, and then we were the same weight class when we got older and, and still stuck training with each other, right? And the results were always the same. Whether it was grappling on the ground, rolling around, or whether it was full-blown MMA sparring, or whether it was boxing sparring, it was always the same. And I don't know if weight can somehow be of the difference, but I will say, man, Max Holloway at 155 is a different Max Holloway at 145, and you may be right about that. So Marty Miller says, see ya, Prince. Come back for sure, my man. Okay. Okay. All right, my dear brother Kyrie, it's bedtime for me. I'll catch up on your live stream again another time. Until then, assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah barakatuh to you, my brother. Yeah, he says, see you, Prince. Back for sure, man. And Marty Miller with the, he gives Marty Miller the salute sign. Okay.
Looking like the best boxer in the UFC, brah, right? Like he said against Kelvin Cater back in the day. But again,
I remember that. He says, I'm the best boxer in MMA. You don't think Henry Cejudo versus TJ Dillashaw looks different? Well, you know what, Marty, listen, I've trained with TJ Dillashaw, right? So I might have a slight biasness towards TJ, right? Obviously Ali Abdelaziz, who's, by the way, is my uncle, is is a representative of Henry Cejudo. So yeah, I'm going to be biased on that either way. But TJ Dillashaw is the man. Yeah, of course it would look different. TJ Dillashaw at 135 was the best 135 ever, right? And that's what I'm always going to stand by. That's what I'm always going to say. And I truly believe that TJ Dillashaw would have beaten Merab prime for prime. But yeah, looks different at 35. He said, yeah, it would have been a different fight. Again, different guys, different strokes of folks will have a different, outcome, I suppose, right?
Dustin Poirier digs deep, clips Max Holloway, drops him to a knee, jumps the gilly in signature Dustin Poirier fashion. I'm so glad that he did that because he went out on his terms. He didn't change anything. He didn't play it safe. And could you have imagined if he got the guillotine, the first one in his career after jumping a gilly in almost every single fight? But this isn't a fairy tale scenario, okay? This is the real world. This is mixed martial arts, and that's not how it went down. At the end of the second round, Max Holloway looked worse for wear. Going back to his corner, he was kind of wobbled, he was stumbled, he definitely looked a little dazed and confused, and it looked like Dustin Poirier might have been able to turn things around. Rounds 3, 4, and 5, Max edged all the round.
And within that round that Michael Bisping is describing, this is where Max Holloway is different from the last two fights, right? The first fight, obviously, in 2012, it was such inexperienced version of Max Holloway. The second time around, it was a pudgy 155 version of Max Holloway. This time, it was more of the refined version of Max Holloway, the one that's coming off of the victory from Justin Gaethje and so on and so forth, right? Marty Miller says, yeah, I think he was compromised making that weight cut to 125. He barely got clipped and went down. The more you cut, the less water you retain in your brain. That's very true. That is very true, right? And that is why Joe Rogan is so against weight cutting, But at the same time, man, it's like, what do you do when you already have a system in place for, these types of things, right? It's already a system that's in place, and that's just what you have by the end of the day. So
rounds. They were 10-9 rounds. They were close, but Max took them. That's a 10-9 round. When it's really close and one guy just edges it, that's a 10-9. When one guy clearly wins a round, that's a 10-8 round. That's not my opinion. That is a fact. That is what I was taught at a seminar by the Nevada State Athletic Commission.
Okay, so now we understand, right? If it is a clear domination in one round, right, it is a 10-8. If there is, a bit of some slight differences or it's competitive, it's 10-9. And Michael Bisping says that this is what he was told by the Nevada State Athletic Commissions in a seminar that he had attended.
But even the judges forget about that. It was a great performance for Max Holloway. And Max Holloway, just always full of class. Gets on the microphone, says, hey, that was great, but this isn't about me. This is about Dustin Poirier. He gave us his moment.
With Asana, you can manage any kind of work, from project intake to campaign management to strategic planning or anything else your team works on. Asana works for you. Try for free today at asana.com.
Too soft for the baddest man alive, bro. Give it up for the...
Hey, shout outs to Max, right? After he won, he got on the mic, obviously got on the winner's circle, talked. And, afterwards, they had the mic on Dustin Poirier because obviously he was the star of the show. It was his retirement fight. And Max was over there being a DJ and a hype man, saying to the crowd, hey, listen, give this man some props, right? You know what? This is not a bad loss for Dustin Poirier. Obviously, he gave a good account of himself. Not only that, he has 2 wins over Max Holloway already, right? And in this one, obviously, Max is just the better man in this moment of time right now and just caught him at the right time. So,
of course, we got that sensational send-off, that beautiful video package from the UFC. The crowd, the arena, they lost their minds. You could hardly hear the final clapper or the buzzer at the end of the round because the emotion and the noise from the crowd was just phenomenal. And that's because what Dustin Poirier evokes from the fans. He's a fan favorite. He always brings it. He's never turned down a fight. He's had some losses, but he's had some tremendous wins as well. He always shows...
Yeah, look, that's the thing with Dustin Poirier, right? Look, aside from the fact that I hate Dustin when he fights the Dagestani fighters, Dustin Poirier is actually one of my favorite fighters in terms of guys that I know that will bring it, right? You can always count on Dustin Poirier to bring it every time.
Up. The man's a class act. We're going to miss him lifting up his shorts mid-fight, spitting out blood in between rounds, just giving it everything he's got. Win or lose, you're in for something special with Dustin Poirier. Anytime his name was announced on a fight card, there was an aura, there was a buzz, there was a thrill because you're like, hold on a minute, it's Dustin Poirier. We're going to get something special. And that's what we got Saturday night. However, for him, it wasn't the fairy tale finish that he was looking for, but it was the end to a phenomenal career, and a career for which he will be remembered. He will be in the Hall of Fame. He is respected by everyone on the fight roster. He's the fight fans' favorite fighter, okay? He made his mark in this sport. He made a lot of money. He left it all inside the octagon, and he's going to go off and live a great life after fighting. Congrats to Dustin Poirier, and well done to Max Holloway. What's next for Max Holloway? Well, of course, he's one of the top dogs at lightweight. He's beat Dustin. He's beat Justin, but he just got knocked out against Ilia Topuria. So he isn't fighting for the belt anytime soon. Who does he fight? He has a rematch against Charles Oliveira. Of course, Charles just got knocked out in sensational fashion versus Ilia. Charles and Max fought a very long time ago, but the fight ended in a very anticlimactic fashion. It was an esophageal injury very early in the fight. Max Holloway's hand was raised, but it wasn't a proper win. He doesn't really feel like he beat him in the fight. And Charles Oliveira embodies...
You know what? That would be a great matchup next for Max Holloway, to be honest with you, right? There's a lot of unfinished business with Charles Oliveira. Many would probably consider that a fluke win.
In fact, in clinical trials, the average weight loss was 20% of total body weight. That's 50% more than Ozempic ever got during its trials. This is not only a GLP-1, but a GIP medication, which means it hits 2 hormones at once without any side effects, at least not any more than Ozempic or anything else would have had. So if you're looking for the best weight loss medication you can get, tirzepatide is the one. And if you're looking to get access to this, you can just take the quiz below and we will ship this out within 48 hours to your door, just like that.
To a certain degree, right? There might be a different outcome this time, right? 2 different fighters this time around. And obviously, yeah, that would be great for Charles Oliveira to get at least a shot at the BMF belt. I mean, look, they're circulating this BMF title around now, right? Max Holloway now defended it for what it's worth. Now they can legitimize it with a BMF title fight with Charles Oliveira and Max Holloway.
Is the spirit of a BMF. You know he does, and you know what I'm talking about. So Max Holloway, Charles Oliveira for the BMF belt, and the winner of that, if it's Max, goes on to face Ilia Topuria if he gets through Paddy or Ahmed Saruki, just engage it, regardless of whoever it's going to be. Now, co-main event, so Paulo Costa turned back the clock and looked like the Paulo Costa that signed with the UFC. Paulo Costa in his last few fights just didn't have the fight, didn't have the output, didn't have the intention and the nastiness that you need to win fights in the UFC. You got to go forward. You got to put a hurting on people. You got to beat them down.
Now, how about that situation with Khamzat and Paulo Costa saying that Paulo Costa was saying that his girl was being DM'd by Khamzat or something like that. And then Khamzat says something to the effect that, well, it was her that messaged me or this, that, and the other. And you know how it is, man. I think that Paulo Costa is just trying to drum up interest. And remember, Paulo Costa really is about the entertainment value, so you can't put it past him to sort of run a play in this situation, right? So,
you're going to be a nasty bastard inside there. That's what we saw from Paulo Costa Saturday night against Roman Kopylov. Kopilov's young, he's quick, he's got really good kickboxing, he's taller, he's longer, he's really fast. Costa went forward and he looked like the Paulo Costa of old that earned the title fight against Israel Adesanya. And he needed that. If he'd have lost that fight, I'm telling you, it might have been the end of the career for Paulo Costa. Certainly in big spotlights like co-main events on pay-per-views. It would have been on the prelims or whatever, and it would have just been a mental downfall because now you're just racking up loss after loss after loss. But that's not what happened. Barashina is back, and he wants to get his hands on Khamzat Chimaev because he's sliding into his wife's DMs or his girlfriend's DMs and all the rest of it.
You know, my wife is over here. He DM'd her, and I will not stop with you. I got you.
Khamzat came out and said, "Hold on a minute."
Said it was she who wrote to me, Habibi. He said he called him Habibi. That's crazy, man. He said Habibi, and then he has a laughing emoji on it.
That messaged me first, so the plot thickens there, but I don't think he's going to get a title fight anytime soon. But if Khamzat Chimaev loses against Dricus du Plessis next month, you never know. They might just make that fight. Now,
they will make that fight. That is exactly why Paulo Costa is doing this. He knows that Khamzat can beat DDP. And as soon as he beats DDP, there it is, man. There's the fight right there for both of them.
And the night for me was Daniel Rodriguez versus Kevin Holland. That was absolute madness from start to finish. Rodriguez.
Hey, if you live in one of these cities right here, why don't you own an apartment building? Seriously, let me show you a
Usually starts very slowly. This time he went straight at Kevin Holland. Kevin Holland met him in the middle, and it was just all that carnage for 15 minutes. Absolute madness, a lot of action. They were knocking each other down left, right.
Yeah, that was a good fight as well, right? Rodriguez and Kevin Holland. Now that right there was fight of the night right there. Great back and forth between them. You know what? One of the best performances of Daniel Rodriguez in his whole entire career.
center. It looked like Holland was done in round one. Then it looked like Rodriguez was out on his feet. Eats an uppercut. He's wobbled. He's all over the place. He gets dropped. He gets caught in the choke. And we know Kevin Holland with those long arms loves the high guillotine, right? But he was able to fight out of it. He took Rodriguez down with a clean takedown. Rodriguez gets back to his feet, wobbles him again, turns into a grappler.
Oh, you're a wrestler.
Hits full mount, looks really good, ends the fight on top, landing vicious ground and pound. 15 minutes of madness. And that's what we love. And that's what we expect from Kevin Holland. And that's what we got from Daniel Rodriguez. Big win for him.
That honestly was one of the most exciting fights of the entire night. I mean, they went back and forth. It was action-packed. And listen, if you regretted spending $80 on that fight card in the beginning of the main card, that fight right there made it worth it. That's when it was like, all right, you know what? This is absolutely worth doing. So,
yeah, because Kevin Holland this year has looked phenomenal. Patricio Pitbull, once again, not enough action, not enough output. He was very lucky to get the decision. Yes, he got the win over Dan Ige. He's not an easy man to beat.
Grocery outlet, bargain market. Excuse me, are these the independents from Hunger Food Bags?
Yes, they sure are.
My friend said last summer her family bought bags to help kids in her neighborhood.
That's right. The money and food donated through Independence from Hunger stays right here in our town.
I saved up all year. Can you tell me how many bags I can buy with this?
Absolutely.
Grocery outlet, bargain market.
And he did look good, technically. He was able to take it down. We saw some beautiful takedowns, some nice transitions, some beautiful grappling, and we saw the power in the hands in the second.
Yeah, so Patricio Pitbull finally got a win in the UFC. Look, in all honesty, I thought Dan Ige was going to win this fight. That was my official prediction for that fight, which I got wrong. And I'm not afraid to admit when I get a prediction wrong. But the reason why I thought that Dan Ige was going to win this is because I just thought the UFC level that he had fought in was going to be enough to sort of be a problem for Pitbull. That wasn't the case. Obviously, Pitbull was the bigger problem here. You know, he sort of started adjusting himself into the UFC now. So I think that's really, you know, the difference here is the adjustments that Pitbull made.
However, he was looking to get the decision because the first round could have gone either way. It really could. Okay, Dan Ige was probably throwing more. Pitbull wasn't doing much, but he blocked him in the second. He had some takedowns. He had some control. He had a bit of ground and pound, and he's got the monkey off his back because he's got to win in the UFC. However, from here, the fights are only going to get harder. You're going to win over Dan Ige, so it's going to be another tough opponent next. He's got to throw more. He has to have more output. And then, of course, opening up the pay-per-view, Michael Johnson, 39 years old, taking on the young buck Daniel Zellhuber, ridiculously tall, ridiculously big for lightweight, 25 years old versus 39 years old. Michael Johnson.
Now, how about Michael Johnson, bro, for the old dogs, right? If there's a theme overall this whole entire weekend, it is that the old dogs, you know, still got it. Manny Pacquiao still got it. Alexander Usyk, the best heavyweight in the division right now in boxing, and at 39 years old. Michael Johnson still doing a dang thing against the top prospect, Daniel Zellhuber. This is another one I got wrong. I thought Daniel Zellhuber was going to win this fight because I thought that Michael Johnson was a journeyman fighter that they bring in to fight these prospects. And sometimes it is the old dogs that get the best of these exchanges. And that is what we got out of Michael Johnson.
Wobbled and knocked out a few times. Of course, last time against Otman Azaitar, knocks him out in the first round, I think it was. Zellhuber talking a lot coming into this one, discrediting him, saying that he's old, that he's going to show him, he's going to teach him a lesson. But Michael Johnson looked phenomenal. He was quick, he was powerful. He dropped him in the first round. He was putting together beautiful combinations, and he put the 25-year-old Daniel Zellhuber in his place. Zellhuber's only 25. He's a physical specimen. He'll learn from this. He'll gain valuable experience, and he will be back. And I think we'll see a lot more from Zellhuber in the future. And some standouts on the prelims as well. Of course, Marvin Vettori got beaten by Brendan Allen. Brendan Allen went out there. Vettori's a really tough guy. I like him a lot. He's got a solid chin. There's no quitting the guy. Of course, he's been through some personal troubles. His brother passed away earlier this year in a fire in Italy, so he's got a lot of stuff to deal with there. Brendan Allen looked really good, kind of beat him up from start to finish, though. I don't like to say that. Davey Gautier from Manchester beat the out of Robert Valentine. It was a straight-up assassination. 1 minute, 10 seconds. Walked him down, beat him down, smacked him around until the referee dragged him off. Beautiful performance there. Of course, Islam Dulatov got the job done as well. For a Versace model, this man can fight.
Oh, yeah, man. So this one I got correct. Islam Dulatov. I knew that this guy was going to win. I just felt like they brought in this guy, Adam Fouguet, to basically be the slaughter, okay, to this new prospect that they have going on. He's a model, he's Dagestani, and then he's fighting out of Germany. So these are like factors that the UFC is going to look at and say, all right, this is a guy that we need to market. Dagestani, he's German, he's a model. On top of that, it's a market that the UFC can absolutely exploit because guess what? They want to go back to Germany. They haven't been back to Germany since 2016. So if they're going to headline a card over there, Islam Dulatov is the guy to do that.
Adam Fouguet in 4 minutes, 6 seconds in the very first round. A lot of stoppages on the prelim. College UD stopped Nicole Cagliari in the third round. Bruno Ferreira defeated Jason McVeigh by an armbar in the first round. Ryan Spann submits Lucas Brzezinski.
That was a good one right there. Ryan Spann, right? Took him down, submitted him with an arm triangle, and that was all she wrote. A whole bunch of finishes that went on in the prelims, right? So it was like, all right, you guys like finishes, you guys like submissions, you guys like knockouts, watch this. The last few fights are all going to end in a decision, and we're going to drag this out all the way till 10 p.m. at night, West Coast time.
In the first round, Jimmy Cruz submits Marcin Prachnio in the first round. Islam Dulatov knocks out Fouguet in the first round. Davey Gautier knocks out Valentine in the first round as well. And then from there, they were all decisions. However, they were decisions, but there was a lot of drama, there was a lot of action, and of course, the night belonged to Max Holloway. Congratulations, Max Holloway. And one more time, congratulations to Dustin Poirier. The man has had a legendary career. He's an awesome human being. There's never any controversy with this man. Just a great guy, an example to many young mixed martial artists out there. Enjoy your retirement, and thank you for everything that you brought to the octagon.
Yeah, well said by Michael Bisping. I'm going to drop a monologue on this particular topic right now. So let's see here. We are at 18. Okay. So at 1 hour and 18 minutes, that's what I'm going to have this on the timeline. Okay. So 1 hour and 18 minutes. All right, so here we go. Let's put it to 40. Okay. Okay, so in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, check this out. The monologue of UFC 318, Usyk's win, and Manny Pacquiao's unexpected performance. So when it comes to fairy tales, it doesn't exist in combat sports. Sometimes it does. And this weekend proves the contrasting outcomes of these variations. For example, we thought that Dustin Poirier was going to win this fight because it's his retirement fight. It was the first time that Max Holloway came into the UFC, and now it's the last time that Dustin Poirier is going out of the UFC. Plus, he has a record of 2-0 against Max Holloway. So you would think that somehow he's going to come out the victor here and have this historic storybook career. Well, not so fast. The reality of combat sports is that it's not a fairy tale. In fact, it's worse for other guys that are not Dustin Poirier. Dustin Poirier may have lost that night, but he won big in life. There are guys out there that fight in the regional scenes that win every Saturday night, but have to go home to a broken home or a situation of destitution or just trying to make it, living from paycheck to paycheck. Now, the unexpected performance of Manny Pacquiao, I got to tell you, many people constantly put a time limit to people, whether it's age, whether it's anything, right? Okay, let's say you want to restart a career at, maybe 40 or try something new. People will always try to doubt you. It's too late for you. It's this, that, and the other. You can't do it. This, that, and the other. He proved all those notions wrong. Why? Because he stuck to his beliefs. Not only did Manny Pacquiao stick to his beliefs, he stuck to his training all this time, and he proved that at this age he can still compete. At any given night and at any given differences of judges, he would have won that fight. It just so happens that the judges who showed up that night decided not to give him a nod. But for those of you that were tapped in and was watching that fight, you know for a fact that Manny Pacquiao still belongs in that level. Now, does he belong in there with Jaron Ennis, who is the top champion at 147 division right now? Maybe not, but he can hang in there with Barrios. He can hang in there with the likes of Adrian Broner. He could definitely hang in there with the likes of Keith Thurman if they were to run it back again. 46 years old, proved everybody wrong, right? So the moral of that story, man, stop listening to doubters, okay? Because most of you that doubted Manny Pacquiao, including myself, okay? But most of you who don't train, you can't see the reality that maybe perhaps Manny Pacquiao has maintained himself over the years, has allowed himself to stay healthy, and has done things that most of you at 46 are not doing. Most of you at 46 are a bunch of fat asses. I'm just going to be honest with you, right? By the time you're 40, you got bellies out to here. You're fat. Your face is already like swollen up. This, that, and the other. You're not the same guy anymore. You're losing hair or this, that, and the other. Not Manny Pacquiao. He's different. Everybody ages differently. Everybody ages differently. I age differently than others. I smoke people in the gym all the time, and you've seen my workout videos in this channel, right? There's a reason why many content creators out there would not put up their training videos. I heard Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit podcast say something to the effect, well, I think it's kind of weird that, other guys out there would put out their workout videos. Yeah, it's weird because you don't do anything special. Nobody wants to sit there and just watch you curl weights all day, but if you see my workouts, they're all action packed. Not only that, they also kind of teach you how to train in a combat sports manner. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's the reason why. So everybody ages differently, and there's not a lot of 40-year-olds that could do what I do, doing box jumps that NBA players do, doing it at the weights that I do it, and then doing it with trying to test your conditioning and stamina at the same time. Now, let's get to Usyk right now, right? What I think about Usyk is that he is the best heavyweight right now, and he's so humble, and I think this is a very important lesson to take, right? He says, you know what? I'm not best right now. I think, I'm okay. I'm not the best man, but I say this because, the God, if he see that you are arrogant, then he gonna take it away and show you this, that, and the other, right? So that's one thing that we can learn from Alexander Usyk is his humility, right? We often think about ourselves and the glory that we can impose on the world and the fact that, we are great and that we are awesome and this, that, and the other. But the reality is that sometimes it's better to be grounded. Sometimes it's better to understand where our blessings come from, and that comes from God. Most of the times, whenever we win or whenever we do something great, we often like to attribute it to our greatness, right? Even myself, right? I'll be like, hey, you know what? I'm doing so good on YouTube right now. It is because of my mentality or this, that, and the other. And sometimes I have to stop myself and realize that it is only Allah that brings these people to this channel. It is only Allah that brings these kind and loyal people in my life on the online world, right? It is only Allah that does that, right? Yes. Do I put the hard work in? Yes, I put in the hard work, but by the end of it all results remain under Allah's will. And that's the most important thing that we really have to understand. Marty Miller says, yeah, exactly. I think a big part of this mindset, once people get in their late 30s, they always say, I'm old, and they stop doing things that they are used to. That's very true. Marty Miller says, your workouts are legit. That's what made me interested in your channel. And they directly correlate to combat sports. Yeah, that's really what it is, right? So when Myron Gaines said that he, thinks that it's weird for people to, post their workout videos, well, it's because it's not really anything that is, out of the ordinary. I mean, most guys, what do? They bench press, they do curls, and then they go on the treadmill. That's what most guys do in the gym. Obviously, if you're a combat athlete, you do more sophisticated things than that. So Fresh Melon Juice says, Dustin and Pacquiao lost a bet to Theo Vaughn. They have to sleep with the hillbilly now. Huh. Okay. Dustin and Pacquiao lost a bet to Theo Vaughn. Okay. So, yeah. So Theo Vaughn made a bet? Explain that, Fresh Melon Juice. Elaborate on that bet a little bit more. Because me, I don't know much about gambling or anything like that. The only time that I ever know about gambling is when Zane obviously, tells me about, the odds and the, parlays and this and that. Man, that was a part of mixed martial arts that I never really knew, right? Or part of boxing that I never really knew, or part of sports that I never really knew, which was the betting aspect of it. I never really knew or understood those things, but on any regard, yeah, Zane obviously knows all it. But yeah, elaborate for me a little bit on what you mean on that particular subject. So, okay, next topic at hand, right? We may close off with this particular topic, Obama, because, we can't have a live stream without, some political talk, because that I love getting into some politics in here as well. And, the MMA world, what's different about us in the MMA world is that we're not shy to talk about politics. That is a reason why Donald Trump obviously supports the world of mixed martial arts, simply for this reason alone. So let's get to this content right now of Barack Obama. Actually, you know what? We'll talk more combat sports right now. We'll talk about Barack Obama right after this. So maybe at like 1 hour and 30 minutes into the live stream, we're going to talk about Obama and, him possibly charged for treason. So, all right, here we go. So, okay, in exactly 2 minutes. Oh, the bet. Okay. That's what Fresh Melon Juice says. Do you think Michelle is a man? You know what? No, I don't think Michelle is a man at all. Listen, this is the reason why I don't think that, right? I think that there are conspiracy nutcases in both sides of both the Democratic and the Republican side, right? Now, look, many people are upset at Trump right now because he's not releasing the Epstein list, right? But was there any Epstein list to begin with, right? I question that a little bit, right? Or is it just because of this, dogma that comes from the right-wing conspirator world that, okay, you know what, there's all these nefarious things going on and we need an answer. And then Trump made a promise, something to the effect of, you know what, I'm going to release these files and I'm going to let everybody know what is up and what is going on and this, that, and the other. So, okay. So in 1 minute, we're going to talk about Obama and the possible the possible treasonous conspiracy against Trump. So, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, man, that is insane to think that Tulsi Gabbard is now the what do you call it? The director of the National Intelligence Agency. That's insane. Okay, so fresh melon juice, no, neither a woman. Fresh melon juice, Myron's G-A-Y. I don't know. Is he? I didn't know that. I didn't know that Myron was or this, that, and the other. But in 15 seconds, we're going to go into this Obama story. Okay, so countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, so we got Obama possibly facing treasonous conspiracy against Trump, and Tulsi Gabbard details bombshell details of the Obama era. Okay, so this is very interesting, right? Obviously, Tulsi Gabbard, for those of you that don't know, I believe she was a former Democrat who converted to Republican. And obviously, being that is probably the reason why she got the National Intelligence Director job. But let's hear this article right here from Fox News.
Tulsi Gabbard details bombshell claims of Obama-era cabal's treasonous conspiracy against Trump. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard detailed striking findings from declassified documents released Friday, claiming to showcase overwhelming evidence that an Obama-era cabal laid the groundwork for what would be the years-long Trump-Russia collusion probe after the 2016 election. The implications of this are frankly nothing short of historic, Gabbard said on this week's Sunday Morning Futures. Over 100 documents that we released on Friday really detail and provide evidence of how this treasonous conspiracy was directed by President Obama just weeks before he was due to leave office after President Trump had already gotten elected. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is an issue that is so serious.
Now, look, when they say that this is not a Democrat or a Republican issue, and when it is Tulsi Gabbard that is involved in it, I believe it. This is a woman who was a former Democrat, right, representative of Hawaii, and then converted to being a Republican. So in that regard, you know what?
How does a sluggish liver affect metabolism?
The liver is really critical for energy balance. That's the storage and production of glucose. So the liver could either start producing too much glucose or the liver is not producing enough. And that creates energy issues, brain fog. One of the primary things I suggest is utilizing dose for your liver. The ingredient combination helps support energy balance, which then fights against fatigue and that sluggishness. You have to have randomized clinical trials to really know that your product is effective. And dose has 2 randomized clinical trials in humans, and it's so easy to take on a daily basis. It's delicious. It reduces the number of capsules, just 2 ounces a day, and it keeps me consistent with it.
I don't doubt her assessment in that particular matter. Fresh Melon Juice says, did you guys talk about the fights coming up this weekend? No, I will probably do that in the next upcoming live stream or so, but yeah.
It should concern every single American because it has to do with the integrity of our democratic republic, she continued. Documents shared by Gabbard's office claimed that before the 2016 election, there was no evidence showing Russia tried to directly alter vote counts. However, members of the intelligence community later suggested that Russian President Vladimir Putin wanted to help Trump win. Gabbard argues the narrative shift was politically motivated rather than based on new findings. Creating this piece of manufactured intelligence that claims that Russia had helped Donald Trump get elected contradicted every other assessment that had been made previously in the months leading up to the election that said exactly the opposite, that Russia had neither the intent nor the capability to try to hack the United States election, Gabbard told host Maria Bartiromo. So the effect of what President Obama and his senior national security team did was subvert the will of the American people, undermining our democratic republic and enacting what would be essentially a years-long coup against President Trump, who was duly elected by the American people. Evidence released by Gabbard's office implicated then-Director of National Intelligence James Clapper, former CIA Director John Brennan, former FBI Director James Comey, and former National Security Advisor Susan Rice, among others, in addition to the former president. Gabbard confirmed her intent to send all the uncovered documents to the Department of Justice and the FBI for a criminal referral. When asked if she expects to see prosecutions, She vowed to do all that she can to ensure accountability. We have whistleblowers, actually, coming forward now after we released these documents because there are people who were around, who were working within the intelligence community at this time, who were so disgusted by what happened, she shared. We're starting to see some of them come out of the woodwork here because they want to see justice delivered. There must be indictments. Those responsible, no matter how powerful they are and were at that time, no matter who was involved in creating this treasonous conspiracy against the American people, they all must be held accountable. Some Democrats, including Representative Jim Himes of Connecticut, who is the top member of his party on the House Intelligence Committee, have criticized Gabbard's claims as baseless. Fox News Digital previously reached out to Obama, representatives for the former president Clapper, Comey, Brennan, Rice, Lynch, and McCabe for comment and did not receive a response. Fox News' Brooks Singman and Marc Damasco contributed to this report.
So, you know what, Russian newsman, please. Okay. So, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard details striking findings from declassified documents released Friday, claiming to showcase overwhelming evidence that in Obama-era cabal laid the groundwork for what would be the years-long Trump-Russia collusion probe after 2016 election. The implications of these, frankly, nothing short of historic. Gabbard said on Week's Sunday Morning Futures, over 100 documents that were released on Friday really detail and provide evidence of how treasonous conspiracy was directed by President Obama just weeks before he was just due to leave office after President Trump was already gotten elected. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue or a KGB issue or a CIA issue. This is an issue that is so serious that it should concern every single American because it has to do with integrity of our democratic republic, she continued. All right, there it is. Russian newsman for you on that one. All right, so with that in mind, I want to thank everybody who has tapped in to this live stream. Please don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. And if you want to check this out from the very rewind, I have some timestamps of the particular subjects that we are talking about in this particular matter. So please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Also check out the description down below for the timestamps for all your favorite moments in this particular live stream. So with that in mind, I'd like to close it out and say thank you for everybody to stand by. We are going to be on in less than 20 seconds. Less than 10 seconds. Actually, you know what? Run it back. 40 seconds. 40-second warning. Ten seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So let me clear some things up right now. I mean, literally clear some things up right now, right? We are now doing the post-fight monologue for UFC Abu Dhabi. D. Ritter versus Whittaker. I had this one correct.
I knew that this was going to go in the hands of De Ridder. Now, why did I know this was going to the hands of De Ridder beforehand? Well, I can tell you, in contrast to last week, you know what it was about? Last week was about the old dogs triumphing over the new generation. Daniel Dubois, 27 years old. Alexander Usyk, 38 years old. And then on top of that, you have now De Ridder, the new guy on the block, in comparison to Robert Whittaker, the veteran, who got outclassed by a guy that really had underrated competition ahead of him from ONE FC. Look, the guy fought a heavyweight. He was a champion at not only at 185, but also 205, and then fought a heavyweight, a top heavyweight in the world. Okay, I want you to put that in perspective. Okay, De Ridder fought a heavyweight that was top level in the world, especially this guy fighting out of ONE FC, which was Anatoly. Okay. On top of that, you've seen what he did to Bo Nickel. All of a sudden, everybody wants to talk about how Bo Nickel got fraud checked. I think Bo Nickel stepped up to a competition that was way ahead of him way too soon, and it showed, but it also showed tonight. So aside from that, the other thing that had happened tonight was that I had reached my milestone of 1,000 subscribers. Man, I'm very, very happy for this. I'm very thankful for all of this. And I would like to thank everybody around the world that has hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and also hit the share button for allowing me to reach this far. And I tell you what, I'm very proud of this milestone. I'm going to tell you why, because I'm going to reach for more milestones in the world of YouTube. This doesn't stop here. 1,000 is great. I'm going to celebrate it. I'm going to appreciate it. That's the first thing that I want you guys to understand. Okay. The second thing I want you to understand, you got to go out there and work hard to the point where you know what it is that you're working for. And listen, a lot of motivational speakers love to talk about this over and over again. The fact of the matter is there really some merit to it? And the answer is, unfortunately, not all the time. There isn't a strong merit for a lot of people to say this because, quite frankly, this is not feasible for everybody. Let me tell you what isn't feasible for everybody. It's not feasible for everybody to go into YouTube and talk their smack and do what it is that they need to do. Okay, I needed to get rid of this off the screen because I'm no longer in the monologue, but here it is. Okay, so it is not easy to get up here and do this. That's the cliche thing that a lot of people love to say. With me, I'm going to tell you the truth. It is easy for me to get up here and do this. Why? Because I was born to do this. Okay, I went and competed. I went and trained in martial arts. And on top of that, I'm talking about martial arts. Plus, I got a personality behind it. So therefore, I know that I belong here. There is no doubt about it. So you're either going to go with a guy who understands and has a good metric of analyzing MMA, or you're going to go with a guy that's going to be less confident in their approach and fake humble to you about, oh, well, I'm thankful to be here, or this and that. Don't get me wrong. Here's another thing I want you guys to understand, and here's a couple of lessons that I've learned from this, right? Number one, humility absolutely does go a long way. At the same time, the other thing that you have to understand too is that there has to be limits within that humility. And what exactly do I mean by that within the limits of those humility? Meaning that you cannot allow people to somehow make it seem like you're soft. You have to take a firm stance whenever it is that you need to, but you also have to understand when to be a negotiator, be a diplomat instead of a warrior. So bottom line, the one thing that I learned from this whole entire lesson that I'm trying to explain to you is learning how to be diplomatic, but also learning how to be a warrior and standing on 10 toes down whenever you have to. And with that in mind, yeah, I'm very much thankful for this experience and this moment. And I absolutely cherish it because I know that it is not easy. Nobody has to know how hard it is, but only you as the content creator is going to know. And you trying to explain it to people will never be feasible enough to the realm of the same understanding that you have based on your own anecdotal experience and actually feeling it. But with that in mind, yeah, listen, thank you for everybody around that has supported the channel. I'm going to continue to go on and move on from here. And that is it. What else could we really say about other monologues that we can discuss? We'll go about like maybe 4 or 5 more minutes, and then we'll, get up on out of here. So obviously, yes, UFC Abu Dhabi has just passed. What are some other matchups that are some highlights here that I would like to talk about? Let's take a look at the results. Obviously, Petr Yan got a victory tonight, 3-round decision. Peter Mcghee is very tough to handle. So is Marc, Andre Berla. He's very tough. But you know what? Sharaputin also showed that he was tough. Hi, D. Ritter Fan Club says hi. Hi, how are you, my man? How you doing? D. Ritter Fan Club. Are you really a fan club, man? Very interesting screen name that you have. Let me know what part of the world you are from, and let me know if you have subscribed to the channel already, right? I am about to close this one home pretty soon, and yeah, we're going to go from here. So what do you call it? Yeah, man, been going on for 10 hours. I just did a little monologue right now that I wanted to share with everybody. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see right here. How much did we get tonight here? What is the views that we got tonight? I know it went over 8,000. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we got tonight here. Yeah, man. Let me know what part of the world you are from. Hold on a second here. Just trying to pull up the analytics for this. Okay, so 8.7. Not bad. Not a bad night. Not a bad night. 8.7. And with that in mind, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah.
MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu Elkir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all